Section 1 of the Junior Classics, Volume 6, Old-Fashioned Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeffrey Wilson, Ames, Iowa. The Junior Classics, Volume 6, Old-Fashioned Tales. The Race for the Silver Skates by Mary Mapes Dodge. The 20th of December came at last, bringing with it the perfection of winter weather. All over the level landscape lay the warm sunlight. It tried its power on lake, canal, and river, but the ice flashed defiance and showed no sign of melting. The very weathercock stood still to enjoy the sight. This gave the windmills a holiday. Nearly all the past week they had been whirling briskly. Now, being rather out of breath, they rocked lazily in the clear, still air. Catch a windmill working when the weathercocks have nothing to do. There was an end to grinding, crushing, and sawing for that day. It was a good thing for the millers near Brooke. Long before noon they concluded to take in their sails and go to the race. Everybody would be there. Already the north side of the frozen Y was bordered with eager spectators. The news of the great skating match had travelled far and wide. Men, women, and children in holiday attire were flocking toward the spot. Some wore furs and wintry cloaks or shawls, but many, consulting their feelings rather than the almanac, were dressed as for an October day. The site selected for the race was a faultless plain of ice near Amsterdam, on that great arm of the Zuiderzee, which Dutchmen, of course, must call the Eye. The townspeople turned out in large numbers. Strangers in the city deemed it a fine chance to see what was to be seen. Many a peasant from the northward had wisely chosen the 20th as the day for the next city trading. It seemed that everybody, young and old, who had wheels, skates, or feet at command, had hastened to the scene. There were the gentry in their coaches, dressed like Parisians fresh from the boulevards, Amsterdam children in charity uniforms, girls from the Roman Catholic orphan house in sable gowns and white headbands, boys from the burgher asylum with their black tights and short-skirted harlequin coats. Footnote: this is not said in derision. Both the boys and girls of this institution wear garments quartered in red and black alternately. By making the dress thus conspicuous, the children are, in a measure, deterred from wrongdoing while going about the city. The Burgher Orphan Asylum affords a comfortable home to several hundred boys and girls. Holland is famous for its charitable institutions. End of footnote. Boys from the Burgher Asylum with their black tights and short-skirted harlequin coats. There were old-fashioned gentlemen in cocked hats and velvet knee breeches, old-fashioned ladies, too, in stiff quilted skirts and bodices of dazzling brocade. These were accompanied by servants bearing footstoves and cloaks. There were the peasant folk arrayed in every possible Dutch costume. Shy young rustics in brazen buckles, simple village maidens concealing their flaxen hair under fillets of gold, women whose long narrow aprons were stiff with embroidery, women with short corkscrew curls hanging over their foreheads, women with shaved heads and close-fitting caps, and women in striped skirts and windmill bonnets, men in leather, in homespun, in velvet and broadcloth, burghers in model European attire, and burghers in short jackets, wide trousers, and steeple-crowned hats. There were beautiful Friesland girls in wooden shoes and coarse petticoats, with solid gold crescents encircling their heads, finished at each temple with a golden rosette, and hung with lace a century old. Some wore necklaces, pendants, and earrings of the purest gold. Many were content with gilt, or even with brass, but it is not an uncommon thing for a Friesland woman to have all the family treasure in her headgear. More than one rustic lass displayed the value of 2,000 guilders upon her head that day. Scattered throughout the crowd were peasants from the island of Marken, with sabots, black stockings, and the widest of breeches. Also women from Marken, with short blue petticoats, and black jackets gaily figured in front. They wore red sleeves, white aprons, and a cap like a bishop's mitre over their golden hair. The children, often, were as quaint and odd-looking as their elders. In short, 1/3 of the crowd seemed to have stepped bodily from a collection of Dutch paintings. Everywhere could be seen tall women and stumpy men, lively-faced girls and youths whose expression never changed from sunrise to sunset. There seemed to be at least one specimen from every known town in Holland. There were Utrecht water-bearers, Gouda cheesemakers, Delft pottery-men, Schiedam distillers, Amsterdam diamond-cutters, Rotterdam merchants, dried-up herring-packers, and 2 sleepy-eyed shepherds from Texel. Every man of them had his pipe and tobacco pouch. Some carried what might be called the smoker's complete outfit: a pipe, tobacco, a pricker with which to clean the tube, a silver net for protecting the bowl, and a box of the strongest of brimstone matches. A true Dutchman, you must remember, is rarely without his pipe on any possible occasion. He may for a moment neglect to breathe, but when the pipe is forgotten, he must be dying indeed. There were no such sad cases here. Wreaths of smoke were rising from every possible quarter. The more fantastic the smoke wreath, the more placid and solemn the smoker. Look at those boys and girls on stilts. That is a good idea. They can see over the heads of the tallest. It is strange to see those little bodies high in the air, carried about on mysterious legs. They have such a resolute look on their round faces. What wonder that nervous old gentlemen, with tender feet, wince and tremble while the long-legged little monsters stride past them. You will read in certain books that the Dutch are a quiet people. So they are generally. But listen! Did ever you hear such a din? All made up of human voices. No, the horses are helping somewhat, and the fiddles are squeaking pitifully. How it must pain fiddles to be tuned. But the mass of the sound comes from the great vox humana that belongs to a crowd. That queer little dwarf, going about with a heavy basket, winding in and out among the people, helps not a little. You can hear his shrill cry above all the other sounds. Piepen en tabak! Piepen en tabak! Another, his big brother, though evidently some years younger, is selling doughnuts and bonbons. He is calling on all pretty children, far and near, to come quickly or the cakes will be gone. You know quite a number among the spectators. High up in yonder pavilion, erected upon the border of the ice, are some persons whom you have seen very lately. In the centre is Madame Van Gleck. It is her birthday, you remember. She has the post of honour. There is Mynheer Van Gleck, whose meerschaum has not really grown fast to his lips. It only appears so. There are grandfather and grandmother, whom you met at the St. Nicholas fête. All the children are with them. It is so mild they have brought even the baby. The poor little creature is swaddled very much after the manner of an Egyptian mummy. But it can crow with delight, and, when the band is playing, open and shut its animated mittens in perfect time to the music. Grandfather, with his pipe and spectacles and fur cap, makes quite a picture as he holds baby upon his knee. Perched high upon their canopied platforms, the party can see all that is going on. No wonder the ladies look complacently at the glassy ice. With a stove for a footstool, one might sit cozily beside the North Pole. There is a gentleman with them who somewhat resembles St. Nicholas as he appeared to the young Van Glecks on the 5th of December. But the saint had a flowing white beard, and this face is as smooth as a pippin. His saintship was larger around the body too, and, between ourselves, he had a pair of thimbles in his mouth, which this gentleman certainly has not. It cannot be St. Nicholas after all. Near by, in the next pavilion, sit the Van Hopes, with their son and daughter, the Van Gens, from the Hague. Peter's sister is not one to forget her promises. She has brought bouquets of exquisite hothouse flowers for the winners. These pavilions, and there are others beside, have all been erected since daylight. That semicircular one, containing Mynheer Korbes's family, is very pretty, and proves that the Hollanders are quite skilled at tent-making. But I like the Van Glecks's best, the centre one, striped red and white, and hung with evergreens. The one with the blue flags contains the musicians. Those pagoda-like affairs, decked with seashells and streamers of every possible hue, are the judges' stands. And those columns and flagstaffs upon the ice mark the limits of the racecourse. The two white columns, twined with green, connected at the top by that long floating strip of drapery, form the starting point. Those flagstaffs, half a mile off, stand at each end of the boundary line, cut sufficiently deep to be distinct to the skaters, though not enough to trip them when they turn to come back to the starting point. The air is so clear it seems scarcely possible that the columns and flagstaffs are so far apart. Of course, the judges' stands are but little nearer together. Half a mile on the ice, when the atmosphere is like this, is but a short distance after all, especially when fenced with a living chain of spectators. The music has commenced. How melody seems to enjoy itself in the open air! The fiddles have forgotten their agony, and everything is harmonious. Until you look at the blue tent, it seems that the music springs from the sunshine, it is so boundless, so joyous. Only when you see the staid-faced musicians you realize the truth. Where are the racers? All assembled together near the white columns. It is a beautiful sight. 40 boys and girls in picturesque attire, darting with electric swiftness in and out among each other, or sailing in pairs and triplets, beckoning, chatting, whispering in the fullness of youthful glee. A few careful ones are soberly tightening their straps. Others, halting on one leg, with flushed, eager faces, suddenly cross the suspected skate over their knee, give it an examining shake, and dart off again. One and all are possessed with the spirit of motion. They cannot stand still. Their skates are a part of them, and every runner seems bewitched. Holland is the place for skaters, after all. Where else can nearly every boy and girl perform feats on the ice that would attract a crowd if seen on Central Park? Look at Ben. I did not see him before. He is really astonishing the natives. No easy thing to do in the Netherlands. Save your strength, Ben, you will need it soon. Now other boys are trying. Ben is surpassed already. Such jumping, such poising, such spinning, such India-rubber exploits generally. That boy with the red cap is the lion now. His back is a watch spring, his body is cork. No, it is iron, or it would snap at that. He is a bird, a top, a rabbit, a corkscrew, a sprite, a flesh ball, all in an instant. When you think he's erect, he is down, and when you think he is down, he is up. He drops his glove on the ice and turns a somerset as he picks it up. Without stopping, he snatches the cap from Jacob Pote's astonished head and claps it back again hindside before. Lookers on hurrah and laugh. Foolish boy, it is Arctic weather under your feet, but more than temperate overhead. Big drops already are rolling down your forehead. Superb skater as you are, you may lose the race. A French traveller, standing with a notebook in his hand, sees our English friend Ben buy a doughnut of the dwarf's brother and eat it. Thereupon he writes in his notebook that the Dutch take enormous mouthfuls and universally are fond of potatoes boiled in molasses. There are some familiar faces near the white columns. Lambert, Ludwig, Peter, and Karl are all there, cool and in good skating order. Hans is not far off. Evidently he is going to join in the race, for his skates are on. The very pair that he sold for 7 guilders. He had soon suspected that his fairy godmother was the mysterious friend who had bought them. This settled, he had boldly charged her with the deed, and she, knowing well that all her little savings had been spent in the purchase, had not had the face to deny it. Through the fairy godmother, too, he had been rendered amply able to buy them back again. Therefore Hans is to be in the race. Karl is more indignant than ever about it, but as 3 other peasant boys have entered, Hans is not alone. 20 boys and 20 girls. The latter, by this time, are standing in front, braced for the start, for they are to have the first run. Hilda, Richie, and Katrinka are among them. 2 or 3 bend hastily to give a last pull at their skate straps. It is pretty to see them stamp to be sure that all is firm. Hilda is speaking pleasantly to a graceful little creature in a red jacket and a new brown petticoat. Why, it is Gretel! What a difference those pretty shoes make, and the skirt, and the new cap! Annie Bowman is there too. Even Jan Zoon Kolp's sister has been admitted, but Jan Zoon himself has been voted out by the directors, because he killed the stork, and only last summer was caught in the act of robbing a bird's nest. A legal offence in Holland. This Jan Zoon Kolp, you see, was... There, I cannot tell the story just now. The race is about to commence. 20 girls are formed in a line. The music has ceased. A man, whom we shall call the crier, stands between the columns and the first judges' stand. He reads the rules in a loud voice. The girls and boys are to race in turn, until 1 girl and 1 boy has beaten twice. They are to start in a line from the united columns, skate to the flagstaff line, turn, and then come back to the starting point, thus making a mile at each run. A flag is waved from the judges' stand. Madame Van Gleck rises in her pavilion. She leans forward with a white handkerchief in her hand. When she drops it, a bugler is to give the signal for them to start. The handkerchief is fluttering to the ground. Hark! They are off. No. Back again. Their line was not true in passing the judges' stand. The signal is repeated. Off again. No mistake this time. Whew! How fast they go! The multitude is quiet for an instant, absorbed in eager, breathless watching. Cheers spring up along the line of spectators. Huzzah! 5 girls are ahead. Who comes flying back from the boundary mark? We cannot tell. Something red, that is all. There is a blue spot flitting near it, and a dash of yellow nearer still. Spectators at this end of the line strain their eyes and wish they had taken their post nearer the flagstaff. The wave of cheers is coming back again. Now we can see. Katrinka is ahead. She passes the Van Hulp pavilion. The next is Madame Van Gleck's. That leaning figure gazing from it is a magnet. Hilda shoots past Katrinka, waving her hand to her mother as she passes. 2 others are close now, whizzing on like arrows. What is that flash of red and grey? Hurrah! It is Gretel! She too waves her hand, but toward no gay pavilion. The crowd is cheering, but she hears only her father's voice. Well done, little Gretel! Soon Katrinka, with a quick, merry laugh, shoots past Hilda. The girl in yellow is gaining now. She passes them all except Gretel. The judges lean forward without seeming to lift their eyes from their watches. Cheer after cheer fills the air. The very columns seem rocking. Gretel has passed them. She has won. "Gretel Brinker, 1 mile," shouts the crier. The judges nod. They write something upon a tablet which each holds in his hand. While the girls are resting, some crowding eagerly around our frightened little Gretel, some standing aside in high disdain, the boys form in line. Mynheer Van Gleck drops the handkerchief this time. The buglers give a vigorous blast. The boys have started. Halfway already. Did ever you see the like? 300 legs flashing by in an instant, but there are only 20 boys. No matter, there were hundreds of legs, I am sure. Where are they now? There is such a noise one gets bewildered. What are the people laughing at? Oh, at that fat boy in the rear. See him go. See him. He'll be down in an instant. No, he won't. I wonder if he knows he is all alone. The other boys are nearly at the boundary line. Yes, he knows it. He stops. He wipes his hot face. He takes off his cap and looks about him. Better to give up with a good grace. He has made 100 friends by that hearty, astonished laugh. Good Jacob Pote. The fine fellow is already among the spectators, gazing as eagerly as the rest. A cloud of feathery ice flies from the heels of the skaters as they bring to and turn at the flagstaffs. Something black is coming now, one of the boys. It is all we know. He has touched the vox humana stop of the crowd. It fairly roars. Now they come nearer. We can see the red cap. There's Ben, there's Peter, there's Hans. Hans is ahead. Young Madame Van Gend almost crushes the flowers in her hand. She had been quite sure that Peter would be first. Karl Schummel is next, then Ben, and the youth with the red cap. The others are pressing close. A tall figure darts from among them. He passes the red cap, he passes Ben, then Karl. Now it is an even race between him and Hans. Madame Van Gend catches her breath. It is Peter. He is ahead. Hans shoots past him. Hilda's eyes fill with tears. Peter must beat. Annie's eyes flash proudly. Gretel gazes with clasped hands. 4 strokes more will take her brother to the columns. He is there. Yes, but so was young Schummel just a second before. At the last instant, Karl, gathering his powers, had whizzed between them and passed the goal. Karl Schummel, 1 mile, shouts the crier. Soon Madame Van Gleck rises again. The falling handkerchief starts the bugle, and the bugle, using its voice as a bowstring, shoots off 20 girls like so many arrows. It is a beautiful sight, but one has not long to look. Before we can fairly distinguish them, they are far in the distance. This time they are close upon one another. It is hard to say as they come speeding back from the flagstaff which will reach the columns first. There are new faces among the foremost, eager, glowing faces, unnoticed before. Katrinka is there, and Hilda, but Gretel and Ritchie are in the rear. Gretel is wavering, but when Ritchie passes her, she starts forward afresh. Now they are nearly beside Katrinka. Hilda is still in advance. She is almost home. She has not faltered since that bugle note sent her flying. Like an arrow, still she is speeding toward the goal. Cheer after cheer rises in the air. Peter is silent, but his eyes shine like stars. Huzzah! Huzzah! The crier's voice is heard again. Hilda Van Gleck, 1 mile. A loud murmur of approval runs through the crowd, catching the music in its course, till all seems one sound, with a glad rhythmic throbbing in its depths. When the flag waves, all is still. Once more the bugle blows a terrific blast. It sends off the boys like chaff before the wind. Dark chaff, I admit, and in big pieces. It is whisked around at the flagstaff, driven faster yet by the cheers and shouts along the line. We begin to see what is coming. There are 3 boys in advance this time and all abreast, Hans, Peter, and Lambert. Carl soon breaks the ranks, rushing through with a whiff. Fly, Hans, fly, Peter, don't let Carl beat again. Carl the bitter, Carl the insolent. Van Monen is flagging, but you are as strong as ever. Hans and Peter, Peter and Hans, which is foremost? We love them both. We scarcely care which is the fleeter. Hilda, Annie, and Gretel, seated upon the long crimson bench, can remain quiet no longer. They spring to their feet, so different and yet one in eagerness. Hilda instantly reseats herself. None shall know how interested she is, none shall know how anxious, how filled with one hope. Shut your eyes then, Hilda, hide your face rippling with joy. Peter has beaten. Peter Van Holp, 1 mile, calls the crier. The same buzz of excitement as before, while the judges take notes. The same throbbing of music through the din, but something is different. A little crowd presses close about some object near the column. Carl has fallen. He is not hurt, though somewhat stunned. If he were less sullen, he would find more sympathy in these warm young hearts. As it is, they forget him as soon as he is fairly on his feet again. The girls are to skate their 3rd mile. How resolute the little maidens look as they stand in a line. Some are solemn with a sense of responsibility. Some wear a smile half bashful, half provoked. But one air of determination pervades them all. This 3rd mile may decide the race. Still, if neither Gretel nor Hilda win, there is yet a chance among the rest for the silver skates. Each girl feels sure that this time she will accomplish the distance in 1/2 the time. How they stamp to try their runners. How nervously they examine each strap. How erect they stand at last, every eye upon Madame Van Gleck. The bugle thrills through them again. With quivering eagerness they spring forward, bending but in perfect balance. Each flashing stroke seems longer than the last. Now they are skimming off in the distance. Again the eager straining of eyes, again the shouts and cheering, again the thrill of excitement, as, after a few moments, 4 or 5 in advance of the rest come speeding back, nearer, nearer to the white columns. Who is first? Not Richie, Katrinka, Annie, nor Hilda, nor the girl in yellow, but Gretel. Gretel, the fleetest sprite of a girl that ever skated. She was but playing in the earlier race. Now she is in earnest, or rather, something within her has determined to win. That lithe little form makes no effort, but it cannot stop, not until the goal is passed. In vain the crier lifts his voice. He cannot be heard. He has no news to tell. It is already ringing through the crowd. Gretel has won the silver skates! Like a bird, she has flown over the ice. Like a bird, she looks about her in a timid, startled way. She longs to dart to the sheltered nook where her father and mother stand. But Hans is beside her. The girls are crowding round. Hilda's kind, joyous voice breathes in her ear. From that hour, none will despise her. Goose girl or not, Greta stands acknowledged Queen of the Skaters. With natural pride, Hans turns to see if Peter Van Holp is witnessing his sister's triumph. Peter is not looking toward them at all. He is kneeling, bending his troubled face low, and working hastily at his skate strap. Hans is beside him at once. Are you in trouble, Mynheer? Ah, Hans, that you? Yes, my fun is over. I tried to tighten my strap to make a new hole, and this botheration of a knife has cut it nearly in 2. Mynheer, said Hans, at the same time pulling off a skate. You must use my strap. Not I, indeed, Hans Brinker, cried Peter, looking up. Though I thank you warmly. Go to your post, my friend. The bugle will sound in a minute. Mynheer, pleaded Hans in a husky voice, you have called me your friend. Take this strap, quick. There is not an instant to lose. I shall not skate this time. Indeed, I am out of practice. Mynheer, you must take it. And Hans, blind and deaf to any remonstrance, slipped his strap into Peter's skate and implored him to put it on. Come, Peter, cried Lambert from the line. We are waiting for you. For Madame's sake, pleaded Hans, be quick. She is motioning to you to join the racers. There, the skate is almost on. Quick, Mynheer, fasten it. I could not possibly win. The race lies between Master Schummel and yourself. You are a noble fellow, Hans, cried Peter, yielding at last. He sprang to his post just as the white handkerchief fell to the ground. The bugle sends forth its blast, loud, clear, and ringing. Off go the boys. Mein Gott, cries a tough old fellow from Delft. They beat everything, these Amsterdam youngsters. See them. See them indeed. They are winged Mercuries, every one of them. What mad errand are they on? Ah, I know. They are hunting Peter van Holp. He is some fleet-footed runaway from Olympus. Mercury and his troop of winged cousins are in full chase. They will catch him. Now Karl is the runaway. The pursuit grows furious. Ben is foremost. The chase turns in a cloud of mist. It is coming this way. Who is hunted now? Mercury himself. It is Peter van Holp. Fly, Peter, Hans is watching you. He is sending all his fleetness, all his strength into your feet. Your mother and sister are pale with eagerness. Hilda is trembling and dare not look up. Fly, Peter. The crowd has not gone deranged. It is only cheering. The pursuers are close upon you. Touch the white column. It beckons. It is reeling before you. Huzzah! Huzzah! Peter has won the silver skates. Peter van Holp, shouted the crier. But who heard him? Peter van Holp, shouted 100 voices, for he was the favourite boy of the place. Huzzah! Huzzah! Now the music was resolved to be heard. It struck up a lively air, then a tremendous march. The spectators, thinking something new was about to happen, deigned to listen and to look. The racers formed in single file. Peter, being tallest, stood first. Gretel, the smallest of all, took her place at the end. Hans, who had borrowed a strap from the cake boy, was near the head. 3 gaily twined arches were placed at intervals upon the river, facing the Van Gleck pavilion. Skating slowly and in perfect time to the music, the boys and girls moved forward, led on by Peter. It was beautiful to see the bright procession glide along like a living creature. It curved and doubled, and drew its graceful length in and out among the arches. Whichever way Peter, the head, went, the body was sure to follow. Sometimes it steered direct for the center arch, then, as if seized with a new impulse, turned away and curled itself about the first one. Then unwound slowly, and bending low, with quick, snake-like curvings, crossed the river, passing at length through the farthest arch. When the music was slow, the procession seemed to crawl like a thing afraid. It grew livelier, and the creature darted forward with a spring, gliding rapidly among the arches, in and out, curling, twisting, turning, never losing form, until at the shrill call of the bugle rising above the music, it suddenly resolved itself into boys and girls standing in double semicircle before Madame Van Gleck's pavilion. Peter and Gretel stand in the center, in advance of the others. Madame Van Gleck rises majestically. Gretel trembles, but feels that she must look at the beautiful lady. She cannot hear what is said, there is such a buzzing all around her. She is thinking that she ought to try and make a curtsy, such as her mother makes to the maester, when suddenly something so dazzling is placed in her hand that she gives a cry of joy. Then she ventures to look about her. Peter, too, has something in his hands. "Oh, oh, how splendid!" she cries, and "Oh, how splendid!" is echoed as far as people can see. Meantime the silver skates flash in the sunshine, throwing dashes of light upon these two happy faces. Mevrouw van Gend sends a little messenger with her bouquets, one for Hilda, one for Karl, and others for Peter and Gretel. At sight of the flowers, the queen of the skaters becomes uncontrollable. With a bright stare of gratitude, she gathers skates and bouquet in her apron, hugs them to her bosom, and darts off to search for her father and mother in the scattering crowd. End of section 1. Recording by Jeffrey Wilson, Ames, Iowa.
Section 2 of the Junior Classics, Volume 6, Old-Fashioned Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Junior Classics, Volume 6, Old-Fashioned Tales. Nelly's Hospital, by Louisa M. Alcott. Nelly sat beside her mother picking lint, but while her fingers flew, her eyes often looked wistfully out into the meadow, golden with buttercups, and bright with sunshine. Presently she said, rather bashfully, but very earnestly, "Mamma, I want to tell you a little plan I've made, if you'll please not laugh." "I think I can safely promise that, my dear," said her mother, putting down her work, that she might listen quite respectfully. Nelly looked pleased, and went on confidingly, "Since Brother Will came home with his lame foot, and I've helped you tend him, I've heard a great deal about hospitals, and liked it very much. Today I said I wanted to go and be a nurse, like Aunt Mercy, but Will laughed, and told me I'd better begin by nursing sick birds and butterflies and pussies before I tried to take care of men. I did not like to be made fun of, but I've been thinking that it would be very pleasant to have a little hospital all my own, and be a nurse in it, because, if I took pains, so many pretty creatures might be made well, perhaps. Could I, Mamma?" Her mother wanted to smile at the idea, but did not, for Nelly looked up with her heart and eyes so full of tender compassion, both for the unknown men for whom her little hands had done their best, and for the smaller sufferers nearer home, that she stroked the shining head, and answered readily, "Yes, Nelly, it will be a proper charity for such a young Samaritan, and you may learn much if you are in earnest. You must study how to feed and nurse your little patients, else your pity will do no good, and your hospital become a prison. I will help you, and Tony shall be your surgeon. Oh, Mamma, how good you always are to me! Indeed, I am in truly earnest. I will learn, I will be kind, and may I go now and begin?" "You may, but tell me first where you will have your hospital." "In my room, Mamma. It is so snug and shiny, and I never should forget it there," said Nelly. "You must not forget it anywhere. I think that plan will not do. How would you like to find caterpillars walking in your bed, to hear sick pussies mewing in the night, to have beetles clinging to your clothes, or see mice, bugs, and birds tumbling downstairs whenever the door was open?" said her mother. Nelly laughed at that thought a minute, then clapped her hands, and cried, "Let us have the old summer house. My doves only use the upper part, and it would be so like Frank in the story book. Please say yes again, Mamma." Her mother did say yes, and, snatching up her hat, Nelly ran to find Tony, the gardener's son, a pleasant lad of 12, who was Nelly's favorite playmate. Tony pronounced the plan a jolly one, and, leaving his work, followed his young mistress to the summer house, for she could not wait 1 minute. "What must we do first?" she asked, as they stood looking in at the dim, dusty room, full of garden tools, bags of seeds, old flower pots, and watering cans. "Clear out the rubbish, miss," answered Tony. "Here it goes, then." And Nelly began bundling everything out in such haste that she broke 2 flower pots, scattered all the squash seeds, and brought a pile of rakes and hoes clattering down upon her ears. "Just wait a bit, and let me take the lead, miss. You hand me things. I'll pile 'em in the barrow and wheel 'em off to the barn. Then it will save time, and be finished up tidy." Nelly did as he advised, and very soon nothing but dust remained. "What next?" she asked, not knowing in the least. "I'll sweep up while you see if Polly can come and scrub the room out. It ought to be done before you stay here, let alone the patients." "So it had," said Nelly, looking very wise all of a sudden. "Will says the wards, that means the rooms, Tony, are scrubbed every day or 2, and kept very clean, and well something, I can't say it, but it means having plenty of air come in. I can clean windows while Polly mops, and then we shall soon be done." Away she ran, feeling very busy and important. Polly came, and very soon the room looked like another place. The 4 latticed windows were set wide open, so the sunshine came dancing through the vines that grew outside, and curious roses peeped in to see what frolic was afoot. The walls shone white again, for not a spider dared to stay. The wide seat which encircled the room was dustless now, the floor as nice as willing hands could make it, and the south wind blew away all musty odors with its fragrant breath. "How fine it looks!" cried Nelly, dancing on the doorstep, lest a footprint should mar the still damp floor. "I'd almost like to fall sick for the sake of staying here," said Tony, admiringly. "Now, what sort of beds are you going to have, miss? I suppose it won't do to put butterflies and toads and worms into beds like the real soldiers where Will was," answered Nelly, looking anxious. Tony could hardly help shouting at the idea, but, rather than trouble his little mistress, he said very soberly, "I'm afraid they wouldn't lay easy, not being used to it. Tucking up a butterfly would about kill him. The worms would be apt to get lost among the bedclothes, and the toads would tumble out the first thing. I shall have to ask Mamma about it." "What will you do while I'm gone?" said Nelly, unwilling that a moment should be lost. "I'll make frames for nettings to the windows, else the doves will come in and eat up the sick people. I think they will know that it is a hospital, and be too kind to hurt or frighten their neighbors," began Nelly, but as she spoke, a plump white dove walked in, looked about with its red-winged eyes, and quietly packed up a tiny bug that had just ventured out from the crack where it had taken refuge when the deluge came. "Yes, we must have the nettings. I'll ask Mamma for some lace," said Nelly, when she saw that, and, taking her pet dove on her shoulder, told it about her hospital as she went toward the house, for, loving all little creatures as she did, it grieved her to have any harm befall even the least or plainness of them. She had a sweet child fancy that her playmates understood her language as she did theirs, and that birds, flowers, animals, and insects felt for her the same affection which she felt for them. Love always makes friends, and nothing seemed to fear the gentle child, but welcomed her like a little sun who shone alike on all, and never suffered an eclipse. She was gone some time, and when she came back her mind was full of new plans, one hand full of rushes, the other full of books, while over her head floated the lace, and a bright green ribbon hung across her arm. "Mamma says that the best beds will be little baskets, boxes, cages, and any sort of thing that suits the patients, for each will need different care and food and medicine. I have not baskets enough, so, as I cannot have pretty white beds, I am going to braid pretty green nests for my patients, and, while I do it, Mamma thought you'd read to me the pages she has marked, so that we may begin right." "Yes, miss, I like that. But what is the ribbon for?" asked Tony. "Oh, that's for you. Will says that, if you are to be an army surgeon, you must have a green band on your arm. So I got this to tie on when we play hospital." Tony let her decorate the sleeve of his gray jacket, and when the nettings were done, the welcome books were opened and enjoyed. It was a happy time, sitting in the sunshine, with leaves pleasantly astir all about them, doves cooing overhead, and flowers sweetly gossiping together through the summer afternoon. Nelly wove her smooth, green rushes, Tony pored over his pages, and both found something better than fairy legends in the family histories of insects, birds, and beasts. All manner of wonders appeared, and were explained to them, till Nelly felt as if a new world had been given her, so full of beauty, interest, and pleasure that she never could be tired of studying it. Many of these things were not strange to Tony, because, born among plants, he had grown up with them as if they were brothers and sisters, and the sturdy, brown-faced boy had learned many lessons which no poet or philosopher could have taught him, unless he had become as childlike as himself, and studied from the same great book. When the baskets were done, the marked pages all read, and the sun began to draw his rosy curtains round him before smiling "good night," Nelly ranged the green beds round the room, Tony put in the screens, and the hospital was ready. The little nurse was so excited that she could hardly eat her supper, and directly afterwards ran up to tell Will how well she had succeeded with the first part of her enterprise. Now brother Will was a brave young officer, who had fought stoutly and done his duty like a man, but when lying weak and wounded at home, the cheerful courage which had led him safely through many dangers seemed to have deserted him, and he was often gloomy, sad, or fretful, because he longed to be at his post again, and time passed very slowly. This troubled his mother, and made Nelly wonder why he found lying in a pleasant room so much harder than fighting battles or making weary marches. Anything that interested and amused him was very welcome, and when Nelly, climbing on the arm of his sofa, told her plans, mishaps, and successes, he laughed out more heartily than he had done for many a day, and his thin face began to twinkle with fun as it used to do so long ago. That pleased Nelly, and she chatted like any affectionate little magpie, till Will was really interested, for when one is ill, small things amuse. "Do you expect your patients to come to you, Nelly?" he asked. "No, I shall go and look for them. I often see poor things suffering in the garden and the wood, and always feel as if they ought to be taken care of, as people are. You won't like to carry insane bugs, lame toads, and convulsive kittens in your hands, and they would not stay on a stretcher if you had one. You should have an ambulance and be a branch of the Sanitary Commission," said Will. Nelly had often heard the words, but did not quite understand what they meant, so Will told her of that great never-failing charity, to which thousands owe their lives, and the child listened with lips apart, eyes often full, and so much love and admiration in her heart that she could find no words in which to tell it. When her brother paused, she said earnestly, "Yes, I will be a sanitary. This little cart of mine shall be my ambulance, and I'll never let my water barrels go empty, never drive too fast, or be rough with my poor passengers, like some of the men you tell me about. Does this look like an ambulance, Will?" "Not a bit, but it shall, if you and Mamma like to help me. I want 4 long bits of cane, a square of white cloth, some pieces of thin wood, and the gum pot," said Will, sitting up to examine the little cart, feeling like a boy again as he took out his knife and began to whittle. Upstairs and downstairs ran Nelly till all necessary materials were collected, and almost breathlessly she watched her brother arch the canes over the cart, cover them with the cloth, and fit an upper shelf of small compartments, each lined with cotton wool to serve as beds for wounded insects. lest they should hurt one another or jostle out. The lower part was left free for any larger creatures which Nelly might find. Among her toys she had a tiny cask which only needed a peg to be watertight. This was filled and fitted in before, because, as the small sufferers needed no seats, there was no place for it behind, and, as Nelly was both horse and driver, it was more convenient in front. On each side of it stood a box of stores. In one were minute rollers, as bandages are called, a few bottles, not yet filled, and a wee doll's jar of cold cream, because Nelly could not feel that her outfit was complete without a medicine chest. The other box was full of crumbs, bits of sugar, bird seed, and grains of wheat and corn, lest any famished stranger should die for want of food before she got it home. Then Mamma painted U.S. San Com in bright letters on the cover, and Nelly received her charitable plaything with a long sigh of satisfaction. 9 o'clock already. Bless me, what a short evening this has been, exclaimed Will, as Nelly came to give him her good-night kiss. And such a happy one, she answered. Thank you very, very much, dear Will. I only wish my little ambulance was big enough for you to go in. I'd so like to give you the first ride. Nothing I should like better, if it were possible, though I've a prejudice against ambulances in general. But as I cannot ride, I'll try and hop out to your hospital tomorrow, and see how you get on. Which was a great deal for Captain Will to say, because he had been too listless to leave his sofa for several days. That promise sent Nelly happily away to bed, only stopping to pop her head out of the window to see if it was likely to be a fair day tomorrow, and to tell Tony about the new plan as he passed below. "Where shall you go to look for your first load of sick folks, miss?" he asked. "All round the garden first, then through the grove, and home across the brook." "Do you think I can find any patients so?" said Nelly. "I know you will. Good night, miss," and Tony walked away with a merry look on his face that Nelly could not have understood if she had seen it. Up rose the sun bright and early, and up rose Nurse Nelly almost as early and as bright. Breakfast was taken in a great hurry, and before the dew was off the grass this branch of the S.C. was all astir. Papa, Mamma, big brother and baby sister, men and maids, all looked out to see the funny little ambulance depart, and nowhere in all the summer fields was there a happier child than Nelly, as she went smiling down the garden path, where tall flowers kissed her as she passed, and every blithe bird seemed singing a good speed. "How I wonder what I shall find first," she thought, looking sharply on all sides as she went. Crickets chirped, grasshoppers leaped, ants worked busily at their subterranean houses, spiders spun shining webs from twig to twig, bees were coming for their bags of gold, and butterflies had just begun their holiday. A large white one alighted on the top of the ambulance, walked over the inscription as if spelling it letter by letter, then floated away from flower to flower, like one carrying the good news far and wide. "Now everyone will know about the hospital and be glad to see me coming," thought Nelly, and indeed it seemed so, for just then a blackbird, sitting on the garden wall, burst out with a song full of musical joy. Nelly's kitten came running after to stare at the wagon and rub her soft side against it. A bright-eyed toad looked out from his cool bower among the lily leaves, and at that minute Nelly found her first patient. In one of the dewy cobwebs hanging from a shrub near by sat a fat, black and yellow spider, watching a fly whose delicate wings were just caught in the net. The poor fly buzzed pitifully, and struggled so hard that the whole web shook. But the more he struggled, the more he entangled himself, and the fierce spider was preparing to descend that it might weave a shroud about its prey, when a little finger broke the threads and lifted the fly safely into the palm of a hand, where he lay faintly humming his thanks. Nelly had heard much about contrabands, knew who they were, and was very much interested in them. So, when she freed the poor black fly, she played he was her contraband, and felt glad that her first patient was one that needed help so much. Carefully brushing away as much of the web as she could, she left small Pompey, as she named him, to free his own legs, lest her clumsy fingers should hurt him. Then she laid him in one of the soft beds with a grain or two of sugar if he needed refreshment, and bade him rest and recover from his fright, remembering that he was at liberty to fly away whenever he liked, because she had no wish to make a slave of him. Feeling very happy over this new friend, Nelly went on singing softly as she walked, and presently she found a pretty caterpillar dressed in brown fur, although the day was warm. He lay so still she thought him dead, till he rolled himself into a ball as she touched him. "I think you are either faint from the heat of this thick coat of yours, or that you are going to make a cocoon of yourself, Mr. Fuzz," said Nelly. "Now I want to see you turn into a butterfly, so I shall take you, and if you get lively again I will let you go. I shall play that you have given out on a march, as the soldiers sometimes do, and been left behind for the sanitary people to see to." In went sulky Mr. Fuzz, and on trundled the ambulance till a golden green rose beetle was discovered, lying on its back kicking as if in a fit. "Dear me, what shall I do for him?" thought Nelly. "He acts as baby did when she was so ill, and mamma put her in a warm bath. I haven't got my little tub here, or any hot water, and I'm afraid the beetle would not like it if I had. Perhaps he has pain in his stomach. I'll turn him over, and pat his back, as nurse does babies when she cries for pain like that." She set the beetle on his legs, and did her best to comfort him, but he was evidently in great distress, for he could not walk, and instead of lifting his emerald overcoat, and spreading the wings that lay underneath, he turned over again, and kicked more violently than before. Not knowing what to do, Nelly put him into one of her soft nests for Tony to cure if possible. She found no more patients in the garden except a dead bee, which she wrapped in a leaf, and took home to bury. When she came to the grove, it was so green and cool she longed to sit and listen to the whisper of the pines, and watch the larch tassels wave in the wind. But, recollecting her charitable errand, she went rustling along the pleasant path till she came to another patient, over which she stood considering several minutes before she could decide whether it was best to take it to her hospital. Because it was a little gray snake, with a bruised tail, she knew it would not hurt her, yet she was afraid of it. She thought it pretty, yet could not like it. She pitied its pain, yet shrunk from helping it, for it had a fiery eye, and a keen quivering tongue, that looked as if longing to bite. "He is a rebel. I wonder if I ought to be good to him," thought Nelly, watching the reptile writhe with pain. Will said there were sick rebels in his hospital, and one was very kind to him. It says, too, in my little book, "Love your enemies." I think snakes are mine, but I guess I'll try and love him because God made him. Some boy will kill him if I leave him here, and then perhaps his mother will be very sad about it. Come, poor worm, I wish to help you, so be patient, and don't frighten me." Then Nelly laid her little handkerchief on the ground, and with a stick gently lifted the wounded snake upon it, and, folding it together, laid it in the ambulance. She was thoughtful after that, and so busy puzzling her young head about the duty of loving those who hate us, and being kind to those who are disagreeable or unkind, that she went through the rest of the wood quite forgetful of her work. A soft "queak, queak" made her look up and listen. The sound came from the long meadow grass, and, bending it carefully back, she found a half-fledged bird, with one wing trailing on the ground, and its eyes dim with pain or hunger. "You darling thing, did you fall out of your nest and hurt your wing?" cried Nelly, looking up into the single tree that stood near by. No nest was to be seen, no parent birds hovered overhead, and little Robin could only tell its troubles in that mournful "queak, queak, queak." Nelly ran to get both her chests, and, sitting down beside the bird, tried to feed it. To her great joy it ate crumb after crumb, as if it were half starved, and soon fluttered nearer with a confiding fearlessness that made her very proud. Soon baby Robin seemed quite comfortable. His eye brightened. He queeked no more, and but for the drooping wing would have been himself again. With one of her bandages Nelly bound both wings closely to his sides for fear he should hurt himself by trying to fly, and though he seemed amazed at her proceedings, he behaved very well, only staring at her, and ruffling up his few feathers in a funny way that made her laugh. Then she had to discover some way of accommodating her two larger patients so that neither should hurt nor alarm the other. A bright thought came to her after much pondering. Carefully lifting the handkerchief, she pinned the two ends to the roof of the cart, and there swung little Forked Tongue, while Rob lay easily below. By this time Nelly began to wonder how it happened that she found so many more injured things than ever before, but it never entered her innocent head that Tony had searched the wood and meadow before she was up, and laid most of these creatures ready to her hands, that she might not be disappointed. She had not yet lost her faith in fairies, so she fancied they too belonged to her small sisterhood, and presently it did really seem impossible to doubt that the good folk had been at work. Coming to the bridge that crossed the brook, she stopped a moment to watch the water ripple over the bright pebbles, the ferns bend down to drink, and the funny tadpoles frolicked in quieter nooks where the sun shone, and the dragonflies swung among the rushes. When Nelly turned to go on, her blue eyes opened wide, and the handle of the ambulance dropped with a noise that caused a stout frog to skip into the water heels over head. Directly in the middle of the bridge was a pretty green tent made of two tall burdock leaves. The stems were stuck into cracks between the boards, the tips were pinned together with a thorn, and one great buttercup nodded in the doorway like a sleepy sentinel. Nelly stared and smiled, listened, and looked about on every side. Nothing was seen but the quiet meadow and the shady grove. Nothing was heard but the babble of the brook and the cheery music of the bobolinks. "Yes," said Nelly softly to herself, "that is a fairy tent, and in it I may find a baby elf sick with whooping cough or scarlet fever. How splendid it would be! Only I could never nurse such a dainty thing." Stooping eagerly, she peeped over the buttercup's drowsy head, and saw what seemed a tiny cock of hay. She had no time to feel disappointed, for the haycock began to stir, and, looking nearer, she beheld two silvery gray mites, who wagged wee tails, and stretched themselves as if they had just waked up. Nelly knew that they were young field mice, and rejoiced over them, feeling rather relieved that no fairy had appeared, though she still believed them to have had a hand in the matter. "I shall call the mice my babes in the wood, because they are lost and covered up with leaves," said Nelly, as she laid them in her snuggest bed, where they nestled close together, and fell fast asleep again. Being very anxious to get home, that she might tell her adventures, and show how great was the need of a sanitary commission in that region, Nelly marched proudly up the avenue, and, having displayed her load, hurried to the hospital, where another applicant was waiting for her. On the step of the door lay a large turtle, with one claw gone, and on his back was pasted a bit of paper, with his name, "Commodore Waddle, U.S.N." Nelly knew this was a joke of Will's, but welcomed the ancient mariner, and called Tony to help her get him in. All that morning they were very busy settling the newcomer, for both people and books had to be consulted before they could decide what diet and treatment was best for each. The winged contraband had taken Nelly at her word, and flown away on the journey home. Little Rob was put in a large cage, where he could use his legs, yet not injure his lame wing. Forked Tongue lay under a wire cover, on sprigs of fennel, for the gardener said that snakes were fond of it. The babes in the wood were put to bed in one of the rush baskets, under a cotton wool coverlet. Greenback, the beetle, found ease for his unknown aches in the warm heart of a rose, where he sunned himself all day. The Commodore was made happy in a tub of water, grass, and stones, and Mr. Fuzz was put in a well-ventilated glass box to decide whether he would be a cocoon or not. Tony had not been idle while his mistress was away, and he showed her the hospital garden he had made close by, in which were cabbage, nettle, and mignonette plants for the butterflies, flowering herbs for the bees, chickweed and hemp for the birds, catnip for the pussies, and plenty of room left for whatever other patients might need. In the afternoon, while Nelly did her task at lint picking, talking busily to Will as she worked, and interesting him in her affairs, Tony cleared a pretty spot in the grove for the burying ground, and made ready some small bits of slate on which to write the names of those who died. He did not have it ready an hour too soon, for at sunset 2 little graves were needed, and Nurse Nelly shed tender tears for her first losses as she laid the motherless mice in one smooth hollow, and the gray-coated rebel in the other. She had learned to care for him already, and when she found him dead, was very glad she had been kind to him, hoping that he knew it, and died happier in her hospital than all alone in the shadowy wood. The rest of Nelly's patients prospered, and of the many added afterward few died, because of Tony's skillful treatment and her own faithful care. Every morning when the day proved fair, the little ambulance went out upon its charitable errand. Every afternoon Nelly worked for the human sufferers whom she loved, and every evening Brother Will read aloud to her from useful books, showed her wonders with his microscope, or prescribed remedies for the patients, whom he soon knew by name and took much interest in. It was Nelly's holiday, but, though she studied no lessons, she learned much, and unconsciously made her pretty play both an example and a rebuke for others. At first it seemed a childish pastime, and people laughed, but there was something in the familiar words sanitary, hospital, and ambulance that made them pleasant sounds to many ears. As reports of Nelly's work went through the neighborhood, other children came to see and copy her design. Rough lads looked ashamed when in her wards they found harmless creatures hurt by them, and going on they said among themselves, "We won't stone birds, chase butterflies, and drown the girls' little cats any more, though we won't tell them so." And most of the lads kept their word so well that people said there had never been so many birds before as all that summer haunted wood and field. Tender-hearted playmates brought their pets to be cured. Even busy farmers had a friendly word for the small charity, which reminded them so sweetly of the great one which should never be forgotten. Lonely mothers sometimes looked out with wet eyes as the little ambulance went by, recalling thoughts of absent sons who might be journeying painfully to some far-off hospital, where brave women waited to tend them with hands as willing, hearts as tender, as those the gentle child gave to her self-appointed task. At home the charm worked, also. No more idle days for Nelly, or fretful ones for Will, because the little sister would not neglect the helpless creatures so dependent upon her, and the big brother was ashamed to complain after watching the patience of these lesser sufferers, and merrily said he would try to bear his own wound as quietly and bravely as the Commodore bore his. Nelly never knew how much good she had done Captain Will till he went away again in the early autumn. Then he thanked her for it, and though she cried for joy and sorrow she never forgot it, because he left something behind him which always pleasantly reminded her of the double success her little hospital had won. When Will was gone, and she prayed softly in her heart that God would keep him safe and bring him home again, she dried her tears and went away to find comfort in the place where he had spent so many happy hours with her. She had not been there before that day, and when she reached the door she stood quite still and wanted very much to cry again, for something beautiful had happened. She had often asked Will for a motto for her hospital, and he had promised to find her one. She thought he had forgotten it, but even in the hurry of that busy day he had found time to do more than keep his word, while Nelly sat indoors, lovingly brightening the tarnished buttons on the blue coat that had seen so many battles. Above the roof, where the doves cooed in the sun, now rustled a white flag with the golden SC shining on it as the wind tossed it to and fro. Below, on the smooth panel of the door, a skilful pencil had drawn two arching ferns, in whose soft shadow, poised upon a mushroom, stood a little figure of Nurse Nelly, and underneath it another of Dr. Tony bottling medicine, with spectacles upon his nose. Both hands of the miniature Nelly were outstretched, as if beckoning to a train of insects, birds and beasts, which was so long that it not only circled round the lower rim of this fine sketch, but dwindled in the distance to mere dots and lines. Such merry conceits as one found there! A mouse bringing the tail it had lost in some cruel trap, a door bug with a shade over its eyes, an invalid butterfly carried in a tiny litter by long-legged spiders, a fat frog with gouty feet hopping upon crutches, Jenny Wren sobbing in a nice handkerchief, as she brought dear dead Cock Robin to be restored to life, rabbits, lambs, cats, calves, and turtles, all came trooping up to be healed by the benevolent little maid who welcomed them so heartily. Nelly laughed at these comical mites till the tears ran down her cheeks, and thought she never could be tired of looking at them, but presently she saw 4 lines clearly printed underneath her picture, and her childish face grew sweetly serious as she read the words of a great poet, which Will had made both compliment and motto. He prayeth best who loveth best all things, both great and small, for the dear God who loveth us, He made and loveth all. End of section 2.
Section 3 of the Junior Classics, Volume 6, Old-Fashioned Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter. The Junior Classics, Volume 6, Old-Fashioned Tales, Section 3, A Fox and a Raven by Rebecca H. Davis. A raven, sitting high up on a limb, had a fine piece of cheese. He was just going to enjoy it, when along came Mr. Fox. Now the fox wanted the cheese, and he knew he could not catch the raven. So he began to flatter the raven's croaking voice, and to beg the raven for one of his sweet songs. At last the poor raven, silly with flattery, opened his mouth to sing, when lo, the cheese dropped to the ground, and off ran the wily fox with the stolen treasure in his mouth. The raven flew away, and never was heard of again. Donny was a king's daughter. She had heard her father talk of the battles into which he had led his mighty warriors, and of how all the world that she knew had once been his, from the hills behind which the sun rose to the broad rushing river where it set. Now all of this account was strictly true. But the king, as he talked, wore no clothes, but a muddy pair of cotton trousers, and sat on a log in the sun, a pig rooting about his bare feet. Black Joe, going by, called him a lazy old redskin, and that was true too. But these differing accounts naturally confused Donny's mind. When the old chief was dead, however, there was an end of all talk of his warriors or battles. A large part of the land was left, though, a long stretch of river bottom and forests, but with very little swamp. Donny's brother, Ustoga, when he was in a good humour, planted and hoed a field of corn, as he had no wife to do it for him, and, with a little fish and game, they managed to find enough to eat. Ustoga and the little girl lived in a hut built of logs and mud, and, as the floor of it had never been scrubbed, the grass actually began to grow out of the dirt in the corners. There was a log smouldering on the hearth, where Donny baked cakes of pounded corn and beans in the ashes, and on the other side of the dark room was the heap of straw where she slept. Besides this, there were 2 hacked stumps of trees, which served for chairs, and an iron pot out of which they ate. And there you have the royal plenishings of that palace. All the other Indians had long ago gone west. Donnie had nothing and nobody to play with. She was as easily scared as a rabbit, yet sometimes, when Oostoga was gone for days together, she was so lonely that she would venture down through the swamp to peep out at the water-mill and the 2 or 3 houses which the white people had built. The miller of all the white people was one that she liked best to watch. He was so big and round and jolly, and one day, when he had met her in the path, he did not call her Injun or red nigger, as the others did, but had said, "Where's your brother, my dear?" just as if she were white. She saw sometimes his 2 little girls and boy playing about the mill door, and they were round and fat and jolly, just like their father. At last, one day Oostoga went down to the mill, and Donnie plucked up her courage and followed him. When she was there, hiding close behind the trough in which the horses were watered, so that nobody could see her, she heard the miller say to her brother, "You ought to go to work to clear your land, my lad. In 2 years there'll be hundreds of people moving in here, and you own the best part of the valley." Oostoga nodded. "The whole country once belonged to my people." "That's neither here nor there," said the miller. "Dead chickens don't count for hatching. You go to work now and clear your land, and you can sell it for enough to give you and this little girl behind the trough an education, enough to give you both a chance equal to any white children." Oostoga nodded again, but said nothing. He was shrewd enough, and could work too, when he was in the humor. "Come, Donnie," he said. But the miller's little Thad and Jenny had found Donnie behind the trough, and the 3 were making a nettle basket together, and were very well acquainted already. "Let the child stay till you come back from fishing, Oostoga," said the miller. So Donnie stayed all the afternoon. Jenny and Betty rolled and shouted, and could not talk fast enough with delight because they had this new little girl to play with. And Thad climbed all the trees, as Jenny said, to show off, and Betty tumbled into the trough head over heels and was taken out dripping. Donnie was very quiet, but it was to her as if the end of the world had come. All this was so happy and wonderful, she had never had anybody to play with before. Then, when Betty was carried in to be dried and dressed, there was too the bright, cheerful room, with a lovely blue carpet on the floor, and a white spread on the bed with fringe, and red dahlias that shone in the sun, putting their heads in at the window. Betty's mother did not scold when she took her wet clothes off, but said some funny things which made them laugh. She looked at Donnie now and then, standing with her little hands clasped behind her back. "Does your mother never wash or dress you, Donnie?" said Betty. "She is dead," said Donnie. Betty's mother did not say any more funny things after that. When she had finished dressing Betty to the tying of her shoes, she called the little Indian girl up to her. "What can you do?" she said. "Sew? Make moccasins?" She had the pleasantest voice, and Donnie was not at all afraid. "I can sew, I can make baskets," she said. "I am going to make a basket for every one of you." "Very well, you can have a tea party, Jenny, out of doors." Then she opened up a cupboard. "Here are the dishes," taking out a little box, "and bread, jam, milk, sugar, and candy." "Candy!" cried Betty, rushing out to tell Thad. "Candy! Hooray!" shouted Thad. For there are no shops out in that wild country where a boy can run for a stick of lemon or gumdrops every time he gets a penny. It was very seldom that Thad or Betty could have a taste of those red and white bull's eyes, which their mother now took out of the jar in the locked cupboard. They knew she brought it out to please the little Indian girl, whose own mother was dead. Jenny set the table for the tea party under a big oak. There was a flat place on one of the round roots that rose out of the moss, which was the very thing for a table. So there she spread the little white and gold plates, and cups and saucers, with a meat dish, every bit as large as your hand, in the middle, full of candy. The milk, of course, was put in the pot for coffee, and set on 3 dead leaves to boil, and Jenny allowed Donnie to fill the jam dishes herself, with her own hands. Donnie could hardly get her breath as she did it. When they were all ready they sat down. The sun shone and the wind was blowing, and the water of the mill race flushed and gurgled as it went by, and a song sparrow perched himself on a fence close to them and sang and sang. just as if he knew what was going on. "He wants to come to the party," said Betty. And then they all laughed. Donnie laughed too. The shining plates just fitted into the moss, and there was a little pitcher, the round-bellied part of which was covered with sand, while the handle and top were, Jenny said, of solid gold. That was put in the middle of all. Donnie did not think it was like fairyland or heaven, because she had never in her life heard of fairyland or heaven. She had never seen anything but her own filthy hut, with its iron pot and wooden spoons. When it was all over, the children's mother, Donnie felt as if she were her mother too, called her in, and took out of that same cupboard a roll of the loveliest red calico. "Now, Donnie," she said, "if you make yourself a dress of this, I will give you this box." And she opened a box, just like Jenny's. Inside, packed in thin slips of paper, was a set of dishes, pure white, with the tiniest rosebud in the middle of each. Cups, saucers, meat dish, coffee pot, and all. And below all, a pitcher, with sand on the bottom brown, but the top and handle of solid gold. Donnie went back to the hut, trotting along beside Ústega, a roll of calico under her arm, and the next day she cut it out into a slip and began to sew. Ústega was at work all day cutting down dead trees. When he came in at night, Donnie said, "If you sold the land for much money, could we have a home like the Millers?" Ústega was as much astonished as if a chicken had asked him a question, but he said yes. "Would I be like Jenny and Betty?" "You're a chief's daughter," grunted Ústega. One day in the next week she went down to the river, far in the woods, and took a bath, combing her long straight black hair down her shoulders. Then she put on her new dress and went down to the miller's house. It was all very quiet, for the children were not there, but their mother came to the door. She laughed out loud with pleasure when she saw Donnie. The red dress was just the right color for her to wear, with her dark skin and black hair. Her eyes were soft and shy, and her bare feet and arms, like most Indian women's, pretty enough to be copied in marble. "You are a good child. You are a very good child. Here are the dishes. I wish the children were at home. Sit right down on the step now and eat a piece of pie." But Donnie could not eat the pie. Her heart was so full. "Hello," called the miller when he saw her. "Why, what a nice girl you are today, Donnie. Your brother's hard at work, eh?" "It will all come right then." Donnie stood around for a long time, afraid to say what she wanted. "What is it?" asked the miller's wife. Donnie managed to whisper if she were to have a party the next day, could the children come to it? And their mother said, "Certainly, in the evening." "Seems as if to be easy to make Christians out of them two. I'm going to do what I can for Donnie," said the miller's wife. It was not so easy for the little red-skinned girl to have a party, for she had neither jam nor bread nor butter, not to mention candy. But she was up very early the next morning, and made tiny cakes of corn, no bigger than your thumbnail. And she went to a hollow tree she knew of and got a cupful of honey, and brought some red haws, and heaps of nuts, hickory and chestnuts. When Ústega had gone, she set out her little dishes under a big oak, and dressed herself in her lovely frock. Though she knew the party could not begin for hours and hours, the brown cakes and honey and scarlet haws were in the white dishes, and the gold pitcher with a big purple flower was in the middle. Donnie sat down and looked at it all. In a year or two, Ústega would build a house like the miller's, and she would have a blue carpet on the floor and a white bed and wear red frocks every day, like Betty. Just then she heard voices talking. Ústega had come back, and sat upon a log, and the trader, who came around once a year, stood beside him, a pack open at his feet. It was this peddler, Hawk, who was talking. "I tell you, Ústegi, the miller's a fool. There's no new settlers coming here, and nobody wants your land. There's hundreds and thousands of acres beyond better than this. You'd better take my offer. Look at that suit." He held up short trousers of blue cloth, worked with colored porcupine quills, and a scarlet mantle glittering with beads of gold fringe. "I don't want it," grunted Ústega. "Sell my land for big pile money." "Oh, very well. I don't want to buy your land. There's thousands of acres to be had for the asking, but there's not such a dress as that in the United States. I had that dress made on purpose for you, Oostogi. I said, 'Make me a dress for the son of a great chief, the handsomest man,' eyeing the lad from head to foot, 'that lives this side of the great water.' Oostoga grunted, but his eyes began to sparkle. 'Here now, Oostogi, just try it on to please me. I'd like to see you dressed like a chief for once.' Oostoga, nothing loth, dropped his dirty blanket, and was soon rigged in the glittering finery, while Hawk nodded in rapt admiration. 'There's not a man in the county, red-skinned or pale-face, but would know you for the son of a great Dinoma. Go look down in the creek, Oostogi.' Oostoga went and came back, walking more slowly. He began to take off his mantle. 'There's a deputation from these northern tribes going this winter to see the Great Father at Washington. If Oostogi had a proper dress he could go, but shall the son of Dinoma come before the Great Father in a torn horse blanket?' 'Your words are too many,' said Oostoga. 'I have made up my mind. I will sell you the land for the clothes.' Donnie came up then, stood directly before him, looking up at him, but she said nothing. It is not the habit of Indian women and children to speak concerning matters of importance. Oostoga pushed her out of the way, and with a trader went into the hut to finish their bargain. In an hour or two her brother came up to Donnie. He had his new clothes and a pack on his back. 'Come,' he said, pointing beyond the great river to the dark woods. 'We will come back here again, Oostoga?' 'No, we will never come back.' Donnie went to the tree, looked down at the party she had made, at the little dishes with a rose on each, but she did not lift one of them up. She took off her pretty dress and laid it beside them, and, going to the hut, put on her old rags again. Then she came out and followed her brother, whose face was turned toward the great dark woods in the west. When the miller's children came to the party that afternoon, a pig was lying on Donnie's red dress, and the dishes were scattered and broken, but the hut was empty. A year afterward, the miller came back from a long journey. After he had kissed and hugged his wife and little ones, he said, 'You remember, wife, how Hawk cheated that poor Indian lad out of his land?' 'Yes, I always said it was the old story of the fox and the foolish raven over again. It was the old story of the white and red man over again. But out in an Indian village I found Donnie, sick and starving.' The miller's wife jumped to her feet. The tears rushed to her eyes. 'What did you do? What did you do?' 'Well, there wasn't but one thing to do, and I did that.' He went out to the wagon and carried in the little Indian girl and laid her on the bed. 'Poor child, where is Oostoga?' The miller shook his head. 'Don't ask any questions about him. The raven flew away to the woods and was never heard of again. Better if that were the end of Oostoga.' Donnie opened her tired eyes, saw the blue carpet and the white bed where she lay, and the red dahlias shining in the sun, and looking in at the window, and beside her were the children and the children's mother smiling down on her with tears in her eyes. End of section 3.
Section 4 of the Junior Classics, Volume 6, Old-Fashioned Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brooke Favorat, www.alongsidemom.com. The Junior Classics, Volume 6, Old-Fashioned Tales, Section 4. The Private Theatricals by Mrs. A.D.T. Whitney. Saturday was a day of hammering, basting, draping, dressing, rehearsing, running from room to room. Upstairs, in Mrs. Green's garret, Leslie Goldthwaite and Dackie Thane, with a third party never before introduced upon the stage, had a private practicing, and at tea-time, when the great hall was cleared, they got up there with Sin Saxon and Frank Sherman, locked the doors, and in costume, with regular accompaniment of bell and curtain, the performance was repeated. Dackie Thane was stage manager and curtain puller. Sin Saxon and Frank Sherman represented audience, with clapping and stamping and laughter that suspended both, making as nearly the noise of 200 as two could. this being an essential part of the rehearsal in respect to the untried nerves of the debutante, which might easily be a little uncertain. "He stands fire like a Yankee veteran." "It's inimitable," said Sin Saxon, wiping the moist merriment from her eyes. "And your cap, Leslie, and that bonnet, and this unutterable old oddity of a gown. Who did contrive it all, and where did they come from? You'll carry off the glory of the evening. It ought to be the last." "No, indeed," said Leslie. "Barbara Fraiche must be last, of course. But I'm so glad you think it will do. I hope they'll be amused." "Amused? If you could only see your own face." "I see Sir Charles's, and that makes mine." The new performer, you perceive, was an actor with a title. That night's coach, driving up while the dress rehearsal of the other tableau was going on at the hall, brought Cousin Delight to the green cottage, and Leslie met her at the door. Sunday morning was a pause and rest and hush of beauty and joy. They sat, Delight and Leslie, by their open window, where the smell of the lately harvested hay came over from the wide, sunshiny entrance of the great barn, and away beyond stretched the pine woods, and the hills swelled near in dusky evergreen and indigo shadows, and lessened far down toward Winnipiseogee, to where, faint and tender and blue, the outline of little Ossipee peeped in between great shoulders so modestly, seen only through the clearest air on days like this. Leslie's little table, with fresh white cover, held a vase of ferns and white convolvulus, and beside this, Cousin Delight's 2 books that came out always from the top of her trunk, her Bible and her little daily food. Today the verses from Old and New Testaments were these: "The steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord, and he delighteth in his way. Walk circumspectly, not as fools, but as wise, redeeming the time." They had a talk about the first, the steps, the little details, not merely the general trend and final issue, if, indeed, these could be directed without the other. "You always make me see things, Cousin Delight," Leslie said. "It is very plain," Delight answered. "If people only would read the Bible as they read even a careless letter from a friend, counting each word of value, and searching for more meaning and fresh inference to draw out the most. One word often answers great doubts and askings that have troubled the world." Afterward they walked round by a still wood path under the ledge to the North Village, where there was a service. It was a plain little church with unpainted pews, but the windows looked forth upon a green mountainside, and whispers of oaks and pines and river music crept in, and the breath of sweet water lilies, heaped in a great bowl upon the communion table of common-stained cherry wood, floated up and filled the place. The minister, a quiet, gray-haired man, stayed his foot an instant at that simple altar before he went up the few steps to the desk. He had a sermon in his pocket from the text, "The hairs of your head are all numbered." He changed it at the moment in his mind, and when presently he rose to preach, gave forth, in a tone touched, through the fresh presence of that reminding beauty, with the very spontaneousness of the Master's own saying, "Consider the lilies." And then he told them of God's momently thought and care. There were scattered strangers from various houses among the simple rural congregation. Walking home through the pines again, Delight and Leslie and Dacky Thane found themselves preceded and followed along the narrow way. Sin Saxon and Frank Sherman came up and joined them when the wider openings permitted. 2 persons just in front were commenting upon the sermon. "Very fair for a country parson," said a tall, elegant-looking man, whose broad intellectual brow was touched by dark hair slightly frosted, and whose lip had the curve that betokens self-reliance and strong decision. "Very fair. All the better for not flying too high. Narrow, of course. He seems to think the Almighty has nothing grander to do than to finger every little cog of the tremendous machinery of the universe, that he measures out the ocean of his purposes as we drop a liquid from a phial. To me it seems belittling the infinite." "I don't know whether it is littleness or greatness, Robert, that must escape minutiae," said his companion, apparently his wife. "If we could reach to the particles, perhaps we might move the mountains." "We never agree upon this, Margie. We won't begin again. To my mind, the grand plan of things was settled ages ago, the impulses generated that must needs work on. Foreknowledge and intention, doubtless, in that sense the hairs were numbered. But that there is a special direction and interference today for you and me, Well, we won't argue, as I said, but I never can conceive it so, and I think a wider look at the world brings a question to all such primitive faith." The speakers turned down a side way with this, leaving the ledge path and their subject to our friends. Only to their thoughts at first, but presently Cousin Delight said in a quiet tone to Leslie, "That doesn't account for the steps, does it?" "I'm glad it can't," said Leslie. Dacky Thane turned a look toward Leslie, as if he would gladly know of what she spoke, a look in which a kind of gentle reverence was strangely mingled with the open friendliness. I cannot easily indicate to you the sort of feeling with which the boy had come to regard this young girl. Just above him in years and thought, and in the attitude which true womanhood, young or old, takes toward man. He had no sisters, he had been intimately associated with no girl companions. He had lived with his brother and an uncle and a young Aunt Rose. Leslie Goldthwaite's kindness had drawn him into the sphere of a new and powerful influence, something different in thought and purpose from the apparent unthought about her, and this lifted her up in his regard and enshrined her with a sort of pure sanctity. He was sometimes really timid before her, in the midst of his frank chivalry. "I wish you'd tell me," he said suddenly, falling back with her as the path narrowed again. "What are the steps?" "It was a verse we found this morning, Cousin Delight and I," Leslie answered, and as she spoke the color came up full in her cheeks, and her voice was a little shy and tremulous. "The steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord. That one word seemed to make one certain. Steps, not path, nor the end of it, but all the way." Somehow she was quite out of breath as she finished. Meantime, Sin Saxon and Frank had got with Miss Goldthwaite and were talking too. "Set spinning," they heard Sin Saxon say, "and then let go. That was his idea. Well, only it seems to me there's been especial pains taken to show us it can't be done. Or else, why don't they find out perpetual motion? Everything stops after a while. Unless, I can't talk theologically, but I mean all right. You hit it again." "You've a way of your own of putting things, Asenath," said Frank Sherman, with a glance that beamed kindly and admiringly upon her and her way. "But you've put that clear to me as nobody else ever did. A proof set in the very laws themselves. Momentum that must lessen and lose itself with the square of the distance. The machinery, Cavil, won't do." "Wheels, but a living spirit within the wheels," said Cousin Delight. "Every instant a fresh impulse. To think of it so makes it real, Miss Goldthwaite, and grand and awful." The young man spoke with a strength in the clear voice that could be so light and gay. "And tender, too. Thou layest thine hand upon me," said Delight Goldthwaite. Sin Saxon was quiet, her own thought coming back upon her with a reflective force, and a thrill at her heart at Frank Sherman's words. Had these two only planned tableaux and danced Germans together before? Dacky Thane walked on by Leslie Goldthwaite's side, in his happy content touched with something higher and brighter through that instant's approach and confidence. If I were to write down his thought as he walked, it would be with phrase and distinction peculiar to himself and to the boy mind. "It's the real thing with her. It don't make a fellow squirm like a pin put out at a caterpillar. She's good, but she isn't pious." This was the Sunday that lay between the busy Saturday and Monday. It is always so wherever Cousin Delight is, Leslie Goldthwaite said to herself, comparing it with other Sundays that had gone. Yet she, too, for weeks before, by the truth that had come into her own life and gone out from it, had been helping to make these moments possible. She had been shone upon, and had put forth, henceforth she should scarcely know when the fruit was ripening or sowing itself anew, or the good and gladness of it were at human lips. She was in Mrs. Linsford's room on Monday morning, putting high velvet-covered corks to the heels of her slippers, when Sin Saxon came over hurriedly and tapped at the door. "Could you be two old women?" she asked the instant Leslie opened. "Ginevra Thorsby has given out. She says it's her cold, that she doesn't feel equal to it, but the amount of it is, she got her chill with the Shannons going away so suddenly, and the Amy Robsart and Queen Elizabeth picture being dropped. There was nothing else to put her in, and so she won't be Barbara." "Won't be Barbara Freitchie!" cried Leslie with an astonishment as if it had been angelhood refused. "No, Barbara Freitchie is only an old woman in a cap and kerchief, and she just puts her head out of a window. The flag is the whole of it, Ginevra Thorsby says. May I do it? Do you think I can be different enough in the two? Will there be time? Leslie questioned eagerly. We'll change the program and put taking the oath between. The caps can be different, and you can powder your hair for one, and would it do to ask Miss Cradock for a front for the other? Sin Saxon had grown delicate in her feeling for the dear old friend whose hair had once been golden. I'll tell her about it and ask her to help me contrive. She'll be sure to think of anything that can be thought of. Only there's the dance afterward, and you had so much more costume for the other, Sin Saxon said demurringly. Never mind, I shall be Barbara, and Barbara wouldn't dance, I suppose. Mother Hubbard would, marvelously. Never mind, Leslie answered again, laying down the little slipper, finished. She don't care what she is, so that she helps along, Sin Saxon said of her, rejoining the others in the hall. I'm ashamed of myself and all the rest of you beside her. Now make yourselves as fine as you please. We must pass over the hours as only stories and dreams do, and put ourselves, at 10 of the clock that night, behind the green curtain and the footlights, in the blaze of the 3 rows of bright lamps, that one above the other poured their illumination from the left upon the stage, behind the wide picture frame. Susan Jocelyn and Frank Sherman were just posed for consolation. They had given Susan this part, after all, because they wanted Martha for taking the oath afterward. Leslie Goldthwaite was giving a hasty touch to the tent drapery and the grey blanket. Leonard Brookhouse and Dacky Thane manned the halyards for raising the curtain. There was the usual scuttling about the stage for hasty clearance, and Sin Saxon's hand was on the bell, when Graham Lowe sprang hastily in through the dressing-room upon the scene. "Hold on a minute," he said to Brookhouse. "Miss Saxon, General Ingleside and party are over at Green's. Been there since 9 o'clock. Oughtn't we to send compliments or something before we finish up?" Then there was a pressing forward and an excitement. The wounded soldier sprang from his couch. The nun came nearer, with a quick light in her eye. Leslie Goldthwaite, in her mob cap, quilted petticoat, big flowered calico train, and high-heeled shoes, 2 or 3 supernumeraries in rebel grey with bayonets, coming on in Barbara Fraiche, and Sir Charles bouncing out from somewhere behind, to the great hazard of the frame of lights, huddled together upon the stage and consulted. Dacky Thane had dropped his cord and almost made a rush off at the first announcement, but he stood now, with a repressed eagerness that trembled through every fibre, and waited. Would he come? Isn't it too late? Would it be any compliment? Would it be rude not to? All the patriotic pieces are just coming. Will the audience like to wait? Make a speech and tell him, you, Brookhouse. Oh, he must come. Barbara Fraiche and the flag, just think! Isn't it grand? Oh, I'm so frightened. These were the hurried sentences that made the buzz behind the scenes, while in front all the world wondered. Meanwhile, lamps trembled, the curtain vibrated, the very framework swayed. "What is it? Fire?" queried a nervous voice from near the footlights. "This won't do," said Frank Sherman. "Speak to them, Brookhouse. Dacky Thane, run over to Green's and say, 'The ladies' compliments to General Ingleside and friends, and beg the honour of their presence at the concluding tableau.'" Dacky was off with a glowing face, something like an odd, knowing smile twinkling out from the glow also, as he looked up at Sherman and took his orders. All this while he had said nothing. Leonard Brookhouse made his little speech, received with applause and a cheer. Then they quieted down behind the scenes, and a rustle and buzz began in front. Kept up for 5 minutes or so, in gentle fashion, till 2 gentlemen in plain clothes walked quietly in at the open door, at sight of whom, with instinctive certainty, the whole assembly rose. Leslie Goldthwaite, peeping through the folds of the curtain, saw a tall, grand-looking man, in what may be called the youth of middle age, every inch a soldier, bowing as he was ushered forward to a seat vacated for him, and followed by one younger, who modestly ignored the notice intended for his chief. Dacky Thane was making his way, with eyes alight and excited, down a side passage to his post. Then the 2 actors hurried once more into position. The stage was cleared by a whispered peremptory order, the bell rung once, the tent trembling with someone whisking further out of sight behind it. Twice, and the curtain rose upon Consolation. Lovely as the picture is, it was lovelier in the living tableau. There was something deep and intense in the pale calm of Susan Jocelyn's face, which they had not counted on even when they discovered that hers was the very face for the sister. Something made you thrill at the thought of what those eyes would show if the downcast, quiet lids were raised. The earnest gaze of the dying soldier meant more, perhaps, in its uplifting, for Frank Sherman had a look, in this instant of enacting, that he had never got before in all his practisings. The picture was too real for applause. Almost, it suddenly seemed, for representation. "Don't I know that face, Noel?" General Ingleside asked in a low tone of his companion. Instead of answering at once, the younger man bent further forward toward the stage, and his own very plain, broad, honest face, full over against the downcast one of the Sister of Mercy, took upon itself that force of magnetic expression which makes a look felt even across a crowd of other glances, as if there were but one straight line of vision, and that between such two. The curtain was going slowly down, the veiling lids trembled, and the paleness replaced itself with a slow-mounting flush of color over the features, still held motionless. They let the cords run more quickly then. She was getting tired, they said. The curtain had been up too long. Be that as it might, nothing could persuade Susan Jocelyn to sit again, and consolation could not be repeated. So then came Mother Hubbard and her dog, the slow old lady and the knowing beast that was always getting one step ahead of her. The possibility had occurred to Leslie Goldthwaite, as she and Dacky Thane amused themselves one day with Captain Green's sagacious Sir Charles Grandison, a handsome black spaniel, whose trained accomplishment was to hold himself patiently in any posture in which he might be placed until the word of release was given. You might stand him on his hind legs, with paws folded on his breast. You might extend him on his back, with helpless legs in air. You might put him in any attitude possible to be maintained, and maintain it he would, faithfully, until the signal was made. From this prompting came the illustration of Mother Hubbard. Also, Leslie Goldthwaite had seized the hidden suggestion of application and hinted it in certain touches of costume and order of performance. Nobody would think, perhaps, at first, that the striped scarlet and white petticoat under the tucked-up train, or the common print apron of dark blue, figured with innumerable little white stars, meant anything beyond the ordinary adjuncts of a traditional old woman's dress. But when, in the second scene, the bonnet went on, an ancient marvel of exasperated front and crown, pitched over the forehead like an enormous helmet, and decorated upon the side next to the audience with black and white eagle plumes spreading straight up from the fastening of an American shield. Above all, when the dog himself appeared, dressed in his clothes, a cane, an all-round white collar, and a natty little tie, a pair of $3 tasseled kid gloves dangling from his left paw, and a small monitor hat with a big spread eagle stuck above the brim, the remaining details of costume being of no consequence. When he stood, reading the news from a huge bulletin, latest by cable from Europe, nobody could mistake the personification of old and young America. It had cost much pains and many dainty morsels to drill Sir Charles, with all the aid of his excellent fundamental education, and the great fear had been that he might fail them at the last, but the scenes were rapid in consideration of canine infirmity. If the cupboard was empty, Mother Hubbard's basket behind was not. He got his morsels duly, and the audience was requested to refrain from applause until the end. Refrain from laughter they could not, as the idea dawned upon them and developed. But Sir Charles was used to that in the execution of his ordinary tricks. He could hardly have done without it better than any other old actor. A dog knows when he is having his day, to say nothing of doing his duty, and these things are as sustaining to him as to anybody. This state of his mind, manifest in his air, helped also to complete the young America expression. Mother Hubbard's mingled consternation and pride at each successive achievement of her astonishing puppy were inimitable. Each separate illustration made its point. Patriotism, especially, came in when the undertaker, bearing the pall with red-lettered border, Rebellion, finds the dog with upturned, knowing eye and parted jaws, suggestive as much of a good grip as of laughter, half risen upon forepaws, as far from dead as ever, mounting guard over the old bone Constitution. The curtain fell at last, amid peals of applause and calls for the actors. Dacky Thane had accompanied with the reading of the ballad, slightly transposed and adapted. As Leslie led Sir Charles before the curtain, in response to the continued demand, he added the concluding stanza. The dame made a courtesy, the dog made a bow. The dame said, "Your servant," the dog said, "Bow wow," which, with a suppressed "Speak, sir," from Frank Sherman, was brought properly to pass. Done with cleverness and quickness from beginning to end, and taking the audience utterly by surprise, Leslie's little combination of wit and sagacity had been throughout a signal success. The actors crowded round her. "We'd no idea of it! Capital! A great hit!" they exclaimed. "Mother Hubbard is the star of the evening," said Leonard Brookhouse. "No, indeed," returned Leslie, patting Sir Charles's head. "This is the dog-star." "Rather a serious reflection upon the rest of us," rejoined Brookhouse, shrugging his shoulders, as he walked off to take his place in The Oath, and Leslie disappeared to make ready for Barbara Frietchie. Several persons before and behind the curtain were making up their minds, just now, to a fresh opinion. There was nothing so very slow or tame, after all, about Leslie Goldthwaite. Several others had known that long ago. Taking the oath was piquant and spirited. The touch of restive scorn that could come out on Martha Jocelyn's face just suited her part, and Leonard Brookhouse was very cool and courteous, and handsome and gentlemanly triumphant as the Union officer. Barbara Frietchie was grand. Graham Lowe played Stonewall Jackson. They had improvised a pretty bit of scenery at the back, with a few sticks, some paint, brown carpet paper, and a couple of mosquito bars, a Dutch gable with a lattice window, vines trained up over it, and bushes below. It was a moving tableau, enacted to the reading of Whittier's glorious ballad. Only an old woman in a cap and kerchief, putting her head out at a garret window. That was all, but the fire was in the young eyes under the painted wrinkles and the snowy hair. The arm stretched itself out quick and bravely at the very instant of the pistol shot that startled timid ears. One skilful movement detached and seized the staff in its apparent fall, and the Liberty colors flashed full in rebel faces, as the broken lower fragment went clattering to the stage. All depended on the one instant action and expression. These were perfect. The very spirit of Barbara stirred her representative. The curtain began to descend slowly, and the applause broke forth before the reading ended. But a hand, held up, hushed it till the concluding lines were given in thrilling tones as the tableau was covered from sight. Barbara Frietchie's work is o'er, and the rebel rides on his raids no more. Honor to her, and let a tear fall for her sake on Stonewall's bier. Over Barbara Frietchie's grave, flag of freedom and union wave. Peace and order and beauty draw round thy symbol of light and law. And ever the stars above look down on thy stars below in Frederick town. Then one great cheer broke forth and was prolonged to 3. Not be Barbara Frietchie! Leslie would have missed that thrill for the finest beauty part of all, for the applause. That was for the flag, of course, as Ginevra Thorsby said. The benches were slid out at a window upon a lower roof, the curtain was looped up, and the footlights carried away. The music came up and took possession of the stage, and the audience hall resolved itself into a ballroom. Under the chandelier, in the middle, a tableau not set forth in the programme was rehearsed and added a few minutes after. Mrs. Thorsby, of course, had been introduced to the General. Mrs. Thorsby, with her bright, full grey curls and her handsome figure, stood holding him in conversation between introductions, graciously waiving her privilege as newcomers claimed their modest word. Mrs. Thorsby took possession, had praised the tableau as quite creditable, really, considering the resources we had, and was following a slight lead into a long talk of information and advice on her part, about Dixville Notch. The General thought he should go there, after a day or two at Outledge. Just here came up Dacky Thane. The actors, in costume, were gradually mingling among the audience, and Barbara Frietchie, in white hair, from which there was not time to remove the powder, plain cap and kerchief, and brown woolen gown, with her silken flag yet in her hand, came with him. This boy, who was always everywhere, made no hesitation, but walked straight up to the central group, taking Leslie by the hand. Close to the General, he waited courteously for a long sentence of Mrs. Thorsby's to be ended, and then said simply, "Uncle James, this is my friend, Miss Leslie Goldthwaite. My brother, Dr. Ingleside. Why, where's Noel?" Dr. Oliver Ingleside had stepped out of the circle in the last half of the long sentence. The Sister of Mercy, no longer in costume, however, had come down the little flight of steps that led from the stage to the floor. At their foot the young army surgeon was shaking hands with Susan Jocelyn. These two had had the chess practice together, and other practice, down there among the southern hospitals. Mrs. Thorsby's face was very like some fabric subjected to chemical experiment, from which one colour and aspect had been suddenly and utterly discharged to make room for something different and new. Between the first and last there waits a blank. With this blank full upon her, she stood there for one brief, unprecedented instant in her life, a figure without presence or effect. I have seen a daguerreotype in which were cap, hair, and collar quite correct, what should have been a face rubbed out. Mrs. Thoresby rubbed herself out, and so performed her involuntary tableau. "Of course I might have guessed. I wonder it never occurred to me," Mrs. Linsford was replying presently to her vacuous inquiry. "The name seemed familiar, too, only he called himself Dacky. I remember perfectly now. Old Jacob Thane, the Chicago millionaire. He married pretty little Mrs. Ingleside, the Illinois representative's widow. That first winter I was in Washington. Why, Dacky must be a dollar prince." He was just Dacky Thane, though, for all that. He and Leslie and Cousin Delight, the Joslyns and the Inglesides, dear Miss Cradock, hurrying up to congratulate, Marmaduke Warren looking on without a shade of cynicism in the gladness of his face, and Sin Saxon and Frank Sherman flitting up in the pauses of dance and promenade. Well, after all, these were the central group that night. The pivot of the little solar system was changed, but the chief planets made but slight account of that. They just felt that it had grown very warm and bright. "Oh, Chicken Little!" Mrs. Linsford cried to Leslie Goldthwaite, giving her a small shake with her good-night kiss at her door. "How did you know the sky was going to fall? And how have you led us all this chase to cheat Foxlocks at last?" But that wasn't the way Chicken Little looked at it. She didn't care much for the bit of dramatic denouement that had come about by accident. Like a story, Eleanor said, or the touch of poetic justice that tickled Mrs. Linsford's world-instructed sense of fun. Dacky Thane wasn't a sum that needed proving. It was very nice that this famous general should be his uncle, but not at all strange. They were just the sort of people he must belong to, and it was nicest of all that Dr. Ingleside and Susan Jocelyn should have known each other. In the glory of their lives, she phrased it to herself, with a little flash of girl enthusiasm and a vague suggestion of romance. "Why didn't you tell us?" Mrs. Linsford said to Dacky Thane next morning. "Everybody would have—" She stopped. She could not tell this boy to his frank face that everybody would have thought more and made more of him because his uncle had got brave stars on his shoulders, and his father had died leaving $2 million or so of dollars. "I know they would have," said Dacky Thane. "That was just it. What is the use of telling things? I'll wait till I've done something that tells itself." There was a pretty general break-up at Outledge during the week following. The tableaux were the finale of the season's gaiety, of this particular little episode at least, which grew out of the association together of these personages of our story. There might come a later set and later doings, but this last week of August sent the mere summer birds fluttering. Madame Ruth must be back in New York to prepare for the reopening of her school. Mrs. Linsford had letters from her husband, proposing to meet her by the 1st and so the Haddens would be off. The Thoresbys had stayed as long as they cared to in any one place where there seemed no special inducement. General Ingleside was going through the mountains to Dixville Notch. Rose Ingleside, bright and charming as her name, just a fit flower to put beside Our Lady's delight, finding out at once, as all girls and women did, her sweetness, and leaning more and more to the rare and delicate sphere of her quiet attraction. Oliver and Dacky Thane, these were his family party, but there came to be question about Leslie and Delight. Would not they make 6? And since Mrs. Linsford and her sisters must go, it seemed so exactly the thing for them to fall into. Otherwise Miss Goldthwaite's journey hither would hardly seem to have been worth while. Early September was so lovely among the hills. Opportunities for a party to Dixville Notch would not come every day. In short, Dacky had set his heart upon it. Rose begged. The general was as pressing as true politeness would allow, and it was settled. "Only," Sin Saxon said suddenly on being told, "I should like if you would tell me, General Ingleside, the precise military expression synonymous with taking the wind out of one's sails, because that's just what you've done for me." "My dear Miss Saxon, in what way?" "Invited my party, some of them, and taken my road. That's all. I spoke first, though I didn't speak out loud. See here." And she produced a letter from her mother, received that morning. "Observe the date, if you please, August 24. Your letter reached me yesterday, and it had travelled round as usual 2 days in Papa's pocket beside. I always allow for that. I quite approve your plan, provided, as you say, the party be properly matronized. That refers to little explanations of my own. Well, all is, I was going to do this very thing, with enlargements, and now Miss Cradock and I may collapse. Why, when with you and your enlargements we might make the most admirable combination. At least the Dixville Road is open to all. Very kind of you to say so, the first part I mean, if you could possibly have helped it, but there are insurmountable obstacles on that Dixville Road, to us. There's a lion in the way. Don't you see, we should be like the little ragged boys running after the soldier company? We couldn't think of putting ourselves in that bony light, especially before the eyes of Mrs. Grundy. This last as Mrs. Thorsby swept impressively along the piazza in full dinner costume. "Unless you go first and we run after you," suggested the General. "All the same, you talked Dixville to her the very first evening, you know. No, nobody can have an original Dixville idea any more. And I've been asking them, the Joslyns and Mr. Warren and all, and was just coming to the Goldthwaits, and now I've got them on my hands, and I don't know where in the world to take them. That comes of keeping an inspiration to ripen. Well, it's a lesson of wisdom. Only as Effie says about her housekeeping, the two dearest things in living are butter and experience." Amidst laughter and banter and repartee, they came to it, of course, the most delightful combination and joint arrangement. 2 wagons, the General's and Dr. Ingleside's 2 saddle horses, Frank Sherman's little mountain mare, that climbed like a cat and was sure-footed as a chamois. These, with a side saddle for the use of a lady sometimes upon the last, make up the general equipment of the expedition. All Mrs. Grundy knew was that they were wonderfully merry and excited together, until this plan came out as the upshot. The Joslyns had not quite consented at once, though their faces were bright with a most thankful appreciation of the kindness that offered them such a pleasure, nay, that entreated their companionship as a thing so genuinely coveted to make its own pleasure complete. Somehow, when the whole plan developed, there was a little sudden shrinking on Sue's part, perhaps on similar grounds to Sin Saxon's perception of insurmountable obstacles, but she was shyer than Sin of putting forth her objections, and the general zeal and delight, and Martha's longing look, unconscious of cause why not, carried the day. There had never been a blither setting off from the giant's cairn. All the remaining guests were gathered to see them go. There was not a mote in the blue air between Outledge and the crest of Washington. All the subtle strength of the hills, oars and sweet waters and resinous perfumes and breath of healing leaf and root distilled to absolute purity in the clear ether that only sweeps from such bare, thunder-scoured summits, made up the exhilarant draught in which they drank the mountain joy and received afar off its baptism of delight. It was beautiful to see the Joslyns so girlish and gay. It was lovely to look at old Miss Cradock, with her little tremors of pleasure and the sudden glistenings in her eyes. Sin Saxon's pretty face was clear and noble, with its pure impulse of kindliness, and her fun was like a sparkle upon deep waters. Dacky Thane rushed about in a sort of general satisfaction which would not let him be quiet anywhere. Outsiders looked with a kind of new, half-jealous respect on these privileged few who had so suddenly become the General's party. Sin Saxon whispered to Leslie Goldthwaite, "It's neither his nor mine, honeysuckle. It's yours. Henny-penny and all the rest of it, as Mrs. Linsford said." Leslie was glad with the crowning gladness of her bright summer. "That girl has played her cards well," Mrs. Thorsby said of her, a little below her voice, as she saw the General himself making her especially comfortable with Cousin Delight in a back seat. "Particularly, my dear madam," said Marmaduke Warren, coming close and speaking with clear emphasis, "as she could not possibly have known that she had a trump in her hand." To tell of all that week's journeying and of Dixville Notch, the adventure, the brightness, the beauty, and the glory, the sympathy of abounding enjoyment, the waking of new life that it was to some of them, the interchange of thought, the cementing of friendships, would be to begin another story, possibly a yet longer one. Leslie's summer, according to the calendar, is already ended. Much in this world must pause unfinished, or come to abrupt conclusion. People die suddenly at last, after the most tedious illnesses. Married and lived happy ever after is the inclusive summary that winds up many an old tale whose time of action only runs through hours. If in this summer-time with Leslie Goldthwaite your thoughts have broadened somewhat with hers, some questions for you have been partly answered. If it has appeared to you how a life enriches itself by drawing toward and going forth into the life of others through seeing how this began with her, it is no unfinished tale that I leave with you. A little picture I will give you farther on, a hint of something farther yet, and say good-bye. Some of them came back to Outledge, and stayed far into the still rich September. Delight and Leslie sat before the green cottage one morning, in the heart of a golden haze and a gorgeous bloom. All around the feet of the great hills lay the garlands of early ripened autumn. You see nothing like it in the lowlands. Nothing like the fire of the maples, the carbuncle splendor of the oaks, the flash of scarlet sumacs and creepers, the illumination of every kind of little leaf. In its own way, upon which the frost touch comes down from those tremendous heights that stand rimy in each morning's sun, trying on white caps that by and by shall pull down heavily over their brows, till they cloak all their shoulders also in the like sculptured folds, to stand and wait, blind, awful chrysalides, through the long winter of their death and silence. Delight and Leslie had got letters from the Joslyns and Dackethane. There was news in them such as thrills always the half-comprehending sympathies of girlhood. Leslie's vague suggestion of romance had become fulfillment. Dackethane was wild with rejoicing that dear old Noel was to marry Sue. She had always made him think of Noel and his ways and likings ever since the day of the game of chess that by his means came to grief. It was awful slang, but he could not help it. It was just the very jolliest go. Susan Jocelyn's quiet letter said, "That kindness which kept us on and made it beautiful for us, strangers at Outledge, has brought to me, by God's providence, this great happiness of my life." After a long pause of trying to take it in, Leslie looked up. "What a summer this has been! So full, so much has happened. I feel as if I had been living such a great deal. You have been living in others' lives. You have had a great deal to do with what has happened. Oh, Cousin Delight, I have only been among it. I could not do, except such a very little. There is a working from us beyond our own, but if our working runs with that—" "You have done more than you will ever know, little one." Delight Goldthwaite spoke very tenderly. Her own life, somehow, had been closely touched through that which had grown and gathered about Leslie. It depends on that abiding, "In me, and I in you, so shall ye bear much fruit." She stopped. She would not say more. Leslie thought her talking rather wide of the first suggestion, but this child would never know, as Delight had said, what a centre, in her simple, loving way, she had been for the working of a purpose beyond her thought. Sinzaxon came across the lawn, crowned with gold and scarlet, trailing creepers twined about her shoulders, and flames of beauty in her full hands. Miss Cradock says she praised God with every leaf she took. I'm afraid I forgot to, for the little ones, but I was so greedy and so busy getting them all for her. Come, Miss Cradock, we've got no end of pressing to do to save half of them. She can't do enough for her, oh Cousin Delight. The leaves are glorified after all. Asenath never was so charming, and she is more beautiful than ever. Delight's glance took in also another face than Asenath's, grown into something in these months that no training or taking thought could have done for it. Yes, she said, in the same still way in which she had spoken before. That comes too. As God wills, all things shall be added. My hint is of a western home, just outside the leaping growth and ceaseless stir of a great western city, a large, low, cozy mansion, with a certain old-world mellowness and rest in its aspect, looking forth, even as it does on one side, upon the illimitable sunset-ward sweep of the magnificent promise of the new, on the other it catches a glimpse, beyond and beside the town, of the calm blue of a freshwater ocean. The place is Ingleside. The General will call it by no other than the family name, the sweet Scottish synonym for home corner, and here, while I have been writing and you reading these pages, he has had them all with him. Oliver and Susan on their bridal journey, which waited for summer-time to come again, though they have been 6 months married. Rose, of course, and Dackethane, home in vacation from a great school where he is studying hard, hoping for West Point by and by. Leslie Goldthwaite, who is Dacky's inspiration still, and our flower, our pansy, our delight, golden-eyed lady of innumerable sweet names. The sweetest and truest of all, says the brave soldier and high-souled gentleman, is that which he has persuaded her to wear for life. Delight Ingleside. End of section 4. Recording by Brooke Favorat.
Section number 5 of the Junior Classics, Volume 6, Old-Fashioned Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shari Forrest. The Junior Classics, Volume 6, Old-Fashioned Tales. A Case of Coincidence by Rose Terry Cooke. She was a queer old lady, was Grandmother Grant. She was not a bit like other grandmothers. She was short and fat and rosy as a winter apple, with a great deal of snow-white hair set up in a big poof on top of her head, and eyes as black as huckleberries, always puckered up with smiles or laughter. She would never wear a cap. "I can't be bothered with 'em," she said. And when Amelia Rutledge, who was determined her grandmother should, as she said, look halfway decent, made her two beautiful little mob caps, soft and fluffy, and each with a big satin bow, one lavender and one white, put on to show where the front was, Grandma never put them on right. The bow was over one ear, or behind, or the cap itself was awry, and in the end she pulled them off and stuck them on a china jar in the parlor, or a tin canister on the kitchen shelf, and left them there till flies and dust ruined them. "Amelia's as obstinate as a pig," said the old lady. "She would have me wear 'em, and I wouldn't." That was all, but it was enough. Not a grandchild ever made her another cap. Moreover, Grandmother Grant always dressed in one fashion. She had a calico dress for morning, and a black silk for the afternoon, made with an old-fashioned surplice waist, and a thick plaited ruff about her throat. She sometimes tied a large white apron on, but only when she went into the kitchen, and she wore a pocket as big as 3 of yours, Matilda, tied on underneath and reached through a slit in her gown. Therein she kept her keys, her smelling bottle, her pocketbook, her handkerchief, and her spectacles, a bit of a flag root, and some licorice stick. I mean, when I say this, that all these things belonged in her pocket, and she meant to keep them there, but it was one peculiarity of the dear old lady that she always lost her necessary conveniences, and lost them every day. "Maria," she would call out to her daughter in the next room, "have you seen my spectacles?" "No, mother. When did you have them?" "5 minutes ago, darning Harry's stockings. But never mind, there's another pair in the basket." In half an hour, when Gertie came into her room for something she needed, Grandmother would say, "Gertie, do look on the floor and see if my specs lie anywhere around." Gertie couldn't find them, and then Grandma would say, "Probably they dropped out on the grass under the window. You can see when you go down, but give me my gold pair out of my upper drawer." And when Mrs. Maria went to call her mother down to dinner, she would find her hunting all about the room, turning her cushions over, peering into the wood basket, shaking out the silk quilt, and say, "What is it you want, mother?" "My specs, dear. I can't find one pair." "But there are 3 on your head now." And Grandma would sit down and laugh until she shook all over, as if it were the best joke in the world to push your spectacles up over the short white curls on your forehead, one pair after another, and forget all about 'em. She mislaid her handkerchief still oftener. Gertie would sometimes pick up 6 of these useful articles in one day, where the old lady dropped them as she went about the house. But the most troublesome of all her habits was a way she had of putting her pocketbook in some queer place every night, or if ever she left home in the daytime, and then utterly forgetting where she had secreted it from the burglars or thieves she had all her life expected. The house she lived in was her own, but Dr. White, who had married her daughter Maria, rented it of her, and the rent paid her board. She had $1,000 a year besides, half of which she reserved for her dress and her charities, keeping the other half for her Christmas gifts to her children and grandchildren. There were 10 of these last, and the 10 always needed something. Gertie White, the doctor's daughter, was 12 years old. She had 3 brothers, Tom, John, and Harry, all older than she was. Mrs. Rutledge, who had been Annie Grant, was a widow with 3 daughters, Sylvia, Amelia, and Anne. These latter 2, now out in society and always glad of new dresses, gloves, bonnets, ribbons, lace, and the 1,000 small fineries girls never have to their full satisfaction. There were Thomas Grant's 2 children of 13 and 15, Rosamond and Kate, and his little boy Hal, crippled in his babyhood so that he must always go on crutches, but as bright and happy as Grandma herself, and her prime favorite. Now, it was Grandma's way to draw her money out of the bank 2 weeks before Christmas and go into Boston with Mrs. White to buy all the things she had previously thought over for these 10 and their parents, and one winter she had made herself all ready to take the 10 o'clock train, and had just taken her pocketbook out of the drawer when she was called downstairs to see a poor woman who had come begging for some clothes for her husband. "Come right upstairs, Mrs. Slack," said Grandma. "I don't have many applications for men's things, so I guess there's a coat of Mr. Grant's put away in the camphor chest, and maybe a vest or so. You sit right down by the fire whilst I go up to the garret and look." It took Grandma some time to find the clothes under all the shawls and blankets in the chest, and when she had given them to Mrs. Slack she had to hurry to the station with her daughter, and the cars being on the track they did not stop to get tickets, but were barely in time to find seats when the train rolled off. The conductor came round in a few minutes, and Grandma put her hand in her pocket, suddenly turned pale, and opened her big satchel and turned out all of its contents, stood up and shook her dress, looked on the floor, and when Mrs. White said in amazement, "What is the matter, Mother?" she answered curtly, "I've lost my pocketbook." "Was it in your pocket?" asked Maria. "Yes, at least I s'pose so. I certainly took it out of my drawer, for I noticed how heavy 'twas. That cashier gave me gold for most of it, you see." "You'd have known if you dropped it on the way, Mother." "I should think so. Anyway, I can't go to Boston without it. We may as well stop at the next station and go back." So back they went, asked at the ticket office if any such thing had been picked up on the platform, and leaving a description of it, went rather forlornly back to the house. Here a terrible upturning of everything took place. Drawers were emptied, cupboards ransacked, trunks explored, even the camphor chest examined to its depths, and everything in it shaken out. "You don't suspect Mrs. Slack?" inquired Maria. "Sally Slack? No, indeed. I've known her 30 year, Maria. She's honest as the daylight." Still, Maria thought it best to send for Mrs. Slack and inquire if she had seen it when she was at the house. Certain," answered the good woman. "I see Miss Grant hev it into her hand when she went up charmber. I hadn't took no notice of it before, but she spoke up and says she, 'I'll go right up now, Miss Slack, for I'm in some of a hurry, bein' that I'm a-goin' in the cars to Bosstown for to buy our folks's Christmas things.' So then I took no notice she had a pocketbook into her hand." This was valuable testimony, and Mrs. Slack's face of honest concern and sympathy showed her innocence in the matter. Next day there was an advertisement put in the paper, for the family concluded Grandma must have dropped her money in the street going to the station. But the advertisement proved as fruitless as the search, and for once in her life the dear old lady was downcast enough. "The first time I never gave 'em a thing on Christmas. I do feel real downhearted about it, Maria. There's Annie's 3 girls lotted so on their gloves and knickknacks for parties this winter, for I was going to give them gold pieces so's they could get what they wanted sort of fresh when they did want it. And poor Gertie's new cloak. Oh, never mind that, Mother. I can sponge and turn and fix over the old one. A plush collar and cuffs will make it all right. But there's the boys. Tom did want that set of tools and a bench for him, and I reckoned on seeing Harry's eyes shine over a real Newfoundland dog. That makes me think. Won't you write to that man in New York? I've changed my mind about the dog, and Jack can't go to Thomas's now for vacation. Oh, dear. Don't worry, Mother, said Maria, but Grandma went on. Kate and Rosie, too, they won't get their seal muffs and caps. And dear little Hal, how he will long for the books I promised him. It's real trying, Maria. And Grandma wiped a tear from her eyes, a most unusual symptom. But it was her way to make the best of things, and she sat down at once to tell Thomas of her loss, and then put it out of her mind as well as she might. It spoke well for all those 10 grandchildren that they each felt far more sorry for Grandmother Grant's disappointment than their own, and all resolved to give her a present much nicer and more expensive than ever before, pinching a little on their other gifts to the end. And because they had to spare from their own presents for this laudable purpose, it was natural enough that not one should tell another what they meant to send her, lest it should seem too extravagant in proportion to what the rest of the family received. Christmas morning the arrival began. The stocking of Grandpa's, which Gertie had insisted on hanging to the knob of Grandma's door, was full, and when she came down to breakfast she brought it with her still unsearched, that the family might enjoy her surprise. At the top a square parcel tied with blue ribbon was marked "From Gertie," and proved to be a little velvet porte-monnaie. "Dear child, how thoughtful!" said Grandma, giving her a kiss, and not observing that the doctor looked funnily at Mrs. White across the table. The next package bore John's name and disclosed a pocketbook of Russian leather. "So useful!" said Grandma, with a twinkle of gratitude in her kind old eyes. Harry emitted a long, low whistle, and his eyes shone as the next paper parcel, with his name on it, showed an honest black leather pocketbook with a steel clasp. Grandma had to laugh. Dr. White roared, and Tom looked a little rueful as his bundle produced another wallet, as like to Harry's as 2 peas in a pod. "Dear boys," said Grandma, shaking like a liberal bowl of jello with the laughter she tried to suppress in vain. But it was the boys' turn to shout as further explorations into the foot of the old blue stocking brought up a lovely sealskin wallet from their mother and a voluminous yellow leather one from the doctor. "6 souls with but a single thought, 6 hearts that beat as one," misquoted Mrs. Maria, and a chorus of laughter that almost rattled the windows followed her. They were still holding their sides and bursting out afresh with every other minute, when little Sylvia Rutledge sailed into the dining room with a delicate basket in her hands. "Merry Christmas," she said, "but you seem to have it already." The boys all rushed at once to explain. "Wait a minute," she said, "till I have given Grandma her gifts," and she produced successively from her basket 4 parcels. Sylvia's held another velvet porte-monnaie. Annie's contained a second of hand-painted kid, daisies on a black ground, and Amelia's was a 3rd pocketbook of gray canvas with Russian leather corners and straps, while Mrs. Rutledge's tiny packet produced an old-fashioned short purse with steel fringe and clasp, which she had knit herself for her mother. How can words tell the laughter which hailed this repetition? The boys rolled off their chairs and roared till their very sides ached. Tears streamed down Mrs. White's fair face. Grace gazed at the presents with a look half rueful and half funny, while the doctor's vigorous haw, haw, haw could have been heard half a mile had it not been happily the season of shut doors and windows, while Sylvia herself, perceiving the 6 pocketbooks which had preceded her basket, appreciated the situation and laughed all the harder, because she was not tired with a previous fit of mirth, and Grandma sat shaking and chuckling in her chair, out of breath to be sure, but her face rosy and her eyes shining more than ever. Suddenly a loud knock at the front door interrupted their laughter. Tom ran to admit the intruder, It was the expressman, with a box from New York, directed in Uncle Tom's hand to Mrs. J. G. Grant. "Something better than pocketbooks this time, Mother," said the doctor, as Tom ran for the screwdriver. But alas, the very first bundle that rolled out and fell heavily to the floor proved, when picked up, to be indeed another pocketbook, cornered and clasped with silver, and Grandma's initials on the clasp. Beautiful as the gift was, it was thrust aside with a certain impatience for the next package, labeled "From Rosamond," but opened only to display the very counterpart of Amelia's gift. And a paper box with Kate's script outside held the recurrent pocketbook again, in black velvet and gilt corners, while a little carved whitewood box, the work of Hal's impatient fingers, showed within its lid a purse of silvered links which had cost all his year's savings. This was the last touch. Hitherto their curiosity, as one thing was displayed after another, had kept them in a sort of bubbling quiet, but this final development was too much. They laughed so loud and so long that old Hannah, hurrying from the kitchen and opening the door to see what was the matter, looked thunderstruck as she beheld the whole family shaking, joking, rolling about, or holding on to each other in roars of side-splitting laughter, while 14 purses and pocketbooks made the breakfast table look like a fancy fair. "I thought I heard a crackling of thorns, as Scripture says," she growled. "But you a-goin' to set up a fancy storm, Mis' White." "Bring in breakfast, Hannah," said the doctor, recovering himself. "It's a melancholy truth that we can't eat pocketbooks." For the satisfaction of the curious, I must explain that the next May, when a certain old clock on the landing of the garret stairs was taken down to be put in order and made into a household god after the modern rage for such things, right under it lay Grandma's pocketbook intact. "Well, now I remember," said the astonished old lady, who never did remember where she had hidden anything till somebody else found it. "I was going up to the chest to get out those things of husband's for Sally Slack, and I thought I would leave my pocketbook in my room. 'Twould be putting temptation in her way, which isn't really right if a person is ever so honest. We're all frail, as you may say, when our time comes, and I didn't have my cloak on to put it in the pocket, and my under pocket was full, so I just slipped it under the clock case as I went up, feeling certain sure I should remember it, because I never put it there before." But the family voted that no harm had been done after all, for next Christmas the Rutledge girls each had a lovely silk party dress from the double fund. Gracie's cloak was matted by the prettiest hat and muff. Tom had his wild desire for a bicycle fulfilled. Harry owned a real gold watch, which was far better than a dog. And Jack's 10 gold eagles took him in the spring to Niagara and down the St. Lawrence, a journey never to be forgotten. Kate and Rosamond had their sealskin caps with muffs, gloves, and velvet skirts to correspond with and supplement their last year's jackets. And Hal not only had his precious books, but a bookcase for them, and the pocketbooks were redistributed among their givers, so that in the end good and not evil came of Grandma's losing her Christmas pocketbook. End of section 5.
Section 6 of the Junior Classics, Volume 6, Old-Fashioned Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Betsy Walker, Santa Fe, New Mexico. The Junior Classics, Volume 6, Old-Fashioned Tales. The Flight of the Dolls by Lucretia P. Hale. How could the heart of a doll wish for anything more in such a baby house? It was fitted up in the most complete style. There were coal hods for all the grates, and gas fixtures in the drawing rooms, and a register, which would not reg, however, carpets on all the floors, books on the center table, everything to make a sensible doll comfortable. But they were not happy, these dolls, 7 of them, not counting the paper dolls. They were very discontented. They had always been happy until the Spanish doll had come among them, dressed in a gypsy dress, yellow and black lace. But she had talked to them so much about the world that all were anxious to go abroad and see it. All, from the large one that could open and shut her eyes to the littlest china that could not sit down. So they set out one clear night. The Spanish doll had put a chip in the playroom window that made it easier to open, and the large doll had slipped outside the baby house, so she opened the doors and let out the others. All stepped safely upon the piazza. Where should they go first? The first plan was for the lamb pen, and they made for it directly. The Spanish doll walked through its slats, the large doll pushed in the little ones, but when she came to go in herself, horrible to say, she stuck. The Spanish doll pulled, the little dolls ran out and pushed. No use. If Angelica Maria could have seen her large doll now. But no, Angelica Maria's head was asleep on its pillow. She little knew of the escape of her dolls. At last, said the large doll, "Wake up the lamb and tell him," which they did, and he came and butted till he butted the large doll out. "It's no use," said the large doll. "We must try something else." And the rest all came out of the pen. They went to the dovecote. The Spanish doll quickly climbed the ladder. So could the large doll, but when she turned to help the little ones, her head was too heavy, and she was not stiff enough to stoop. "We must try something else," said she, and the Spanish doll had to come down, scolding Spanish all the way. Then they walked down the garden walk, all in a procession, the large doll leading the way. They reached the arbor at the front of the garden. "Let us all sit in a row here," said the large doll. So they got upon the seat facing the door, running up a board that was laid against the seat. Here they sat till morning began to dawn. Angelica Maria could have seen them now, but she was still fast asleep on her pillow. "This will never do," exclaimed the large doll as soon as light came, "for they can see us from the playroom, our eyes all in a row." They must hide during the daytime and start their journey when the night should come again. But where should they go? They walked up and down the green alleys. The scarlet poppies nodded to them sleepily, and the roses put out a thorn or two to get them to stop. The little china would have been very tired, but a broad-backed toad kindly offered to carry her. If Angelica Maria could have seen them now! "Let us speak to some of the animals," said the large doll, "and ask where we should hide." "Not the cat," said a middle-sized doll, "for she makes up faces." "Suppose we ask the birds," said the large doll, for they were just waking up. The Spanish doll soon made acquaintance with an oriole, who agreed to take her up to his nest for the day. It was just fitted up, and Mrs. had not moved in. Fortunately, the Spanish doll was quite slender, so the oriole could lift her and her dress matched his feathers. The squirrels kindly took some of the others into their nests under the beech tree, and the large doll tucked the littlest china into a fox glove. "Where shall I go myself?" thought she. "There is one comfort. If I want to go to sleep, I can shut my eyes, which none of the rest can do wherever they are." So she walked round till she came to a watermelon with a 3-corner piece cut out. She climbed up on a rabbit's back and looked in. A cat had eaten out the inside. "This will do very well for me," said she, "and I feel like having a nap by this time, if only somebody would pull my wire." The rabbit knew of a dragonfly who was strong in his feelers, but the large doll had an objection to dragonflies, so she flung herself in with a jounce, and that closed her eyes. The rabbit tucked in her skirts, and there she was. Could Angelica Maria have seen them now? Some hidden among the low branches of the spruces where the robins had invited them, some still chatting in the bushes with the jays, the Spanish doll swinging in the oriole's nest, way up in the elm. That was life. But Angelica Maria was calmly eating her breakfast. A friend had invited her to a picnic for the day, so instead of thinking of her dolls, she was planning what she should carry. One thought she did give to her large doll. She wished to take her to the picnic, But of course she could not be found. If the large doll had only known, how she would have regretted that she had run away, for she was fond of picnics, and now she was sleeping in this damp melon. But she knew nothing of it till the Spanish doll came to wake her and tell her that all the family had gone away for the day. Far up in the oriole's nest in the elm tree, the Spanish doll had seen them go. Now, if ever, was the time for fun. So the large doll came out of her melon, jumped open her eyes, assembled the rest, and asked what they should do. A large door-bug, who was going that way, advised them to try the strawberry bed. "Oh, yes," all exclaimed, "the strawberry bed." The procession was formed, but two were missing. In passing the foxgloves where the little china had been hidden, many had shut up never to open again, and she could not be found. A middling-sized doll with boots was missing also. In vain they called. There was no answer. The Spanish doll ran up a nasturtium vine to see that all was safe. She sat on a scarlet nasturtium at the very top of the post and declared, "All was quiet in the strawberry bed," and came down. What a jolly time they had among the strawberries! The large doll sat under a vine, and the strawberries dropped into her mouth, and the stiffer dolls stood up and helped themselves. Such fun as they had! They got strawberries all over their faces and their hands and their light dresses. This they liked so much, for they usually had to be careful. How they chatted, and one told how the squirrels lived, another about the robins. And the Spanish doll told how delightful it was up in the oriole's nest. She had half a mind to hire it for the summer. All this was much more charming than their dull baby house, though the large doll declared she had been used all her life to better society than she had yet found in a melon. But all this festivity was put an end to by a sudden shower. The Spanish doll, afraid for her black lace, made for a hen coop, where she had a battle with a Poland. The rest ran into the summer house. As soon as the rain ceased, however, all came out from their hiding places. There was a beautiful rainbow in the sky, and as the dolls walked down the alley, they were out in the wide world. They crossed the broad road into the fields, into the meadows. They stumbled through a potato patch and ran in and out of cornstalks. In their hurry, they had to stop to breathe now and then, all but one doll whose mouth was always open. They reached a little stream and ran along its border, and never stopped till they came to a shady place among some trees, by mossy rocks. Here they might be safe, and here they stopped to think. Hunger was their first sensation. One of the dolls drew from her pocket a pewter gridiron, which she had snatched from the kitchen fire when they fled the night before. There were 3 fish on it, one red, one yellow, one blue. These they shared and were satisfied for a little while. How lovely was the spot! They began to say how charming it would be to set up housekeeping among the rushes. It was even suggested that, from time to time, one of them might return to the deserted baby house and bring from it comfortable furniture, a dish here, a flat iron there. But in the midst of their cheerful talk, a terrible accident. The Spanish doll was thirsty, and leaning over the edge of a brook, she lost her balance and fell into the water. The exhausted dolls all rushed to the rescue. All their efforts were vain. But a large bullfrog kindly came to help, and lifted the Spanish doll's head from the stream and propped it up against the reeds. But what a state she was in! The bright color washed from her cheeks, her raven hair all dimmed, the luster of her eyes all gone. A fashionable doll in vain attempted consolation, suggesting the greater charms of light hair and rats. In vain did the large doll speak of the romance of the adventure and call the bullfrog their Don Quixote. A heavy gloom hung over all. It was the Spanish doll that had led them on, that had kept up their spirits. Now hers had failed, and with her feet still in the water, she leaned her head wearily against the reeds. Suddenly, voices were heard. Steps approached. Each doll rushed to a hiding place. It was the voice of Angelica Maria herself. Some of the picnic party had decided to walk down the stream on their way home, and Angelica Maria was among them. The Spanish doll had drawn a reed across her face to hide it, but the large doll had not been able to fly quickly enough and was left in full view leaning against a mullein. A blush suffused her cheek. What was Angelica Maria's surprise! "Who can have brought my large doll here?" she exclaimed. "It must have been the boys," meaning her brothers. "How wicked of them to leave her out in that shower. And here are the twins, Euphrosyne and Calliope, all hidden among the bushes. And dear little Eunice. They look as if they'd been in the wars. How could Tom have known we were coming this way? How naughty of him!" "Perhaps he meant a little surprise," suggested her uncle. But Angelica Maria picked up her dolls and fondled them, and were not they glad of the rest after that weary march? All but the Spanish doll. Why had she not spoken? And would Angelica Maria have known her Spanish doll if she had? When the trees were left all silent again and the voices had died away, perhaps the Spanish doll was sorry she had hidden her face, that she had not lifted up her arms. But she was very proud. How could she have borne to be recognized? For she felt that one of her feet was washed off by the flowing stream, and her gay yellow and black dress soiled and torn. The bullfrog at last succeeded in lifting her to the shore. A kindly muskrat begged her to be his housekeeper. Limping, she went into his soft-lined house, and was grateful even for this humble abode. Often she thought of the past, and cheered the simple fireside with tales of adventure, with the grandeur of life in the baby house, and how she might have had been the bride of an Oriole. But was she not missed in the baby house? Angelica Maria wept her loss, but her uncle consoled her by telling her the Spanish doll must have retired to one of her castles in Spain. This cheered Angelica Maria, and she busied herself in fitting new dresses for the poor travel-stained dolls she had left. So this was the end of the flight of the dolls. You can imagine whether they ever tried it again, or rested satisfied with their comfortable home. A few days after, Angelica Maria saw a little head peeping out of a withered foxglove. It was that of the littlest china. She was much emaciated, having had nothing to eat but a few drops of honey brought her by a benevolent bee. Even these had cloyed. Years after, when the spout of the woodhouse was cleared out, the boots of a middling-sized doll were seen. They belonged to the middling-sized doll with boots, who had clambered up to the dovecote and had lost her balance in the gutter. She had passed a miserable existence, summer and winter, bewailing her fate and looking at her boots. End of section 6.
Section 7 of the Junior Classics, Volume 6, Old-Fashioned Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry, Johnson City, Tennessee. The Junior Classics, Volume 6, Old-Fashioned Tales. Solomon John Goes for Apples by Lucretia P. Hale. Solomon John agreed to ride to Farmer Jones's for a basket of apples, and he decided to go on horseback. The horse was brought round to the door. Now he had not ridden for a great while, and though the little boys were there to help him, he had great trouble in getting on the horse. He tried a great many times, but always found himself facing the wrong way, looking at the horse's tail. They turned the horse's head first up the street, then down the street. It made no difference. He always made some mistake and found himself sitting the wrong way. "Well," he said at last, "I don't know as I care. If the horse has his head in the right direction, that's the main thing. Sometimes I ride this way in the cars because I like it better. I can turn my head easily enough to see where we are going." So off he went, and the little boys said he looked like a circus rider, and they were much pleased. He rode along out of the village, under the elms, very quietly. Pretty soon he came to a bridge, where the road he went across a little stream. There a road at the side leading down to the stream, because sometimes wagoners watered their horses there. Solomon John's horse turned off too, to drink of the water. "Very well," said Solomon John. "I don't blame him for wanting to wet his feet and take a drink this hot day." When they reached the middle of the stream, the horse bent over his head. "How far his neck comes into his back!" exclaimed Solomon John. And at that very moment he found he had slid down over the horse's head and was sitting on a stone, looking into the horse's face. There were 2 frogs, one on each side of him, sitting just as he was, which pleased Solomon John, so he began to laugh instead of to cry. But the 2 frogs jumped into the water. "It is time for me to go on," said Solomon John. So he gave a jump, as he had seen the frogs do, and this time he came all right on the horse's back, facing the way he was going. "It is a little pleasanter," he said. The horse wanted to nibble a little of the grass by the side of the way, but Solomon John remembered what a long neck he had, and he would not let him stop. At last he reached Farmer Jones, who gave him his basket of apples. Next he was to go on to a cedar mill, up a little lane by Farmer Jones's house, to get a jug of cider. But as soon as the horse was turned into the lane, he began to walk very slowly. So slowly that Solomon John thought he would not get there before night. He whistled and shouted and thrust his knees into the horse, but still he would not go. "Perhaps the apples were too heavy for him," said he. So he began by throwing one of the apples out of the basket. It hit the fence by the side of the road, and that started up the horse, and he went on merrily. "That was the trouble," said Solomon John. "That apple was too heavy for him." But very soon the horse began to go slower and slower. So Solomon John thought he would try another apple. This hit a large rock and bounded back under the horse's feet and sent him off at a great pace. But very soon he fell again into a slow walk. Solomon John had to try another apple. This time it fell into a pool of water and made a great splash and set the horse out again for a little while. He soon returned to a slow walk. So slow that Solomon John thought it would be tomorrow morning before he got to the cider mill. "It is rather a waste of apples," thought he, "but I can pick them up as I come back, because the horse will be going home at a quick pace." So he flung out another apple that fell among a party of ducks, and they began to make such a quacking and a waddling that it frightened the horse into a quick trot. So the only way Solomon John could make his horse go was by flinging his apples, now on one side, now on the other. One time he frightened a cow that ran along by the side of the road, while the horse raced with her. Another time he started up a brood of turkeys that gobbled and strutted enough to startle 20 horses. In another place he came near hitting a boy, who gave such a scream that it sent the horse off at a furious rate. And Solomon John got quite excited himself and did not stop until he had thrown away all his apples and had reached the corner of the cider mill. "Very well," he said, "if the horse is so lazy, he won't mind my stopping to pick up the apples on the way home, and I am not sure but I shall prefer walking a little to riding the beast." The man came out to meet him from the cider mill and reached him the jug. He was just going to take it when he turned his horse's head round and delighted at the idea of going home. The The horse set off at a full run without waiting for the jug. Solomon John clung to the reins, and his knees held fast to the horse. He called out, "Whoa! Whoa!" But the horse would not stop. He went galloping on past the boy who stopped and flung an apple at him, past the turkeys that came and gobbled at him, by the cow that turned and ran back in a race with them until her breath gave out, by the ducks that came and quacked at him, by an old donkey that brayed over the wall at him, by some hens that ran into the road under the horse's feet and clucked at him, by a great rooster that stood up on a fence and crowed at him, by Farmer Jones, who looked out to see what had become of him, down the village street, and he never stopped till he had reached the door of the house. Out came Mr. and Mrs. Peterkin, Agamemnon, Elizabeth Eliza, and the little boys. Solomon got off his horse all out of breath. "Where is the jug of cider?" asked Mrs. Peterkin. "It is at the cedar mill," said Solomon John. "At the mill!" exclaimed Mrs. Peterkin. "Yes," said Solomon John. "The little boys had better walk out for it. They will enjoy it. They had better take a basket, for on the way they will find plenty of apples scattered all along either side of the lane, and the hens and the ducks and the turkeys and a donkey." The little boys looked at each other and went, but they stopped first and put on their Indian rubber boots. End of section 7.
Section 8 of the Junior Classics, Volume 6, Old-Fashioned Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Junior Classics, Volume 6, Old-Fashioned Tales, Section 8. Wild Robin by Sophie May. In the green valley of the Yarrow, near the castle deep of Norham, dwelt an honest, sonsy little family, whose only grief was an unhappy son named Robin. Janet, with jimp form, bonny eyes, and cherry cheeks, was the best of daughters. The boys, Sandy and Davy, were swift-footed, brave, kind, and obedient. But Robin, the youngest, had a stormy temper, and, when his will was crossed, he became as reckless as a reeling hurricane. Once, in a passion, he drove 2 of his father's kye, or cattle, down a steep hill to their death. He seemed not to care for home or kindred, and often pierced the tender heart of his mother with sharp words. When she came at night, and happed the bedclothes carefully around his form, and then stooped to kiss his nut-brown cheeks, he turned away with a frown, muttering, "Mither, let me be." It was a sad case with Wild Robin, who seemed to have neither love nor conscience. "My heart is sair," sighed his mother, "wi' greeting over sich a son. He hates our old cottage and our muckle wark," said the poor father. "Ah, weel, I could amaist wish the fairies had him for a season, to teach him better manners." This the good man said heedlessly, little knowing there was any danger of Robin's being carried away to Elfland. Whether the fairies were at that instant listening under the eaves will never be known. But it chanced one day that Wild Robin was sent across the moors to fetch the kye. "I'll run away," thought the boy. "'Tis hard indeed, if ilka day a great lad like me must mind the kye. I'll gae aff, and they'll think me dead." So he gaed and he gaed, over the round swelling hills, over the battlefields, past the roofless ruins of the house whose walls were crowned with tall climbing grasses, till he came to a crystal sheet of water, called St. Mary's Loch. Here he paused to take a breath. The sky was dull and lowering, but at his feet were yellow flowers, which shone, on that grey day, like freaks of sunshine. He threw himself wearily upon the grass, not heeding that he had chosen his couch within a little mossy circle known as a fairies' ring. Wild Robin knew that the country little people would say the fays had pressed that green circle with their little feet. He had heard all the Scottish lore of brownies, elves, will-o'-the-wisps, and the strange water-kelpies, who shriek with eldritch laughter. He had been told that the Queen of the Fairies had coveted him from his birth, and would have stolen him away, only that, just as she was about to seize him from the cradle, he had sneezed, and from that instant the fairy spell was over, and she had no more control over him. Yet in spite of all these stories, the boy was not afraid, and if he had been informed that any of the uncanny people were, even now, haunting his footsteps, he would not have believed it. "I see," said Wild Robin. "The sun is drawing his nightcap over his eyes, and dropping asleep. I believe I'll even take a nap myself." and see what comes of it. In 2 minutes he had forgotten St. Mary's Loch, the hills, the moors, the yellow flowers. He heard, or fancied he heard, his sister Janet calling him home. "And what have ye for supper?" he muttered between his teeth. "Parritch and milk," answered the lassie gently. "Parritch and milk? Whist! Say nay, mare. Lang, lang, may ye wait for Wild Robin. He'll not gae back for oatmeal parritch." Next a sad voice fell on his ear. "Mithers, and she mourns me dead," he thought. But it was only the far-off village bell, which sounded like the echo of music he had heard lang syne, but might never hear again. "Do you think I'm not alive?" told the bell. "I sit all day in my little wooden temple, brooding over the sins of the parish." "A brazen lie," cried Robin. "Nay, the truth, as I'm a living soul. Wayworth ye, Robin Telfer, ye think yourself hardly used. Say, have your brothers softer beds than yours? Is your ain father served with larger potatoes or creamier buttermilk? Whose mither sae kind as yours, ungrateful child? Gae to Elfland, Wild Robin, and dule and way follow ye. Dule and way follow ye." The round yellow sun had dropped behind the hills. The evening breezes began to blow, and now could be heard the faint trampling of small hoofs, and the tinkling of tiny bridle bells. The fairies were trooping over the ground. First of all rode the Queen. Her skirt was of grass-green silk, her mantle of velvet fine. At Ouphe tress of her horse's mane hung 50 silver bells and 9. But Wild Robin's closed eyes saw nothing. His sleep-sealed ears heard nothing. The Queen of the Fairies dismounted, stole up to him, and laid her soft fingers on his cheeks. "Here's a little man after my ain heart," said she. "I like his knitted brow, and the downward curve of his lips. Knights, lift him gently, set him on a red roan steed, and waft him away to fairyland." Wild Robin was lifted as gently as a brown leaf borne by the wind. He rode as softly as if the red roan steed had been saddled with satin, and shod with velvet. It even may be that the faint tinkling of the bridle bells lulled him into a deeper slumber, for when he woke it was morning in fairyland. Robin sprang from his mossy couch, and stared about him. Where was he? He rubbed his eyes and looked again, dreaming no doubt. But what meant all these nimble little beings, bustled hither and thither in hot haste? What meant these pearl-bedecked caves, scarcely larger than swallows' nests? These green canopies, overgrown with moss? He pinched himself and gazed again. Countless flowers nodded to him, and seemed, like himself, on tiptoe with curiosity, he thought. He beckoned one of the busy, dwarfish little brownies toward him. "I ken I'm talking in my sleep," said the lad, "but can ye tell me what dell is this, and how I chanced to be in it?" The brownie might or might not have heard, but, at any rate, he deigned no reply, and went on with his task, which was pounding seeds in a stone mortar. "Am I Robin Telfer of the Valley of Yarrow, and yet can I shake off my silly dreams?" "Will, my lad," quoth the Queen of the Fairies, giving him a smart tap with her wand, "stir yourself, and be at work, for naebody idles in Elfland." Bewildered Robin ventured a look at the little Queen. By daylight she seemed somewhat sleepy and tired, and was withal so tiny that he might almost have taken her between his thumb and finger, and twirled her above his head. Yet she poised herself before him on a mullein stalk, and looked every inch a queen. Robin found her gaze oppressive, for her eyes were hard and cold and gray, as if they had been little orbs of granite. "Get ye to work, Wild Robin." "What to do?" meekly asked the boy, hungrily glancing at a few kernels of rye which had rolled out of the brownie's mortars. "Are ye hungry, my laddie? Touch a grain of rye if ye dare. Shell these dry beans, and if so be ye're starving, eat as many as ye can, boil in an acorn cup." With these words she gave the boy a withered bean pod, and, summoning a meek little brownie, bade him see that the lad did not overfill the acorn cup, and that he did not so much as peck at a grain of rye. Then, glancing sternly at her prisoner, she withdrew, sweeping after her long train of her green robe. The dull days crept by, and still there seemed no hope that Wild Robin would ever escape from his beautiful but detested prison. He had no wings, poor laddie, and he could neither become invisible nor draw himself through a keyhole bodily. It is true he had mortal companions. Many chubby babies, many bright-eyed boys and girls whose distracted parents were still seeking them, far and wide, upon the earth. It would almost seem that the wonders of fairyland might make the little prisoners happy. There were countless treasures to be had for the taking, and the very dust in the little streets was precious with specks of gold. But the poor children shivered for the want of a mother's love. They all pined for the dear home people. If a certain task seemed to them particularly irksome, the heartless queen was sure to find it out, and oblige them to perform it. Day after day, if they disliked any article of food, that and no other were they forced to eat or starve. Wild Robin, loathing his withered beans and unsalted broths, longed intensely for one little breath of fragrant steam from the toothsome parritch on his father's table, one glance at a roasted potato. He was homesick for the gentle sister he had neglected, the rough brothers whose cheeks he had pelted black and blue, and yearned for the very chinks in the walls, the very thatch on the home roof. Gladly would he have given every fairy flower, at the root of which clung a lump of gold ore, if he might have his own coverlet happed about him once more by the gentle hands he had despised. "Mither," he whispered in his dreams, "my shoon are worn, and my feet bleed, but I'll soon creep hame if I can. Keep the parritch warm for me." Robin was as strong as a mountain goat, and his strength was put to the task of threshing rye, grinding oats and corn, or drawing water from a brook. Every night, troops of gay fairies and plotting brownies stole off on a visit to the upper world, leaving Robin and his companions in an ever deeper despair. Poor Robin, he was fain to sing. "Oh, that my father had ne'er on me smiled! Oh, that my mother had ne'er to me sung! Oh, that my cradle had never been rocked, but that I had died when I was young!" Now there was one good-natured brownie who pitied Robin. When he took a journey to the earth with his fellow brownies, he often threshed rye for the laddie's father, or churned butter in his good mother's dairy, unseen and unsuspected. If the little creature had been watched, and paid for these good offices, he would have left the farmhouse forever in sore displeasure. To the homesick Robin he brought news of the family who mourned him as dead. He saw a silky tress of Janet's fair hair, and wondered to see the boy weep over it, for the brotherly affection is a sentiment which never yet penetrated the heart of the brownie. The dull little sprite would gladly have helped the poor lad to his freedom, but told him that only one night of the year was there the least hope, and that was on Halloween, when the whole nation of fairies ride in procession through the streets of earth. So Robin was instructed to spin a dream, which the kind brownie would hum in Janet's ear while she slept. By this means the lassie would not only learn her brother is in the power of elves, but would also learn how to release him. Accordingly, the night before Halloween, the bonny Janet dreamed that the long-lost Robin was living in Elfland, and that he was to pass through the streets with a cavalcade of fairies. But alas! How should even a sister know him in the dim starlight, and among the passing troops of elvish and mortal riders? The dream assured her that she might let the first company go by, and the second, but Robin would be one of the third. "First let pass the black, Janet, and syne let pass the brown, but grip ye to the milk-white steed, and pull the rider down. For I ride on the milk-white steed, and I nearest the town, because I was a christened lad that gave me that renown. My right hand will be gloved, Janet, my left hand will be bare, and these the tokens I give thee, no doubt I will be there. They'll shape me in your arms, Janet, a toad, a snake, and an eel, but hold me fast, nor let me gang, as you do love me weel. They'll shape me in your arms, Janet, a dove, a bat, and a swan. Cast your green mantle over me, I'll be myself again." The good sister Janet, far from remembering any of the old sins of her brother, wept for joy to know that he was yet among the living. She told no one of her strange dream, but hastened secretly to the Miles Cross, saw the strange cavalcade pricking through the greenwood, and pulled down the rider on the milk-white steed, holding him fast through all his changing shapes. But when she had thrown her green mantle over him, and clasped him in her arms as her own brother Robin, the angry voice of the fairy queen was heard. Up then spake the queen of fairies, out of a bush of rye, "You've taken away the bonniest lad in all my company. Had I but had the wit yestreen, that I have learned today, I'd pin the sister to her bed, ere he'd be won away." However, it was too late now. Wild Robin was safe, and the elves had lost their power over him forever. His forgiving parents and his leal-hearted brothers welcomed him home with more than the old love. So grateful and happy was the poor laddie that he never more grumbled at his oatmeal porridge, or minded his kye with a scowling brow. But to the end of his days, when he heard mention of fairies and brownies, his mind wandered off in a maze. He died in peace, and was buried on the banks of the Yarrow. End of section 8.
Section 9 of the Junior Classics, Volume 6, Old-Fashioned Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Junior Classics, Volume 6, Old-Fashioned Tales. Deacon Thomas Wales' Will. by Mary E. Wilkins Freeman. In the name of God, Amen. The 13th day of September 1758, I, Thomas Wales of Braintree, in the county of Suffolk, and province of the Massachusetts Bay in New England, Kent, being in good health of body and of sound disposing mind and memory, thanks be given to God, calling to mind my mortality, do therefore in my health make and ordain this my last will and testament. And first I recommend my soul into the hand of God who gave it, hoping through grace to obtain salvation through the merits and meditation of Jesus Christ, my only Lord and dear Redeemer, and my body to be decently interred, at the discretion of my executor, believing at the general resurrection to receive the same again by the mighty power of God, and such worldly estate as God, in His goodness, hath graciously given me after debts, funeral expenses, etc., are paid. I give and dispose of the same as followeth. Imprimis, I give to my beloved wife Sarah a good suit of mourning apparel, such as she may choose. Also if she acquit my estate of dower and third therein, as we have agreed, then that my executor return all of household movables she bought at our marriage, and since that are remaining, also to pay to her or her heirs that note of £40 I gave to her, when she acquitted my estate and I hers, before division to be made as herein expressed. Also the southwest fire room in my house, a right in my cellar, also the privilege of water at the well, and yard room, and to bake in the oven what she hath need of to improve her lifetime by her. After this followed a division of his property amongst his children, 5 sons and 2 daughters. The home place was given to his sons Ephraim and Atherton. Ephraim had a good house of his own, so he took his share of property in land, and Atherton went to live in the old homestead. His quarters had been poor enough. He had not been so successful as his brothers, and had been unable to live as well. It had been a great cross to his wife, Dorcas, who was very high-spirited. She had compared, bitterly, the poverty of her household arrangements with the abundant comfort of her sisters-in-law. Now, she seized eagerly at the opportunity of improving her style of living. The old Wales house was quite a pretentious edifice for those times. All the drawback to her delight was, that Grandma should have the southwest fire room. She wanted to set up her high-posted bedstead with its enormous feather bed in that, and have it for her 4-room. Properly, it was the 4-room, being right across the entry from the family sitting-room. There was a tall chest of drawers that would fit in so nicely between the windows, too. Take it all together, she was chagrined at having to give up the southwest room, but there was no help for it. There it was in Deacon Wales' will. Mrs. Dorcas was the youngest of all sons' wives, as her husband was the latest born. She was quite a girl to some of them. Grandma had never more than half approved of her. Dorcas was high-strung and flighty, she said. She had her doubts about living happily with her, but Atherton was anxious for this division of the property, and he was her youngest darling, so she gave in. She felt lonely and out of her element when everything was arranged. She established in the southwest fire room, and Atherton's family keeping house in the others. Though things started pleasantly and peaceably enough, it occurred to her that her son Samuel might have her own help, a stout woman who had worked in her kitchen for many years, and she'd take in exchange his little bound girl, Anne Ginnens. She had always taken a great fancy to the child. There was a large closet out of the southwest room where she could sleep, and she could be made very useful, taking steps and running errands for her. Mr. Samuel and his wife hesitated a little when this plan was proposed. In spite of the trouble she gave them, they were attached to Anne, and did not like to part with her, and Mrs. Polly was just getting her "larnt her own ways," as she put it. Privately, she feared Grandma would undo all the good she had done in teaching Anne to be smart and capable. Finally they gave in, with the understanding that it was not to be considered necessarily a permanent arrangement, and Anne went to live with the old lady. Mrs. Dorcas did not relish this any more than she did the appropriation of the southwest fire-room. She had never liked Anne very well. Besides, she had 2 little girls of her own, and she fancied Anne rivaled them in Grandma's affection. So, soon after the girl was established in the house, she began to show out in various little ways. Thircy, her youngest child, was a mere baby, a round, fat dumpling of a thing. She was sweet and good-natured, and the pet of the whole family. Anne was very fond of playing with her and tending her, and Mrs. Dorcas began to take advantage of it. The minute Anne was at liberty she was called upon to take care of Thircy. The constant carrying about such a heavy child soon began to make her shoulders stoop and ache. Then Grandma took up the cudgels. She was smart and high-spirited, but she was a very peaceable old lady on her own account, and fully resolved to put up with everything from Dorcas, rather than have strife in the family. She was not going to see this helpless little girl imposed on, however. "The little gal ain't goin' to get bent all over, tendin' that heavy baby, Dorcas," she proclaimed. "You can jist make up your mind to it. She didn't come here to do sich work." Dorcas had to make up her mind to it, but it rankled. Anne's principal duties were scouring the brasses in Grandma's room, taking steps for her, and spinning her stint every day. Grandma set smaller stints than Mrs. Polly. As time went on, she helped about the cooking. She and Grandma cooked their own victuals, and ate from a little separate table in the common kitchen. It was a very large room, and might have accommodated several families, if they could have agreed. There was a big oven, and a roomy fireplace. Good Deacon Wales had probably seen no reason at all why his beloved wife should not have her right therein with the greatest peace and concord. But it soon came to pass that Mrs. Dorcas's pots and kettles were all prepared to hang on the trammels when Grandma's were, and an army of cakes and pies marshalled to go in the oven when Grandma had proposed to do some baking. Grandma bore it patiently for a long time, but Anne was with difficulty restrained from freeing her small mind, and her black eyes snapped more dangerously at every new offense. One morning, Grandma had 2 loaves of riz bread, and some election cakes rising, and was intending to bake them in about an hour, when they should be sufficiently light. What should Mrs. Dorcas do, but mix up sour milk bread and some pies with the greatest speed, and fill up the oven, before Grandma's cookery was ready. Grandma sent Anne out into the kitchen to put the loaves in the oven, and lo and behold, the oven was full. Anne stood staring for a minute, with a loaf of election cake in her hands. That and the bread would be ruined if they were not baked immediately, as they were raised enough. Mrs. Dorcas had taken Thircy and stepped out somewhere, and there was no one in the kitchen. Anne set the election cake back on the table. Then, with the aid of the tongs, she reached into the brick oven and took out every one of Mrs. Dorcas's pies and loaves. Then she arranged them deliberately in a pitiful semicircle on the hearth, and put Grandma's cookery in the oven. She went back to the southwest room then, and sat quietly down to her spinning. Grandma asked if she had put the things in, and she said, "Yes, ma'am," meekly. There was a bright red spot on each of her dark cheeks. When Mrs. Dorcas entered the kitchen, carrying Thircy wrapped up in an old homespun blanket, she nearly dropped as her gaze fell on the fireplace and the hearth. There sat her bread and pies, in the most lamentable half-baked, sticky, doughy condition imaginable. She opened the oven, and peered in. There were Grandma's loaves, all a lovely brown. Out they came, with a twitch. Luckily, they were done. Her own went in, but they were irretrievable failures. Of course, quite a commotion came from this. Dorcas raised her shrill voice pretty high, and Grandma, though she had been innocent of the whole transaction, was so blamed that she gave Dorcas a piece of her mind at last. Anne surveyed the nice brown loaves, and listened to the talk in secret satisfaction. But she had to suffer for it afterward. Grandma punished her for the first time, and she discovered that that kind old hand was pretty firm and strong. No matter what you think, or whether you err in the rights on't or not. A little gal mustn't ever sass her elders, said Grandma. But if Anne's interference was blamable, it was productive of one good result. The matter came to Mr. Atherton's ears, and he had a stern sense of justice when roused, and a great veneration for his mother. His father's will should be carried out to the letter, he declared, and it was. Grandma baked and boiled in peace, outwardly, at least, after that. Anne was a great comfort to her. She was outgrowing her wild, mischievous ways, and she was so bright and quick. She promised to be pretty, too. Grandma compared her favorably with her own grandchildren, especially Mrs. Dorcas's eldest daughter, Martha, who was nearly Anne's age. "Marthy's a pretty little gal enough," she used to say, "but she ain't got the snap to her that Anne has, though I wouldn't tell Atherton's wife so, for the world." She promised Anne her gold beads, when she should be done with them, under strict injunctions not to say anything about it till the time came, for the others might feel hard, as she wasn't her own flesh and blood. The gold beads were Anne's ideals of beauty and richness, though she did not like to hear Grandma talk about being done with them. Grandma always wore them around her fair, plump old neck. She had never seen her without her string of beads. As before said, Anne was now very seldom mischievous enough to make herself serious trouble, but, once in a while, her natural propensities would crop out. When they did, Mrs. Dorcas was exceedingly bitter. Indeed, her dislike of Anne was, at all times, smouldering, and needed only a slight fanning to break out. One stormy winter day, Mrs. Dorcas had been working till dark, making candle wicks. When she came to get tea, she tied the white fleecy rolls together, a great bundle of them, and hung them up in the cellar way over the stairs, to be out of the way. They were extra fine wicks, being made of flax for the company candles. "I've got a good job done," said Mrs. Dorcas, surveying them complacently. Her husband had gone to Boston, and was not coming home till the next day, so she had had a nice chance to work at them, without as much interruption as usual. Anne, going down the cellar stairs, with a lighted candle, after some butter for tea, spied the beautiful rolls swinging overhead. What possessed her, too, she could not herself have told. She certainly had no wish to injure Mrs. Dorcas's wicks, but she pinched up a little end of the fluffy flax and touched her candle to it. She thought she would see how that little bit would burn off. She soon found out. The flame caught, and ran like lightning through the whole bundle. There was a great puff of fire and smoke, and poor Mrs. Dorcas's fine candle wicks were gone. Anne screamed, and sprang downstairs. She barely escaped the whole blaze coming in her face. "What's that?" shrieked Mrs. Dorcas, rushing to the cellar door. Words cannot describe her feeling when she saw that her nice candle wicks, the fruit of her day's toil, were burnt up. If ever there was a wretched culprit that night, Anne was. She had not meant to do wrong, but that, maybe, made it worse for her in one way. She had not even gratified malice to sustain her. Grandma blamed her, almost as severely as Mrs. Dorcas. She said she didn't know what would become of a little gal that was so careless, and decreed that she must stay at home from school and work on candle wicks till Mrs. Dorcas's loss was made good to her. Anne listened ruefully. She was scared and sorry, and that did not seem to help matters any. She did not want any supper, and she went to bed early and cried herself to sleep. Somewhere about midnight, a strange sound woke her up. She called out to Grandma in alarm. The same sound had awakened her. "Get up and light a candle, child," said she. "I'm afeard the baby's sick." Anne scarcely had the candle lighted before the door opened, and Mrs. Dorcas appeared in her nightdress. She was very pale, and trembling all over. "Oh," she gasped, "it's the baby. Thirsy's got the croup, and Atherton's away, and there ain't anybody to go for the doctor. Oh, what shall I do? What shall I do?" She fairly wrung her hands. "Hev ye tried the skunk's oil?" asked Grandma eagerly, preparing to get up. "Yes, I have. It's a good hour since she woke up, and I've tried everything. It hasn't done any good. I thought I wouldn't call you, if I could help it, but she's worse. Only hear her, and Atherton's away. Oh, what shall I do? What shall I do?" "Don't take on so, Dorcas," said Grandma, tremulously, but cheeringly. "I'll come right along, and why, child, what air you goin' to do?" Anne had finished dressing herself, and now she was pinning a heavy homespun blanket over her head, as if she were preparing to go outdoors. "I'm going after the doctor for Thirsty," said Anne, her black eyes flashing with determination. "Oh, will you? Will you?" cried Mrs. Dorcas, catching at this new help. "Hush, Dorcas," said Grandma, sternly. "It's an awful storm out there. Jist hear the wind blow. It ain't fit for her to go. Her life's jist as precious as Thirsty's." Anne said nothing more, but she went into her own little room with the same determined look in her eyes. There was a door leading from this room into the kitchen. Anne slipped through it hastily, lit a lantern which was hanging beside the kitchen chimney, and was outdoors in a minute. The storm was one of sharp, driving sleet, which struck her face like so many needles. The first blast, as she stepped outside the door, seemed to almost force her back, but her heart did not fail her. The snow was not so very deep, but it was hard walking. There was no pretense of a path. The doctor lived half a mile away, and there was not a house in the whole distance, save the meeting house and schoolhouse. It was very dark. Lucky it was that she had taken the lantern. She could not have found her way without it. On kept the little slender, erect figure, with the fierce determination in its heart, through the snow and sleet, holding the blanket close over its head, and swinging the feeble lantern bravely. When she reached the doctor's house, he was gone. He had started for the North Precinct early in the evening, his good wife said. He was called down to Captain Isaac Lovejoy's, the house next to the North Precinct meeting house. She'd been sitting up waiting for him. It was such an awful storm, and such a lonely road. She was worried, but she didn't think he'd start for home that night. She guessed he'd stay at Captain Lovejoy's till morning. The doctor's wife, holding her door open, as best she could, in the violent wind, had hardly given this information to the little snow-bedraggled object standing out there in the inky darkness, through which the lantern made a faint circle of light, before she had disappeared. "She went like a spirit," said the good woman, staring out into the blackness in amazement. She never dreamed of such a thing as Anne's going to the North Precinct after the doctor. But that was what the darling girl had determined to do. She had listened to the doctor's wife in dismay, but with never one doubt as to her own course of proceeding. Straight along the road to the North Precinct she kept. It would have been an awful journey that night for a strong man. It seemed incredible that a little girl could have the strength or courage to accomplish it. There were 4 miles to traverse in a black, howling storm, over a pathless road, through forests, with hardly a house by the way. When she reached Captain Isaac Lovejoy's house, next to the meeting house in the north precinct of Braintree, stumbling blindly into the warm, lighted kitchen, the captain and the doctor could hardly believe their senses. She told the doctor about Thircy. Then she almost fainted from cold and exhaustion. Goodwife Lovejoy laid her on the settee, and brewed her some hot herb tea. She almost forgot her own sick little girl, for a few minutes, in trying to restore this brave child who had come from the south precinct in this dreadful storm to save little Thircy Wales' life. When Anne came to herself a little, her first question was, if the doctor were ready to go. "He's gone," said Mrs. Lovejoy, cheeringly. Anne felt disappointed. She had thought she was going back with him, but that would have been impossible. She could not have stood the journey for the second time that night, even on horseback behind the doctor, as she had planned. She drank a second bowlful of herb tea, and went to bed with a hot stone at her feet, and a great many blankets and coverlids over her. The next morning, Captain Lovejoy carried her home. He had a rough wood sled, and she rode on that, on an old quilt. It was easier than horseback, and she was pretty lame and tired. Mrs. Dorcas saw her coming and opened the door. When Anne came up on the stoop, she just threw her arms around her and kissed her. "You needn't make the candle wicks," said she. "It's no matter about them at all. Thircy's better this morning, and I guess you saved her life." Grandma was fairly bursting with pride and delight in her little gal's brave feat. Now that she saw her safe, she untied the gold beads on her neck, and fastened them around Anne's. "There," said she, "you may wear them to school today, if you'll be keerful." That day, with the gold beads by way of celebration, began a new era in Anne's life. There was no more secret animosity between her and Mrs. Dorcas. The doctor had come that night in the very nick of time. Thircy was almost dying. Her mother was fully convinced that Anne had saved her life, and she never forgot it. She was a woman of strong feelings, who never did things by halves, and she not only treated Anne with kindness, but she seemed to smother her grudge against Grandma for robbing her of the southwest fire room. End of section 9.
Section 10 of the Junior Classics, Volume 6, Old-Fashioned Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Junior Classics, Volume 6, Old-Fashioned Tales. Dill, by Mary E.W. Freeman. Dame Clementina was in her dairy churning, and her little daughter Nan was out in the flower garden. The flower garden was a little plot back of the cottage full of all the sweet old-fashioned herbs. There were sweet marjoram, sage, summer savory, lavender, and ever so many others. Up in one corner there was a little green bed of dill. Nan was a dainty, slim little maiden with yellow, flossy hair and short curls all over her head. Her eyes were very sweet and round and blue, and she wore a quaint little snuff-colored gown. It had a very short, full waist with low neck and puffed sleeves, and the skirt was straight and narrow and down to her little heels. She danced around the garden, picking a flower here and there. She was making a nosegay for her mother. She picked lavender and sweet william and pinks and bunched them up together. Finally, she pulled a little sprig of dill and ran with that and the nosegay to her mother in the dairy. "Mother dear," said she, "here's a little nosegay for you. And what was it I overheard you telling Dame Elizabeth about dill last night?" Dame Clementina stopped churning and took the nosegay. "Thank you, sweetheart, it is lovely," said she. "And as for the dill, it is a charmed plant, you know, like four-leaved clover." "Do you put it over the door?" asked Nan. "Yes. Nobody who is envious or ill-disposed can enter into the house if there is a sprig of dill over the door. Then I know another charm which makes it stronger. if one just writes this verse, Alva Aiden Winira Mir, Willa Wissin Lingen, Sancha Wancha Atazir, Horda Moosin Wingen. Under the sprig of dill, everyone envious or evil disposed who attempts to enter the house will have to stop short just where they are and stand there. They cannot move. What does the verse mean? Asked Nan with great eyes. That I do not know. It is written in a foreign language, but it is a powerful charm. Oh, Mother, will you write it off for me if I will bring you a bit of paper and a pen? Certainly, replied her mother, and wrote it off when Nan brought pen and paper. Now, said she, you must run off and play again and not hinder me any longer, or I shall not get my butter made today. So Nan danced away with the verse and the sprig of dill, and her mother went on churning. She had a beautiful tall stone churn with the sides all carved with figures in relief. There were milkmaids and cows as natural as life all around the churn. The dairy was charming, too. The shelves were carved stone, and the floor had a little silvery rill running right through the middle of it, with green ferns at the sides. All along the stone shelves were set pans full of yellow cream, and the pans were all of solid silver with a chasing of buttercups and daisies around the brims. It was not a common dairy, and Dame Clementina was not a common dairywoman. She was very tall and stately, and wore her silver white hair braided around her head like a crown, with a high silver comb at the top. She walked like a queen. Indeed, she was a noble count's daughter. In her early youth, she had married a pretty young dairyman against her father's wishes, so she had been disinherited. The dairyman had been so very poor and low down in the world that the count felt it his duty to cast off his daughter, lest she should do discredit to his noble line. There was a much pleasanter, easier way out of the difficulty, which the count did not see. Indeed, it was a peculiarity of all his family that they never could see a way out of a difficulty, high and noble as they were. The count only needed to have given the poor young dairyman a few acres of his own land and a few bags of his own gold, and begged the king, with whom he had great influence, to knight him, and all the obstacles would have been removed. The dairyman would have been quite rich and noble enough for his son-in-law. But he never thought of that, and his daughter was disinherited. However, he made all the amends to her that he could, and fitted her out royally for her humble station in life. He caused this beautiful dairy to be built for her, and gave her the silver milk pans and the carved stone churn. My daughter shall not churn in a common wooden churn, or skim the cream from wooden pans, he had said. The dairyman had been dead a good many years now, and Dame Clementina managed the dairy alone. She never saw anything of her father, though he lived in his castle not far off on a neighboring height. When the sun was clear, she could see its stone towers against it. She had 4 beautiful white cows, and Nan drove them to pasture. They were very gentle. When Dame Clementina had finished churning, she went into the cottage. As she stepped through the little door with clumps of sweet peas on each side, she looked up. There was the sprig of dill and the magic verse she had written under it. Nan was sitting at the window inside, knitting her stint on a blue stocking. Ah, sweetheart, said her mother, laughing, you have little cause to pin the dill and the verse over our door. None is likely to envy us or be ill-disposed toward us. Oh, Mother, said Nan, I know it, but I thought it would be so nice to feel sure. Oh, there's Dame Golding coming after some milk. Do you suppose she will have to stop? What nonsense, said her mother. They both of them watched Dame Golding coming. All of a sudden she stopped short just outside. She could go no further. She tried to lift her feet, but could not. Oh, Mother, cried Nan, she has stopped. The poor woman began to scream. She was frightened almost to death. Nan and her mother were not much less frightened, but they did not know what to do. They ran out and tried to comfort her and gave her some cream to drink, but it did not amount to much. Dame Golding had secretly envied Dame Clementina for her silver milk pans. Nan and her mother knew why their visitor was so suddenly rooted to the spot, of course, but she did not. She thought her feet were paralyzed, and she kept begging them to send for her husband. "Perhaps he can pull her away," said Nan, crying. How she wished she had never pinned the dill and the verse over the door. So she set off for Dame Golding's husband. He came running in a great hurry, but when he had nearly reached his wife and had his arms reached out to grasp her, he too stopped short. He had envied Dame Clementina for her beautiful white cows, and there he was fast also. He began to groan and scream too. Nan and her mother ran into the house and shut the door. They could not bear it. "What shall we do if anyone else comes?" sobbed Nan. "Oh, Mother, there's Dame Dorothy coming. And, yes, oh, she has stopped too." Poor Dame Dorothy had envied Dame Clementina a little for her flower garden, which was finer than hers, as she had to join Dame Golding and her husband. Pretty soon another woman came who had looked with envious eyes at Dame Clementina because she was a count's daughter, and another who had grudged her a fine damask petticoat which she had had before she was disinherited and still wore on holidays, and they both had to stop. Then came 3 rough-looking men in velvet jackets and slouched hats, who brought up short at the gate with a great jerk that nearly took their breath away. They were robbers who were prowling about with a view to stealing Dame Clementina's silver milk pans some dark night. All through the day the people kept coming and stopping. It was wonderful how many things poor Dame Clementina had to be envied by men and women and even children. They envied Nan for her yellow curls or her blue eyes or her pretty snuff-colored gown. When the sun set, the yard in front of Dame Clementina's cottage was full of people. Lastly, just before dark, the Count himself came ambling up on a coal-black horse. The Count was a majestic old man dressed in velvet with stars on his breast. His white hair fell in long curls on his shoulders, and he had a pointed beard. As he came to the gate, he caught a glimpse of Nan in the door. "How I wish that little maiden was my child," said he. And straightway he stopped. His horse pawed and trembled when he lashed him with a jeweled whip to make him go on, but he could not stir forward one step. Neither could the Count dismount from his saddle. He sat there fuming with rage. Meanwhile, poor Dame Clementina and little Nan were overcome with distress. The sight of their yard full of all these weeping people was dreadful. Neither of them had any idea how to do away with the trouble because of their family inability to see their way out of a difficulty. When supper time came, Nan went for the cows, and her mother milked them into her silver milk pails and strained off the milk into her silver pans. Then they kindled up a fire and cooked some beautiful milk porridge for the poor people in the yard, and then carried them each a bowlful. It was a beautiful warm moonlight night, and all the winds were sweet with roses and pinks, so the people could not suffer out of doors. But the next morning it rained. "Oh, Mother," said Nan, "it is raining, and what will the poor people do?" Dame Clementina would never have seen her way out of this difficulty had not Dame Golding cried out that her bonnet was getting wet and she wanted an umbrella. "Why, you must go around to their houses, of course, and get their umbrellas for them," said Dame Clementina. "But first give ours to that old man on horseback." She did not know her father, so many years had passed since she had seen him, and he had altered so. So Nan carried out their great yellow umbrella to the Count and went around to the others' houses for their own umbrellas. It was pitiful enough to see them standing all alone behind the doors. She could not find 3 extra ones for the 3 robbers, and she felt badly about that. Somebody suggested, however, that milk pans turned over their heads would keep the rain off their slouched hats at least, so she got a silver milk pan for an umbrella for each. They made such frantic efforts to get away then that they looked like jumping jacks, but it was no use. Poor Dame Clementina and Nan, after they had given more milk porridge to the people and done all they could for their comfort, stood staring disconsolately out of the window at them under their dripping umbrellas. The yard was fairly green and black and blue and yellow with umbrellas. They wept at the sight, but they could not think of any way out of the difficulty. The people themselves might have suggested one had they known the real cause, but they did not dare to tell them how they were responsible for all the trouble. They seemed so angry. About noon, Nan spied their most particular friend, Dame Elizabeth, coming. She lived a little way out of the village. Nan saw her approaching the gate through the rain and mist, with her great blue umbrella and her long blue double cape and her poke bonnet, and she cried out in the greatest dismay, "Oh, Mother, Mother, there's our dear Dame Elizabeth coming. She will have to stop too." Then they watched her with beating hearts. Dame Elizabeth stared with astonishment at the people and stopped to ask them questions. But she passed quite through their midst and entered the cottage under the sprig of dill and the verse. She did not envy Dame Clementina or Nan anything. "Tell me what this means," said she. "Why are all these people standing in your yard in the rain with umbrellas?" Then Dame Clementina and Nan told her. "And oh, what shall we do?" said they. "Will these people have to stand in our yard forever?" Dame Elizabeth stared at them. The way out of the difficulty was so plain to her that she could not credit its not being plain to them. "Why," said she, "don't you take down the sprig of dill and the verse?" "Why, sure enough," said they in amazement. "Why didn't we think of that before?" So Dame Clementina ran out quickly and pulled down the sprig of dill and the verse. Then the way the people hurried out of the yard! They fairly danced and flourished their heels, old folks and all. They were so delighted to be able to move, and they wanted to be sure they could move. The robbers tried to get away unseen with their silver milk pans, but some of the people stopped them and set the pans safely inside the dairy. All the people except the Count were so eager to get away that they did not stop to inquire into the cause of the trouble then. Afterward, when they did, they were too much ashamed to say anything about it. It was a good lesson to them. They were not quite so envious after that. Always on entering any cottage they would glance at the door to see if perchance there might be a sprig of dill over it. And if there was not, they were reminded to put away any envious feeling they might have toward the inmates out of their hearts. As for the Count, he had not been so much alarmed as the others since he had been to the wars and was braver. Moreover, he felt that his dignity as a noble had been insulted. So he dismounted and fastened his horse to the gate and strode up to the door with his sword clanking and the plumes on his hat nodding. "What?" he began. Then he stopped short. He had recognized his daughter in Dame Clementina. She recognized him at the same moment. "Oh, my dear daughter," said he. "Oh, my dear father," said she. "And is this my little grandchild?" said the Count, and he took Nan upon his knee and covered her with caresses. Then the story of the dill and the verse was told. "Yes," said the Count, "I truly was envious of you, Clementina, when I saw Nan." After a little he looked at his daughter sorrowfully. "I should dearly love to take you up to the castle with me, Clementina," said he, "and let you live there always, and make you and the little child my heirs. But how can I? You are disinherited, you know." "I don't see any way," assented Dame Clementina sadly. Dame Elizabeth was still there, and she spoke up to the Count with a curtsy. "Noble sir," said she, "why don't you make another will?" "Why, sure enough," cried the Count with great delight. "Why don't I? I'll have my lawyer up to the castle tomorrow." He did immediately alter his will, and his daughter was no longer disinherited. She and Nan went to live at the castle and were very rich and happy. Nan learned to play on the harp and wore snuff-colored satin gowns. She was called Lady Nan, and she lived a long time, and everybody loved her. But never so long as she lived did she pin the sprig of dill and the verse over the door again. She kept them at the very bottom of a little satinwood box, the faded sprig of dill wrapped round with the bit of paper on which was written the charm verse, Alva Aiden Wanir Amir, Villa Wissenlingen, Sancha Wancha Atazir, Horda Moosin Wingen. End of section 10.
Section 11 of the Junior Classics, Volume 6, Old-Fashioned Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nan Dodge. The Junior Classics, Volume 6, Old-Fashioned Tales, Brownie and the Cooke, by Mrs. Dinah M. Craik. There was once a little Brownie who lived. Where do you think he lived? In a coal cellar. Now, a coal cellar may seem a most curious place to choose to live in. But then, a Brownie is a curious creature, a fairy, and yet not one of that sort of fairies who fly about on gossamer wings and dance in the moonlight and so on. He never dances, and as to wings, what use would they be to him in a coal cellar? He is a sober, stay-at-home household elf, nothing much to look at, even if you did see him, which you are not likely to do. Only a little old man about a foot high, all dressed in brown, with a brown face and hands, and a brown peaked cap just the color of a brown mouse. And, like a mouse, he hides in corners, especially kitchen corners, and only comes out after dark when nobody is about, and so, sometimes, people call him Mr. Nobody. I said you were not likely to see him. I never did, certainly, and never knew anybody that did. But still, if you were to go into Devonshire, you would hear many funny stories about brownies in general, and so I may as well tell you the adventures of this particular Brownie, who belonged to a family there, which family he had followed from house to house most faithfully for years and years. A good many people had heard him, or supposed they had, when there were extraordinary noises about the house, noises which must have come from a mouse or a rat, or a Brownie. But nobody had ever seen him except the children, the 3 little boys and 3 little girls, who declared he often came to play with them when they were alone, and was the nicest companion in the world, though he was such an old man, hundreds of years old. He was full of fun and mischief and up to all sorts of tricks, but he never did anybody any harm unless they deserved it. Brownie was supposed to live under one particular coal, in the darkest corner of the cellar, which was never allowed to be disturbed. Why he had chosen it nobody knew, and how he lived there nobody knew either, nor what he lived upon, except that, ever since the family could remember, there had always been a bowl of milk put behind the coal cellar door for the Brownie's supper. Perhaps he drank it, perhaps he didn't. Anyhow, the bowl was always found empty next morning. The old cook, who had lived all her life in the family, had never once forgotten to give Brownie his supper. But at last she died, and a young cook came in her stead, who was very apt to forget everything. She was also both careless and lazy, and disliked taking the trouble to put a bowl of milk in the same place every night for Mr. Nobody. She didn't believe in Brownie, she said. She had never seen one, and seeing's believing. So she laughed at the other servants, who looked very grave, and put the bowl of milk in its place as often as they could, without saying much about it. But once, when Brownie woke up, at his usual hour for rising, 10 o'clock at night, and looked round in search of his supper, which was, in fact, his breakfast, he found nothing there. At first he could not imagine such neglect, and went smelling and smelling about for his bowl of milk. It was not always placed in the same corner now, but in vain. "This will never do," said he, and being extremely hungry, began running about the coal cellar to see what he could find. His eyes were as useful in the dark as in the light, like a pussycat's, but there was nothing to be seen, not even a potato paring, or a dry crust, or a well-gnawed bone, such as Tiny the terrier sometimes brought into the coal cellar and left on the floor. Nothing, in short, but heaps of coals and coal dust. And even a brownie cannot eat that, you know. "Can't stand this! Quite impossible!" said the brownie, tightening his belt to make his poor little inside feel less empty. He had been asleep so long, about a week, I believe, as was his habit when there was nothing to do, that he seemed ready to eat his own head, or his boots, or anything. "What's to be done? Since nobody brings my supper, I must go and fetch it." He spoke quickly, for he always thought quickly, and made up his mind in a minute. To be sure, it was a very little mind, like his little body, but he did the best he could with it, and was not a bad sort of old fellow, after all. In the house he had never done any harm, and often some good, for he frightened away all the rats, mice, and black beetles. Not the crickets, he liked them, as the old cook had done. She said they were such cheerful creatures and always brought luck to the house. But the young cook could not bear them, and used to pour boiling water down their holes, and set basins of beer for them, with little wooden bridges up to the rim, that they might walk up, tumble in, and be drowned. So there was not even a cricket singing in the silent house when Brownie put his head out of his coal cellar door, which, to his surprise, he found open. Old Cook used to lock it every night, but the young cook had left that key, and the kitchen and pantry keys, too, all dangling in the lock, so that any thief might have got in and wandered all over the house without being found out. "Hurrah! Here's luck!" cried Brownie, tossing his cap up in the air and bounding right through the scullery into the kitchen. It was quite empty, but there was a good fire burning itself out, just for its own amusement, and the remains of a capital supper spread on the table, enough for half a dozen people being left still. Would you like to know what there was? Devonshire cream, of course, and part of a large dish of junket, which is something like curds and whey, lots of bread and butter and cheese, and half an apple pudding, also a great jug of cider and another of milk, and several half-full glasses, and no end of dirty plates, knives, and forks. All were scattered about the kitchen in the most untidy fashion, just as the servants had risen from their supper without thinking to put anything away. Brownie screwed up his little old face and turned up his button of a nose and gave a long whistle. You might not believe it, seeing he lived in a coal cellar, but really he liked tidiness, and always played his pranks upon disorderly or slovenly folk. "Phew!" he said, "here's a chance. What a supper I'll get now!" And he jumped onto a chair and thence to the table, but so quietly that the large black cat, with 4 white paws, called Muff, because she was so fat and soft and her fur so long, who sat dozing in front of the fire, just opened one eye and went to sleep again. She had tried to get her nose into the milk jug, but it was too small, and the junket dish was too deep for her to reach, except with one paw. She didn't care much for bread and cheese and apple pudding, and was very well fed besides. So, after just wandering round the table, she had jumped down from it again, and settled herself to sleep on the hearth. But the brownie had no notion of going to sleep. He wanted his supper, and oh, what a supper he did eat! First one thing and then another, and then trying everything all over again. And oh, what a lot he drank! First milk and then cider, and then mixed the two together in a way that would have disagreed with anybody except a brownie. As it was, he was obliged to slacken his belt several times, and at last he took it off altogether. But he must have had a most extraordinary capacity for eating and drinking, since, after he had nearly cleared the table, he was just as lively as ever, and began jumping about on the table as if he had had no supper at all. Now his jumping was a little awkward, for there happened to be a clean white tablecloth. As this was only Monday, it had had no time to get dirty, untidy as the cook was. And you know Brownie lived in a coal cellar, and his feet were black with running about in coal dust. So wherever he trod he left the impression behind, until at last the whole tablecloth was covered with black marks. Not that he minded this. In fact, he took great pains to make the cloth as dirty as possible, and then, laughing loudly, "Ho, ho, ho!" leaped onto the hearth and began teasing the cat, squeaking like a mouse, or chirping like a cricket, or buzzing like a fly, and altogether disturbing poor Pussy's mind so much that she went and hid herself in the farthest corner and left him the hearth all to himself, where he lay at ease till daybreak. Then, hearing a slight noise overhead, which might be the servants getting up, he jumped onto the table again, gobbled up the few remaining crumbs for his breakfast, and scampered off to his coal cellar, where he hid himself under his big coal and fell asleep for the day. Well, the cook came downstairs rather earlier than usual, for she remembered she had to clear off the remains of supper. But lo and behold, there was nothing left to clear. Every bit of food was eaten up. The cheese looked as if a dozen mice had been nibbling at it, and nibbled it down to the very rind. The milk and cider were all drunk, and mice don't care for milk and cider, you know. As for the apple pudding, it had vanished altogether, and the dish was licked as clean as if Boxer, the yard dog, had been at it in his hungriest mood. And my white tablecloth! "Oh, my clean white tablecloth! What can have been done to it?" cried she in amazement. For it was all over little black footmarks, just the size of a baby's foot, only babies don't wear shoes with nails in them, and don't run about and climb on kitchen tables after all the family have gone to bed. Cooke was a little frightened, but her fright changed to anger when she saw the large black cat stretched comfortably on the hearth. Poor Muff had crept there for a little snooze after Brownie went away. "You nasty cat! I see it all now. It's you that have eaten up all the supper. It's you that have been on my clean tablecloth with your dirty paws." They were white paws and as clean as possible, but Cooke never thought of that, any more than she did of the fact that cats don't usually drink cider or eat apple pudding. "I'll teach you to come stealing food in this way. Take that, and that, and that!" Cooke got hold of a broom and beat poor Pussy till the creature ran mewing away. She couldn't speak, you know, unfortunate cat, and tell people that it was Brownie who had done it all. Next night Cooke thought she would make all safe and sure, so, instead of letting the cat sleep by the fire, she shut her up in the chilly coal cellar, locked the door, put the key in her pocket, and went off to bed, leaving the supper as before. When Brownie woke up and looked out of his hole, there was, as usual, no supper for him, and the cellar was close shut. He peered about to try and find some cranny under the door to creep out at, but there was none. And he felt so hungry that he could almost have eaten the cat, who kept walking to and fro in a melancholy manner, only she was alive, and he couldn't well eat her alive. Besides, he knew she was old, and had an idea she might be too tough. So he merely said politely, "How do you do, Mrs. Pussy?" to which she answered nothing, of course. Something must be done, and luckily brownies can do things which nobody else can do. So he thought he would change himself into a mouse and gnaw a hole through the door. But then he suddenly remembered the cat, who, though he had decided not to eat her, might take this opportunity of eating him. So he thought it advisable to wait till she was fast asleep, which did not happen for a good while. At length, quite tired with walking about, Pussy turned round on her tail 6 times, curled down in a corner, and fell fast asleep. Immediately Brownie changed himself into the smallest mouse possible, and, taking care not to make the least noise, gnawed a hole in the door and squeezed himself through, immediately turning into his proper shape again, for fear of accidents. The kitchen fire was at its last glimmer, but it showed a better supper than even last night, for the cook had had friends with her, a brother and 2 cousins, and they had been exceedingly merry. The food they had left behind was enough for 3 brownies at least, but this one managed to eat it all up. Only once, in trying to cut a great slice of beef, he let the carving knife and fork fall with such a clatter that Tiny the terrier, who was tied up at the foot of the stairs, began to bark furiously. However, he brought her puppy, which had been left in a basket in the corner of the kitchen, and so succeeded in quieting her. After that he enjoyed himself amazingly, and made more marks than ever on the white tablecloth, for he began jumping about like a pea on a trencher in order to make his particularly large supper agree with him. Then, in the absence of the cat, he teased the puppy for an hour or two, till, hearing the clock strike 5, he thought it as well to turn into a mouse again and creep back cautiously into his cellar. He was only just in time, for Muff opened one eye and was just going to pounce upon him when he changed himself back into a brownie. She was so startled that she bounded away, her tail growing into twice its natural size, and her eyes gleaming like round green globes. But Brownlee only said, "Ha, ha, ho," and walked deliberately into his hole. When Cooke came downstairs and saw that the same thing had happened again, that the supper was all eaten and the tablecloth blacker than ever with the extraordinary footmarks, she was greatly puzzled. Who could have done all this? Not the cat, who came mewing out of the coal cellar the minute she unlocked the door. Possibly a rat. But then, would a rat have come within reach of Tiny? It must have been Tiny herself, or her puppy, which just came rolling out of its basket over Cook's feet. "You little wretch! You and your mother are the greatest nuisance imaginable. I'll punish you!" And quite forgetting that Tiny had been safely tied up all night, and that her poor little puppy was so fat and helpless it could scarcely stand on its legs, to say nothing of jumping on chairs and tables, she gave them both such a thrashing that they ran howling together out of the kitchen door, where the kind little kitchen maid took them up in her arms. "You ought to have beaten the Brownie if you could catch him," she said in a whisper. "He'll do it again and again, you'll see, for he can't bear an untidy kitchen. You'd better do as poor old Cooke did, and clear the supper things away and put the odds and ends safe in the larder. Also," she added mysteriously, "if I were you, I'd put a bowl of milk behind the coal cellar door." "Nonsense!" answered the young cook, and flounced away. But afterward she thought better of it and did as she was advised, grumbling all the time, but doing it. Next morning the milk was gone. Perhaps Brownie had drunk it up. Anyhow, nobody could say that he hadn't. As for the supper, Cooke having safely laid it on the shelves of the larder, nobody touched it, and the tablecloth, which was wrapped up tidily and put in the dresser drawer, came out as clean as ever, with not a single black footmark upon it. No mischief being done, the cat and the dog both escaped beating, and Brownie played no more tricks with anybody. Till the next time. End of Section 11. Recording by Nan Dodge. Section 12 of the Junior Classics, Volume 6, Old-Fashioned Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nan Dodge. The Junior Classics, Volume 6, Old-Fashioned Tales. Brownie and the Cherry Tree by Mrs. Dinah M. Craik. The next time was quick in coming, which was not wonderful considering there was a Brownie in the house. Otherwise the house was like most other houses, and the family like most other families. The children also, they were sometimes good, sometimes naughty like other children, but on the whole they deserved to have the pleasure of a Brownie to play with them, as they declared he did, many and many a time. A favorite play place was the orchard, where grew the biggest cherry tree you ever saw. They called it their castle because it rose up 10 feet from the ground in one thick stem, and then branched out into a circle of boughs with a flat place in the middle where 2 or 3 children could sit at once. There they often did sit, turn by turn, or one at a time, sometimes with a book, reading, and the biggest boy made a sort of rope ladder, by which they could climb up and down, which they did all winter and enjoyed their castle very much. But one day in spring they found their ladder cut away. The gardener had done it, saying it injured the tree, which was just coming into blossom. Now this gardener was a rather gruff man with a growling voice. He did not mean to be unkind, but he disliked children. He said they bothered him. But when they complained to their mother about the ladder, she agreed with gardener that the tree must not be injured, as it bore the biggest cherries in all the neighborhood, so big that the old saying of taking 2 bites at a cherry came really true. "Wait till the cherries are ripe," said she, and so the little people waited and watched it through its leafing and blossoming, such sheets of blossoms white as snow, till the fruit began to show and grew large and red on every bough. At last one morning the mother said, "Children, should you like to help gather the cherries today?" "Hurrah!" they cried, "and not a day too soon, for we saw a flock of starlings in the next field, and if we don't clear the tree, they will." "Very well, clear it then. Only mind and fill my baskets quite full for preserving. What is over you may eat if you like." "Thank you, thank you," and the children were eager to be off, but the mother stopped them till she could get the gardener and his ladder. "For it is he must climb the tree, not you, and you must do exactly as he tells you, and he will stop with you all the time and see that you don't come to harm." This was no slight cloud on the children's happiness, and they begged hard to go alone. "Please, might we? We will be so good." The mother shook her head. All the goodness in the world would not help them if they tumbled off the tree or ate themselves sick with cherries. You would not be safe, and I should be so unhappy. To make mother unhappy was the worst rebuke possible to these children, so they choked down their disappointment and followed the gardener as he walked on ahead, carrying his ladder on his shoulder. He looked very cross, and as if he did not like the children's company at all. They were pretty good on the whole, though they chattered a good deal, but gardener said not a word to them all the way to the orchard. When they reached it, he just told them to keep out of his way and not worrit him, which they politely promised, saying among themselves that they should not enjoy their cherry gathering at all. But children who make the best of things and try to be as good as they can sometimes have fun unawares. When the gardener was steadying his ladder against the trunk of the cherry tree, there was suddenly heard the barking of a dog, and a very fierce dog, too. First it seemed close beside them, then in the flower garden, and then in the fowl yard. Gardener dropped the ladder out of his hands. "It's that Boxer! He has got loose again! He will be running after my chickens and dragging his broken chain all over my borders. And he is so fierce and so delighted to get free. He'll bite anyone who ties him up except me. Hadn't you better go and see after him?" Gardener thought it was the eldest boy who spoke, and turned around angrily, but the little fellow had never opened his lips. Here there was heard a still louder bark, and from a quite different part of the garden. "There he is, I'm sure of it, jumping over my bedding-out plants and breaking my cucumber frames. Abominable beast! Just let me catch him." Off Gardener darted in a violent passion, throwing the ladder down upon the grass and forgetting all about the cherries and the children. The instant he was gone, a shrill laugh, loud and merry, was heard close by, and a little brown old man's face peeped from behind the cherry tree. "How d'ye do? Boxer was me. Didn't I bark well? Now I'm come to play with you." The children clapped their hands, for they knew that they were going to have some fun if Brownie was there. He was the best little playfellow in the world. And then they had him all to themselves. Nobody ever saw him except the children. "Come on," cried he in his shrill voice, half like an old man's, half like a baby's. "Who'll begin to gather the cherries?" They all looked blank, for the tree was so high to where the branches sprung, and besides, their mother had said that they were not to climb, and the ladder lay flat upon the grass, far too heavy for little hands to move. "What! You big boys don't expect a poor little fellow like me to lift the ladder all by myself. Try, I'll help you." Whether he helped or not, no sooner had they taken hold of the ladder than it rose up, almost of its own accord, and fixed itself quite safely against the tree. "But we must not climb. Mother told us not," said the boys ruefully. "Mother said we were to stand at the bottom and pick up the cherries." "Very well, obey your mother. I'll just run up the tree myself." Before the words were out of his mouth, Brownie had darted up the ladder like a monkey and disappeared among the fruit-laden branches. The children looked dismayed after a minute, till they saw a merry brown face peeping out from the green leaves at the very top of the tree. "Biggest fruit always grows highest," cried the Brownie. "Stand in a row, all you children. Little boys, hold out your caps. Little girls, make a bag of your pinafores. Open your mouths and shut your eyes, and see what the Queen will send you." They laughed and did as they were told, whereupon they were drowned in a shower of cherries, cherries falling like hailstones, hitting them on their heads, their cheeks, their noses, filling their caps and pinafores, and then rolling and tumbling on to the grass, till it was strewn thick as leaves in autumn with the rosy fruit. What a glorious scramble they had, these 3 little boys and 3 little girls! How they laughed and jumped and knocked heads together in picking up the cherries, yet never quarreled, for there were such heaps it would have been ridiculous to squabble over them, and besides, whenever they began to quarrel, Brownie always ran away. Now he was the merriest of the lot, ran up and down the tree like a cat, helped to pick up the cherries, and was first-rate at filling the large market basket. "We were to eat as many as we liked, only we must first fill the basket," conscientiously said the eldest girl, upon which they all set to at once and filled it to the brim. "Now we'll have a dinner party," cried the Brownie, and squatted down like a Turk, crossing his queer little legs and sticking his elbows upon his knees, in a way that nobody but a Brownie could manage. Sit in a ring, and we'll see who can eat the fastest." The children obeyed. How many cherries they devoured and how fast they did it passes my capacity of telling. I only hope they were not ill next day, and that all the cherry stones they swallowed by mistake did not disagree with them. But perhaps nothing does disagree with one when one dines with a Brownie. They ate so much, laughing in equal proportion, that they had quite forgotten the gardener, when all of a sudden they heard him clicking angrily the orchard gate and talking to himself as he walked through. "That nasty dog! It wasn't Boxer after all! A nice joke, to find him quietly asleep in his kennel after having hunted him, as I thought, from one end of the garden to the other. Now for the cherries and the children. Bless us, where are the children? And the cherries? Why, the tree is as bare as a blackthorn in February. The starlings have been at it after all. Oh dear, oh dear!" "Oh dear, oh dear!" echoed a voice from behind the tree, followed by shouts of mocking laughter. Not from the children. They sat as demure as possible, all in a ring with their hands before them, and in the center the huge basket of cherries, piled as full as it could possibly hold. But the Brownie had disappeared. "You naughty brats, I'll have you punished!" cried the gardener, furious at the laughter, for he never laughed himself. But as there was nothing wrong, the cherries being gathered, a very large crop, and the ladder found safe in its place, it was difficult to say what had been the harm done and who had done it. So he went growling back to the house, carrying the cherries to the mistress, who coaxed him into good temper again, as she sometimes did, bidding also the children to behave well to him, since he was an old man and not really bad, only cross. As for the little folks, she had not the slightest intention of punishing them, and as for the Brownie, it was impossible to catch him, so nobody was punished at all. End of Section 12. Recording by Nan Dodge.
Section 13 of the Junior Classics, Volume 6, Old-Fashioned Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeffrey Wilson, Ames, Iowa. The Junior Classics, Volume 6, Old-Fashioned Tales. The Ouphe of the Wood by Jean Ingelow. Footnote: Ouphe, pronounced Ouphe, is an old-fashioned word for goblin or elf. End of footnote. The Ouphe of the Wood. An Ouphe? Perhaps you exclaim. And pray what might that be? An Ouphe, fair questioner, though you may never have heard of him, was a creature well known, by hearsay at least, to your great-great-grandmother. It was currently reported that every forest had one within its precincts, who ruled over the woodmen and exacted tribute from them in the shape of little blocks of wood ready hewn for the fire of his underground palace, such blocks as are bought at shops in these degenerate days and called kindling. It was said that he had a silver axe with which he marked those trees that he did not object to have cut down. Moreover, he was supposed to possess great riches and to appear but seldom above ground, and when he did, to look like an old man in all respects but one, which was that he always carried some green ash keys about with him which he could not conceal, and by which he might be known. Do I hear you say that you don't believe he ever existed? It matters not at all to my story whether you do or not. He certainly does not exist now. The commissioners of woods and forests have much to answer for if it was they who put an end to his reign. But I do not think they did. It is more likely that the spelling book used in woodland districts disagreed with his constitution. After this short preface, please to listen while I tell you that once in a little black-timbered cottage at the skirts of a wood, a young woman sat before the fire rocking her baby, and, as she did so, building a castle in the air. "What a good thing it would be," she thought to herself, "if we were rich." It had been a bright day, but the evening was chilly, and, as she watched the glowing logs that were blazing on her hearth, she wished that all the lighted part of them would turn to gold. She was very much in the habit, this little wife, of building castles in the air, particularly when she had nothing else to do, or her husband was late in coming home to his supper. Just as she was thinking how late he was, there was a tap at the door, and an old man walked in who said, "Mistress, will you give a poor man a warm at your fire?" "And welcome," said the young woman, setting him a chair. So he sat down as close to the fire as he could, and spread out his hands to the flames. He had a little knapsack on his back, and the young woman did not doubt that he was an old soldier. "Maybe you are used to the hot countries," she said. "All countries are much the same to me," replied the stranger. "I see nothing to find fault with in this one. You have fine hawthorn trees hereabouts. Just now they are as white as snow, and then you have a noble wood behind you." "Ah, you may well say that," said the young woman. "It is a noble wood to us. It gets us bread. My husband works in it." "And a fine sheet of water there is in it," continued the old man. "As I sat by it today, it was pretty to see those cranes with red legs stepping from leaf to leaf of the water lilies so lightly." As he spoke, he looked rather wistfully at a little saucepan which stood upon the hearth. "Why, I shouldn't wonder if you were hungry," said the young woman, laying her baby in the cradle, and spreading a cloth on the round table. "My husband will be home soon, and if you like to stay and sup with him and me, you will be kindly welcome." The old man's eyes sparkled when she said this, and he looked so very old and seemed so weak that she pitied him. He turned a little aside from the fire, and watched her while she set a brown loaf on the table, and fried a few slices of bacon. But all was ready, and the kettle had been boiling some time before there were any signs of the husband's return. "I never knew Will to be so late before," said the stranger. "Perhaps he is carrying his logs to the saw pits." "Will!" exclaimed the wife. "What, you know my husband then? I thought you were a stranger in these parts." "Oh, I have been past this place several times," said the old man, looking rather confused, "and so of course I have heard of your husband. Nobody's stroke in the wood is so regular and strong as his. And I can tell you he is the handiest man at home," began his wife. "Ah, ah," said the old man, smiling at her eagerness, "and here he comes if I am not mistaken." At that moment the woodman entered. "Will," said his wife, as she took his bill book from him and hung up his hat, "here's an old soldier come to sup with us, my dear." And as she spoke, she gave her husband a gentle push toward the old man, and made a sign that he should speak to him. "Kindly welcome, master," said the woodman. "Wife, I'm hungry. Let's to supper." The wife turned some potatoes out of the little saucepan, set a jug of beer on the table, and they all began to sup. The best of everything was offered by the wife to the stranger. The husband, after looking earnestly at him for a few minutes, kept silence. "And where might you be going to lodge tonight, good man, if I'm not too bold?" asked she. The old man heaved a deep sigh, and said he supposed he must lie out in the forest. "Well, that would be a great pity," remarked his kind hostess. "No wonder your bones ache if you have no better shelter." As she said this, she looked appealingly at her husband. "My wife, I'm thinking, would like to offer you a bed," said the woodman. "At least, if you don't mind sleeping in this clean kitchen, I think that we could toss you up something of that sort that you need not disdain." "Disdain, indeed," said the wife. "Why, Will, when there's not a tighter cottage than ours in all the wood, and with a curtain, as we have, and a brick floor, and everything so good about us." The husband laughed. The old man looked on with a twinkle in his eye. "I'm sure I shall be humbly grateful," said he. Accordingly, when supper was over, they made him up a bed on the floor, and spread clean sheets upon it of the young wife's own spinning, and heaped several fresh logs on the fire. Then they wished the stranger good night, and crept up the ladder to their own snug little chamber. "Disdain, indeed," laughed the wife, as soon as they shut the door. "Why, Will, how could you say it? I should like to see him disdain me and mine. It isn't often, I'll engage to say, that he sleeps in such a well-furnished kitchen." The husband said nothing, but secretly laughed to himself. "What are you laughing at, Will?" said his wife, as she put out the candle. "Why, you soft little thing," answered the woodman. "Didn't you see that bunch of green ash keys in his cap? And don't you know that nobody would dare to wear them but the Ouphe of the wood? I saw him cutting those very keys for himself as I passed to the sawmill this morning, and I knew him again directly, though he has disguised himself as an old man." "Bless us!" exclaimed the little wife. "Is the wood Ouphe in our cottage? How frightened I am! I wish I hadn't put the candle out." The husband laughed more and more. "Will," said his wife in a solemn voice, "I wonder how you dare laugh, and that powerful creature under the very bed where you lie." And she to be so pitiful over him, said the woodman, laughing till the floor shook under him, and to talk and boast of our house, and insist on helping him to more potatoes, when he has a palace of his own and heaps of riches. Oh dear, oh dear. Don't laugh, Will, said the wife, and I'll make you the most beautiful furmity you ever tasted tomorrow. Don't let him hear you laughing. Footnote: Furmity, generally written frumenty, wheat boiled in milk with sugar and fruit. End of footnote. Why, he comes for no harm, said the woodman. I've never cut down any trees that he had not marked, and I've always laid his toll of the wood, neatly cut up, beside his footpath, so I am not afraid. Besides, don't you know that he always pays where he lodges, and very handsomely too? Pays, does he? said the wife. Well, but he is an awful creature to have so near one. I would much rather he had really been an old soldier. I hope he is not looking after my baby. He shall not have him, let him offer ever so much. The more the wife talked, the more the husband laughed at her fears, till at length he fell asleep, whilst she lay awake, thinking and thinking, till by degrees she forgot her fears, and began to wonder what they might expect by way of reward. Hours appeared to pass away during these thoughts. At length, to her great surprise, while it was still quite dark, her husband called to her from below. Come down, Kitty. Only come down to see what the Ouphe has left us. As quickly as possible, Kitty started up and dressed herself, and ran down the ladder, and then she saw her husband kneeling on the floor over the knapsack, which the Ouphe had left behind him. Kitty rushed to the spot, and saw the knapsack bursting open with gold coins, which were rolling out over the brick floor. Here was good fortune. She began to pick them up and count them into her apron. The more she gathered, the faster they rolled, till she left off counting, out of breath with joy and surprise. What shall we do with all this money? Said the delighted woodman. They consulted for some time. At last they decided to bury it in the garden, all but 20 pieces, which they would spend directly. Accordingly they dug a hole and carefully hid the rest of the money, and then the woodman went to the town, and soon returned laden with the things they had agreed upon as desirable possessions, namely, a leg of mutton, 2 bottles of wine, a necklace for Kitty, some tea and sugar, a grand velvet waistcoat, a silver watch, a large clock, a red silk cloak, and a hat and feather for the baby, a quilted petticoat, a great many muffins and crumpets, a rattle, and 2 new pairs of shoes. How enchanted they both were! Kitty cooked the nice things, and they dressed themselves in the finery, and sat down to a very good dinner. But alas, the woodman drank so much of the wine that he soon got quite tipsy, and began to dance and sing. Kitty was very much shocked, but when he proposed to dig up some more of the gold, and go to market for some more wine and some more blue velvet waistcoats, she remonstrated very strongly. Such was the change that had come over this loving couple, that they presently began to quarrel, and from words the woodman soon got to blows, and after beating his little wife, lay down on the floor and fell fast asleep, while she sat crying in a corner. The next day they both felt very miserable, and the woodman had such a terrible headache that he could neither eat nor work. But the day after, being pretty well again, he dug up some more gold and went to town, where he bought such quantities of fine clothes and furniture and so many good things to eat that in the end he was obliged to buy a wagon to bring them home in, and great was the delight of his wife when she saw him coming home on the top of it, driving the 4 grey horses himself. They soon began to unpack the goods and lay them out on the grass, for the cottage was far too small to hold them. "There are some red silk curtains with gold rods," said the woodman. "And grand indeed they are," exclaimed his wife, spreading them over the onion bed. "And here's a great looking-glass," continued the woodman, setting one up against the outside of the cottage, for it would not go in the door. So they went on handing down the things, and it took nearly the whole afternoon to empty the wagon. No wonder when it contained, among other things, a coral and bells for the baby, and 5 very large tea trays adorned with handsome pictures of impossible scenery, 2 large sofas covered with green damask, 3 bonnets trimmed with feathers and flowers, 2 glass tumblers for them to drink out of, for Kitty had decided that mugs were very vulgar things, 6 books bound in handsome red morocco, a mahogany table, a large tin saucepan, a spit and silver waiter, a blue coat with gilt buttons, a yellow waistcoat, some pictures, a dozen bottles of wine, a quarter of lamb, cakes, tarts, pies, ale, porter, gin, silk stockings, blue and red and white shoes, lace, ham, mirrors, 3 clocks, a 4-post bedstead, and a bag of sugar candy. These articles filled the cottage and garden. The wagon stood outside the paling. Though the little kitchen was very much encumbered with furniture, they contrived to make a fire in it, and having eaten a sumptuous dinner, they drank each other's health, using the new tumblers to their great satisfaction. "All these things remind me that we must have another house built," said Kitty. "You may do just as you please about that, my dear," replied her husband, with a bottle of wine in his hand. "My dear," said Kitty, "how vulgar you are. Why don't you drink out of one of our new tumblers like a gentleman?" The woodman refused, and said it was much more handy to drink it out of the bottle. "Handy indeed," retorted Kitty. "Yes, and by that means none will be left for me." Thereupon another quarrel ensued, and the woodman, being by this time quite tipsy, beat his wife again. The next day they went and got numbers of workmen to build them a new house in their garden. It was quite astonishing even to Kitty, who did not know much about building, to see how quick these workmen were. In 1 week the house was ready. But in the meantime the woodman, who had very often been tipsy, felt so unwell that he could not look after them. Therefore it is not surprising that they stole a great many of his fine things while he lay smoking on the green damask sofa which stood on the carrot bed. Those articles which the workmen did not steal, the rain and dust spoilt, but that they thought did not much matter, for still more than half the gold was left. So they soon furnished the new house. And now Kitty had a servant, and used to sit every morning on a couch dressed in silks and jewels till dinner-time, when the most delicious hot beefsteaks and sausage pudding or roast goose were served up, with more sweet pies, fritters, tarts, and cheesecakes than they could possibly eat. As for the baby, he had 3 elegant cots, in which he was put to sleep by turns. He was allowed to tear his picture books as often as he pleased, and to eat so many sugar plums and macaroons that they often made him quite ill. The woodman looked very pale and miserable, though he often said what a fine thing it was to be rich. He never thought of going to his work, and used generally to sit in the kitchen till dinner was ready, watching the spit. Kitty wished she could see him looking as well and cheerful as in old days, though she felt naturally proud that her husband should always be dressed like a gentleman, namely, in a blue coat, red waistcoat, and top boots. He and Kitty could never agree as to what should be done with the rest of the money. In fact, no one would have known them for the same people. They quarrelled almost every day, and lost nearly all their love for one another. Kitty often cried herself to sleep, a thing she had never done when they were poor, She thought it was very strange that she should be a lady and yet not be happy. Every morning when the woodman was sober they invented new plans for making themselves happy, yet strange to say, none of them succeeded, and matters grew worse and worse. At last Kitty thought she should be happy if she had a coach, so she went to the place where the knapsack was buried and began to dig, but the garden was so trodden down that she could not dig deep enough, and soon got tired of trying. At last she called the servant and told her the secret as to where the money was, promising her a gold piece if she could dig it up. The servant dug with all her strength, and with a great deal of trouble they got the knapsack up, and Kitty found that not many gold pieces were left. However, she resolved to have the coach, so she took them and went to the town, where she bought a yellow chariot with the most beautiful coat of arms upon it, and 2 cream-coloured horses to draw it. In the meantime the maid ran to the magistrates, and told them she had discovered something very dreadful, which was, that her mistress had nothing to do but dig in the ground, and that she could make money come, coined money, which, said the maid, is a very terrible thing, and it proves that she must be a witch. The mayor and aldermen were very much shocked, for witches were commonly believed in those days, and when they heard that Kitty had dug up money that very morning, and bought a yellow coach with it, they decided that the matter must be investigated. When Kitty drove up to her own door, she saw the mayor and aldermen standing in the kitchen waiting for her. She demanded what they wanted, and they said they were come in the king's name to search the house. Kitty immediately ran upstairs and took the baby out of his cradle, lest any of them should steal him, which of course seemed a very probable thing for them to do. Then she went to look for her husband, who, shocking to relate, was quite tipsy, quarrelling and arguing with the mayor, and she actually saw him box an alderman's ears. "The thing is proved," said the indignant mayor. "This woman is certainly a witch." Kitty was very much bewildered at this, but how much more when she saw her husband seize the mayor, yes, the very mayor himself, and shake him so hard that he actually shook his head off, and it rolled under the dresser. "If I had not seen this with my own eyes," said Kitty, "I could not have believed it. Even now it does not seem at all real." All the aldermen wrung their hands. "Murder! Murder!" cried the maid. "Yes," said the alderman, "this woman and her husband must immediately be put to death, and the baby must be taken from them and made a slave." In vain Kitty fell on her knees. The proofs of their guilt were so plain that there was no hope for mercy, and they were just going to be led out to execution, when... Why, then she opened her eyes, and saw that she was lying in bed in her own little chamber where she had lived and been so happy. Her baby beside her in his wicker cradle was crowing and sucking his fingers. "So, then, I have never been rich after all," said Kitty, "and it was all only a dream. I thought it was very strange at the time that a man's head should roll off." And she heaved a deep sigh, and put her hand to her face, which was wet with the tears she had shed when she thought that she and her husband were going to be executed. "I am very glad, then. My husband is not a drunken man, and he does not beat me, but he goes to work every day, and I am as happy as a queen." Just then she heard her husband's good-tempered voice whistling as he went down the ladder. "Kitty, Kitty," said he, "come, get up, my little woman. It's later than usual, and our good visitor will want his breakfast." "Oh, Will, do come here," answered the wife, and presently her husband came up again, dressed in his fustian jacket, and looking quite healthy and good-tempered, not at all like the pale man in the blue coat, who sat watching the meat while it roasted. "Oh, Will, I have had such a frightful dream," said Kitty, and she began to cry. "We are not going to quarrel and hate each other, are we?" "Why, what a silly little thing thou art, to cry about a dream," said the woodman, smiling. "No, we are not going to quarrel, as I know of. Come, Kitty, remember the Ouphe." "Oh, yes, yes, I remember," said Kitty, and she made haste to dress herself and come down. "Good morning, mistress. How have you slept?" said the Ouphe, in a gentle voice to her. "Not so well as I could have wished, sir," said Kitty. The Ouphe smiled. "I slept very well," he said. "The supper was good and kindly given, without any thought of reward." "And that is the certain truth," interrupted Kitty. "I never had the least thought what you were till my husband told me." The woodman had gone out to cut some fresh cresses for his guest's breakfast. "I am sorry, mistress," said the Ouphe, "that you slept uneasily. My race are said sometimes by their presence to affect the dreams of you mortals. Where is my knapsack? Shall I leave it behind me in payment of bed and board?" "Oh, no, no, I pray you don't," said the little wife, blushing and stepping back. "You are kindly welcome to all you have had, I'm sure. Don't repay us so, sir." "What, mistress, and why not?" asked the Ouphe, smiling. "It is as full of gold pieces as it can hold, and I shall never miss them." "No, I entreat you, do not," said Kitty, "and do not offer it to my husband, for maybe he has not been warned as I have." Just then the woodman came in. "I have been thanking your wife for my good entertainment," said the Ouphe, "and if there is anything in reason that I can give either of you—" "Will, we do very well as we are," said his wife, going up to him and looking anxiously in his face. "I don't deny," said the woodman thoughtfully, "that there are one or two things I should like my wife to have, but somehow I've not been able to get them for her yet." "What are they?" asked the Ouphe. "One is a spinning wheel," answered the woodman. "She used to spin a good deal when she was at home with her mother." "She shall have a spinning wheel," replied the Ouphe. "And is there nothing else, my good host?" "Well," said the woodman frankly, "since you are so obliging, we should like a hive of bees." "The bees you shall have also. And now, good morning both, and 1,000 thanks to you." So saying, he took his leave, and no pressing could make him stay to breakfast. "Well," thought Kitty, when she had had a little time for reflection, "a spinning wheel is just what I wanted, but if people had told me this time yesterday morning that I should be offered a knapsack full of money and should refuse it, I could not possibly have believed them." End of section 13. Recording by Jeffrey Wilson, Ames, Iowa. Section 14 of the Junior Classics, Volume 6. Old-Fashioned Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeffrey Wilson, Ames, Iowa. The Junior Classics, Volume 6, Old-Fashioned Tales. The Prince's Dream, by Jean Ingelow. If we may credit the fable, there is a tower in the midst of a great Asiatic plain, wherein is confined a prince who was placed there in his earliest infancy, with many slaves and attendants, and all the luxuries that are compatible with imprisonment. Whether he was brought there from some motive of state, whether to conceal him from enemies or to deprive him of rights, has not transpired, but it is certain that up to the date of this little history he had never set his foot outside the walls of that high tower, and that of the vast world without he knew only the green plains which surrounded it. The flocks and the birds of that region were all his experience of living creatures, and all the men he saw outside were shepherds. And yet he was not utterly deprived of change, for sometimes one of his attendants would be ordered away, and his place would be supplied by a new one. The prince would never weary of questioning this fresh companion, and of letting him talk of cities, of ships, of forests, of merchandise, of kings. But though in turns they all tried to satisfy his curiosity, they could not succeed in conveying very distinct notions to his mind. Partly because there was nothing in the tower to which they could compare the external world, partly because, having chiefly lived lives of seclusion and indolence in eastern palaces, they knew it only by hearsay themselves. At length, one day, a venerable man of a noble presence was brought to the tower, with soldiers to guard him and slaves to attend him. The prince was glad of his presence, though at first he seldom opened his lips, and it was manifest that confinement made him miserable. With restless feet he would wander from window to window of the stone tower, and mount from story to story. But mount as high as he would, there was still nothing to be seen but the vast unvarying plain clothed with scanty grass and flooded with the glaring sunshine. Flocks and herds and shepherds moved across it sometimes, but nothing else, not even a shadow, for there was no cloud in the sky to cast one. The old man, however, always treated the prince with respect, and answered his questions with a great deal of patience, till at length he found a pleasure in satisfying his curiosity, which so much pleased the poor young prisoner, that as a great condescension he invited him to come out on the roof of the tower and drink sherbet with him in the cool of the evening, and tell him of the country beyond the desert, and what seas are like, and mountains and towns. "I have learned much from my attendants, and know this world pretty well by hearsay," said the prince, as they reclined on the rich carpet which was spread on the roof. The old man smiled but did not answer, perhaps because he did not care to undeceive his young companion, perhaps because so many slaves were present, some of whom were serving them with fruit, and others burning rich odours on a little chafing dish that stood between them. "But there are some words to which I never could attach any particular meaning," proceeded the prince, as the slaves began to retire, "and 3 in particular that my attendants cannot satisfy me upon, or are reluctant to do so." "What words are those, my prince?" asked the old man. The prince turned on his elbow to be sure that the last slave had descended the tower stairs, then replied, "O man of much knowledge, the words are these, labour, and liberty, and gold." "Prince," said the old man, "I do not wonder that it has been hard to make thee understand the first, the nature of it, and the cause why most men are born to it. As for the second, it would be treason for thee and me to do more than whisper it here and sigh for it when none are listening. But the third need hardly puzzle thee. Thy hookah is bright with it. All thy jewels are set in it. Gold is inlaid in the ivory of thy bath. Thy cup and thy dish are of gold, and golden threads are wrought into thy raiment." "That is true," replied the prince, "and if I had not seen and handled this gold, perhaps I might not find its merit so hard to understand. But I possess it in abundance, and it does not feed me, nor make music for me, nor fan me when the sun is hot, nor cause me to sleep when I am weary. Therefore, when my slaves have told me how merchants go out and brave the perilous wind and sea, and live in the unstable ships, and run risks from shipwreck and pirates, and when, having asked them why they have done this, they have answered, 'For gold,' I have found it hard to believe them, and when they have told me how men have lied, and robbed, and deceived, how they have murdered one another, and leagued together to depose kings, to oppress provinces, and all for gold, then I have said to myself, either my slaves have combined to make me believe that which is not, or this gold must be very different from the yellow stuff that this coin is made of, this coin which is of no use but to have a hole pierced through it and hang to my girdle, that it may tinkle when I walk." "Notwithstanding this," said the old man, "nothing can be done without gold, for it is better than bread, and fruit, and music, for it can buy them all, since all men love it and have agreed to exchange it for whatever they may need." "How so?" asked the prince. "If a man has many loaves, he cannot eat them all," answered the old man. "Therefore he goes to his neighbor and says, 'I have bread, and thou hast a coin of gold. Let us exchange.' So he receives the gold and goes to another man, saying, 'Thou hast 2 houses, and I have none. Lend me one of thy houses to live in, and I will give thee my gold.' Thus again they exchange. "It is well," said the prince. "But in time of drought, if there is no bread in a city, can they make it of gold?" "Not so," answered the old man, "but they must send their gold to a city where there is food, and bring that back instead of it." "But if there is a famine all over the world," asked the prince, "what would they do then?" "Why then, and only then," said the old man, "they must starve, and the gold would be naught, for it can only be changed for that which is, it cannot make that which is not." "And where do they get gold?" asked the prince. "Is it the precious fruit of some rare tree, or have they whereby they can draw it down from the sky at sunset?" "Some of it," said the old man, "they dig out of the ground." Then he told the prince of ancient rivers running through terrible deserts, whose sands glitter with golden grains and are yellow in the fierce heat of the sun, and of dreary mines where the Indian slaves work in gangs tied together, never seeing the light of day, and lastly, for he was a man of much knowledge and had travelled far, he told him of the valley of the Sacramento in the New World, and of those mountains where the people of Europe send their criminals, and where now their freemen pour forth to gather gold, and dig for it as hard as if for life, sitting up by it at night lest any should take it from them, giving up houses and country, and wife and children for the sake of a few feet of mud, whence they dig clay that glitters as they wash it, and how they sift it and rock it as patiently as if it were their own children in the cradle, and afterward carry it in their bosoms, and forego on account of it safety and rest. But, prince," he went on, seeing that the young man was absorbed in his narrative, "if you would pass your word to me never to betray me, I would procure for you a sight of the external world, and in a trance you should see those places where gold is dug, and traverse those regions forbidden to your mortal footsteps." Upon this, the prince threw himself at the old man's feet, and promised heartily to observe the secrecy required, and entreated that, for however short a time, he might be suffered to see this wonderful world. Then, if we may credit the story, the old man drew nearer to the chafing dish which stood between them, and having fanned the dying embers in it, cast upon them a certain powder and some herbs, from whence as they burnt a peculiar smoke arose. As their vapours spread, he desired the prince to draw near and inhale them, and then, says the fable, assured him that when he should sleep he would find himself, in his dream, at whatever place he might desire, with this strange advantage, that he should see things in their truth and reality as well as in their outward shows. So the prince, not without some fear, prepared to obey, but first he drank his sherbet, and handed over the golden cup to the old man by way of recompense. Then he reclined beside the chafing dish and inhaled the heavy perfume till he became overpowered with sleep, and sank down upon the carpet in a dream. The prince knew not where he was, but a green country was floating before him, and he found himself standing in a marshy valley where a few wretched cottages were scattered here and there with no means of communication. There was a river, but it had overflowed its banks and made the central land impassable. The fences had been broken down by it, and the fields of corn laid low. A few wretched peasants were wandering about there. They looked half clad and half starved. "A miserable valley indeed," exclaimed the prince. But as he said it, a man came down from the hills with a great bag of gold in his hand. "This valley is mine," said he to the people. "I have bought it for gold. Now make banks that the river may not overflow, and I will give you gold. Also make fences and plant fields, and cover in the roofs of your houses, and buy yourselves richer clothing." So the people did so, and as the gold got lower in the bag, the valley grew fairer and greener, till the prince exclaimed, "O gold, I see your value now! O wonderful, beneficent gold!" But presently the valley melted away like a mist, and the prince saw an army besieging a city. He heard a general haranguing his soldiers to urge them on, and the soldiers shouting and battering the walls. But shortly, when the city was well nigh taken, he saw some men secretly giving gold among the soldiers, so much of it that they threw down their arms to pick it up, and said that the walls were so strong that they could not throw them down. "O powerful gold," thought the prince, "thou art stronger than the city walls." After that it seemed to him that he was walking about in a desert country, and in his dream he thought, "Now I know what labor is, for I have seen it and its benefits, and I know what liberty is, for I have tasted it. I can wander where I will, and no man questions me. But gold is more strange to me than ever, for I have seen it buy both liberty and labor." Shortly after this he saw a great crowd digging upon a barren hill, and when he drew near he understood that he was to see the place whence the gold came. He came up and stood a long time watching the people as they toiled ready to faint in the sun, so great was the labor of digging up the gold. He saw some who had much and could not trust anyone to help them carry it, binding it in bundles over their shoulders, and bending and groaning under its weight. He saw others hide it in the ground, and watch the place, clothed in rags, that none might suspect that they were rich. But some, on the contrary, who had dug up an unusual quantity, he saw dancing and singing, and vaunting their success, till robbers waylaid them when they slept, and rifled their bundles and carried their golden sand away. "All these men are mad," thought the prince, "and this pernicious gold has made them so." After this, as he wandered here and there, he saw groups of people smelting the gold under the shadow of the trees, and he observed that a dancing, quivering vapour rose up from it which dazzled their eyes, and distorted everything that they looked at, arraying it also in different colours from the true one. He observed that this vapour from the gold caused all things to rock and reel before the eyes of those who looked through it, and also by some strange affinity it drew their hearts toward those who carried much gold on their persons, so that they called them good and beautiful. It also caused them to see darkness and dullness in the faces of those who had carried none. "This," thought the prince, "is very strange." But not being able to explain it, he went still farther, and there he saw more people. Each of these had adorned himself with a broad golden girdle, and was sitting in the shade while other men waited on them. "What ails these people?" he inquired of one who was looking on, for he observed a peculiar air of weariness and dullness in their faces. He was answered that the girdles were very tight and heavy, and being bound over the regions of the heart, were supposed to impede its action, and prevent it from beating high, and also to chill the wearer, as, being of opaque material, the warm sunshine of the earth could not get through to warm them. "Why then do they not break them asunder," exclaimed the prince, "and fling them away?" "Break them asunder!" cried the man. "Why, what a madman you must be! They are made of the purest gold." "Forgive my ignorance," replied the prince. "I am a stranger." So he walked on, for feelings of delicacy prevented him from gazing any longer at the men with the golden girdles. But as he went, he pondered on the misery he had seen, and thought to himself that this golden sand did more mischief than all the poisons of the apothecary, for it dazzled the eyes of some, it strained the hearts of others, it bowed down the heads of many to the earth with its weight. It was a sore labour to gather it, and when it was gathered the robber might carry it away. It would be a good thing, he thought, if there were none of it. After this he came to a place where were sitting some aged widows and some orphan children of the gold diggers, who were helpless and destitute. They were weeping and bemoaning themselves, but stopped at the approach of a man whose appearance attracted the prince, for he had a very great bundle of gold on his back, and yet it did not bow him down at all. His apparel was rich, but he had no girdle on, and his face was anything but sad. "Sir," said the prince to him, "you have a great burden. You are fortunate to be able to stand under it." "I could not do so," he replied, "only that as I go on I keep lightening it." And as he passed each of the widows, he threw gold to her, and stooping down hid pieces of it in the bosoms of the children. "You have no girdle," said the prince. "I once had one," answered the gold-gatherer, "but it was so tight over my breast that my heart grew cold under it, and almost ceased to beat. Having a great quantity of gold on my back, I felt almost at the last gasp, so I threw off my girdle, and being on the bank of a river which I knew not how to cross, I was about to fling it in, I was so vexed. But no, thought I, there are many people waiting here to cross besides myself. I will make my girdle into a bridge, and we will cross over on it." "Turn your girdle into a bridge?" said the prince, doubtfully, for he did not quite understand. The man explained himself. "And then, sir, after that," he continued, "I turned one half of my burden into bread, and gave it to these poor people. Since then I have not been oppressed by its weight, however heavy it may have been, for few men have a heavier one. In fact, I gather more from day to day." As the man kept speaking, he scattered his gold right and left with a cheerful countenance, and the prince was about to reply when suddenly a great trembling under his feet made him fall to the ground. The refining fires of the gold-gatherers sprang up into flames, and then went out. Night fell over everything on the earth, and nothing was visible in the sky but the stars of the Southern Cross. "It is past midnight," thought the prince, "for the stars of the cross begin to bend." He raised himself upon his elbow, and tried to pierce the darkness, but could not. At length a slender blue flame darted out, as from ashes in a chafing dish, and by the light of it he saw the strange pattern of his carpet and the cushions lying about. He did not recognize them at first, but presently he knew that he was lying in his usual place, at the top of his tower. "Wake up, prince," said the old man. The prince sat up and sighed, and the old man inquired what he had seen. "O man of much learning," answered the prince, "I have seen that this is a wonderful world. I have seen the value of labor, and I know the uses of it. I have tasted the sweetness of liberty, and am grateful, though it was but in a dream. But as for that other word that was so great a mystery to me, I only know this, that it must remain a mystery forever, since I am fain to believe that all men are bent on getting it, though once gotten it causeth them endless disquietude, only second to their discomfort that are without it. I am fain to believe that they can procure with it whatever they most desire, and yet that it cankers their hearts and dazzles their eyes, that it is their nature and their duty to gather it, and yet that, when once gathered, the best thing they can do is to scatter it." The next morning, when he awoke, the old man was gone. He had taken with him the golden cup, and the sentinel was also gone, none knew whither. Perhaps the old man had turned his golden cup into a golden key. End of section 14. Recording by Jeffrey Wilson, Ames, Iowa. Section 15 of the Junior Classics Volume 6 Old-Fashioned Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeffrey Wilson, Ames, Iowa. The Junior Classics Volume 6 Old-Fashioned Tales. A Lost Wand, Part 1, by Jean Ingelow. More than 100 years ago, at the foot of a wild mountain in Norway, stood an old castle, which even at the time I write of was so much out of repair as in some parts to be scarcely habitable. In a hall of this castle a party of children met once on Twelfth Night to play at Christmas games and dance with little Hulda, the only child of the lord and lady. The winters in Norway are very cold, and the snow and ice lie for months on the ground. But the night on which these merry children met, it froze with more than ordinary severity, and a keen wind shook the trees without, and roared in the wide chimneys like thunder. Little Hulda's mother, as the evening wore on, kept calling on the servants to heap on fresh logs of wood, and these, when the long flames crept around them, sent up showers of sparks that lit up the brown walls, ornamented with the horns of deer and goats, and made it look as cheerful and gay as the faces of the children. Hulda's grandmother had sent her a great cake, and when the children had played enough at all the games they could think of, the old grey-headed servants brought it out and set it on the table, together with a great many other nice things such as people eat in Norway, pasties made of reindeer meat, and castles of the sweet pastry sparkling with sugar ornaments of ships and flowers and crowns, and cranberry pies and whipped cream as white as the snow outside. But nothing was admired so much as the great cake, and when the children saw it, they set up a shout which woke the 2 hounds who were sleeping on the hearths, and they began to bark, which roused all the 4 dogs in the kennels outside who had not been invited to see either the cake or the games, and they barked too, shaking and shivering with cold. And then a great lump of snow slid down from the roof, and fell with a dull sound like distant thunder on the pavement of the yard. "Hurrah!" cried the children. "The dogs and the snow are helping us to shout in honor of the cake." All this time more and more nice things were coming in. Fritters, roasted grouse, frosted apples, and buttered crabs. As the old servants came shivering along the passages, they said, "It is a good thing that children are not late with their suppers. If the confects had been kept long in the larder, they would have frozen on the dishes." Nobody wished to wait at all, so as soon as the supper was ready, they all sat down. More wood was heaped onto the fire, and when the moon shone in at the deep casements, and glittered on the dropping snowflakes outside, it only served to make the children more merry over their supper to think how bright and warm everything was inside. This cake was a real treasure, such as in the days of the fairies who still lived in certain parts of Norway was known to be of the kind they loved. A piece of it was always cut and laid outside in the snow, in case they should wish to taste it. Hulda's grandmother had also dropped a ring into this cake before it was put into the oven, and it is well known that whoever gets such a ring in his or her slice of cake has only to wish for something directly, and the fairies are bound to give it, if they possibly can. There have been cases known when the fairies could not give it, and then, of course, they were not to blame. On this occasion the children said, "Let us all be ready with our wishes, because sometimes people have been known to lose them from being so long making up their minds when the ring has come to them." "Yes," cried the eldest boy, "it does not seem fair that only one should wish. I am the eldest. I begin. I shall wish that 12th night would come twice a year." "They cannot give you that, I'm sure," said Friedrich, his brother, who sat by him. "Then," said the boy, "I wish father may take me with him the next time he goes out bear-shooting." "I wish for a white kitten with blue eyes," said a little girl whose name was Teresa. "I shall wish to find an amber necklace that does not belong to anyone," said another little girl. "I wish to be a king," said a boy whose name was Karl. "No, I think I shall wish to be the burgomaster, that I may go on board the ships in the harbour, and make their captains show me what is in them. I shall see how the sailors make their sails go up." "I shall wish to marry Hulda," said another boy, "when I am a man, I mean. And besides that, I wish I may find a black puppy in my room at home, for I love dogs." "But that is not fair," said the other children. "You must only wish for one thing, as we did." "But I really wish for both," said the boy. "If you wish for both, perhaps you will get neither," said little Hulda. "Well, then," answered the boy, "I wish for the puppy." And so they all went on wishing till at last it came to Hulda's turn. "What do you wish for, my child?" said her mother. "Not for anything at all," she answered, shaking her head. "Oh, but you must wish for something," cried all the children. "Yes," said her mother, "and I am now going to cut the cake. See, Hulda, the knife is going into it. Think of something." "Well then," answered the little girl, "I cannot think of anything else, so I shall wish that you may all have your wishes." Upon this the knife went crunching down into the cake, the children gave 3 cheers, and the white waxen tulip bud at the top came tumbling on the table, and while they were all looking, it opened its leaves, and out of the middle of it stepped a beautiful little fairy woman, no taller than your finger. She had a white robe on, a little crown on her long yellow hair. There were 2 wings on her shoulders, just like the downy brown wings of a butterfly, and in her hand she had a little scepter sparkling with precious stones. "Only one wish," she said, jumping down onto the table, and speaking with the smallest little voice you ever heard. "Your fathers and mothers were always contented if we gave them one wish every year." As she spoke, Hulda's mother gave a slice of cake to each child, and when Hulda took hers, out dropped the ring and fell clattering on her platter. "Only one wish," repeated the fairy, and the children were all so much astonished, for even in those days fairies were but rarely seen, that none of them spoke a word, not even in a whisper. "Only one wish. Speak, then, little Hulda, for I am one of that race which delights to give pleasure and to do good. Is there really nothing that you wish, for you shall certainly have it if there is?" "There was nothing, dear fairy, before I saw you," answered the little girl, in a hesitating tone. "But now there is?" asked the fairy. "Tell it me, then, and you shall have it." "I wish for that pretty little scepter of yours," said Hulda, pointing to the fairy's wand. The moment Hulda said this, the fairy shuddered and became pale, her brilliant colors faded, and she looked to the children's eyes like a thin white mist standing still in her place. The scepter, on the contrary, became brighter than ever, and the precious stones glowed like burning coals. "Dear child," she sighed in a faint, mournful voice, "I had better have left you with the gift of your satisfied, contented heart than thus have urged you to form a wish to my destruction. Alas, alas! My power and my happiness fade from me and are as if they had never been. My wand must now go to you, who can make no use of it, and I must flutter about forlornly and alone in the cold world, with no more ability to do good, and waste away my time, a helpless and defenseless thing." "Oh, no, no," replied little Hulda. "Do not speak so mournfully, dear fairy. I did not wish at first to ask for it. I will not take the wand if it is of value to you, and I should be grieved to have it against your will." "Child," said the fairy, "you do not know our nature. I have said whatever you wished should be yours. I cannot alter this decree. It must be so. Take my wand, and I entreat you to guard it carefully, and never to give it away lest it should get into the hands of my enemy, for if once it should, I shall become his miserable little slave. Keep my wand with care. It is of no use to you, but in the course of years it is possible I may be able to regain it, and on midsummer night I shall for a few hours return to my present shape, and be able for a short time to talk with you again." "Dear fairy," said little Hulda, weeping and putting out her hand for the wand, which the fairy held to her, Is there nothing else that I can do for you?" "Nothing, nothing," said the fairy, who had now become so transparent and dim that they could scarcely see her. Only the wings on her shoulders remained, and their bright colours had changed to a dusky brown. "I have long contended with my bitter enemy, the chief of the tribe of the gnomes, the ill-natured, spiteful gnomes. Their desire is as much to do harm to mortals as it is mine to do them good. If now he should find me, I shall be at his mercy. It was decreed long ages ago that I should one day lose my wand, and it depends in some degree upon you, little Hulda, whether I shall ever receive it again. Farewell." And now nothing was visible but the wings. The fairy had changed into a moth, with large brown wings freckled with dark eyes, and it stood trembling upon the table till at length, when the children had watched it some time, it fluttered toward the window and beat against the panes, as if it wished to be released. So they opened the casement and let it out in the wind and cold. Poor little thing! They were very sorry for it, but after a while they nearly forgot it, for they were but children. Little Hulda only remembered it, and she carefully enclosed the beautiful sceptre in a small box. But Midsummer Day passed by, and several other Midsummer Days, and still Hulda saw nothing and heard nothing of the fairy. She then began to fear that she must be dead, and it was a long time since she had looked at the wand, when one day in the middle of the Norway summer, as she was playing in one of the deep bay windows of the castle, she saw a peddler with a pack on his back coming slowly up the avenue of pine trees, and singing a merry song. "Can I speak to the lady of this castle?" he said to Hulda, making at the same time a very low bow. Hulda did not much like him, he had such restless black eyes and such a cunning smile. His face showed that he was a foreigner, it was as brown as a nut. His dress also was very strange. He wore a red turban and had large earrings in his ears, and silver chains wound round and round his ankles. Hulda replied that her mother was gone to the fair at Christiania, and would not be back for several days. "Can I then speak with the lord of the castle?" asked the peddler. "My father is gone out to fish in the fjord," replied little Hulda. "He will not return for some time, and the maids and the men are all gone to make hay in the fields. There is no one left at home but me and my old nurse." The peddler was very much delighted to hear this. However, he pretended to be disappointed. "It is very unfortunate," he said, "that your honoured parents are not at home, for I have got some things here of such wonderful beauty that nothing could have given them so much pleasure as to have feasted their eyes with the sight of them. Rings, bracelets, lockets, pictures. In short, there is nothing beautiful that I have not got in my pack, and if your parents could have seen them, they would have given all the money they had in the world rather than not have bought some of them." "Good peddler," said little Hulda, "could you not be so very kind as just to let me have a sight of them?" The peddler at first pretended to be unwilling, but after he had looked all across the wide heath and seen that there was no one coming, and that the hounds by the doorway were fast asleep in the sun, and the very pigeons on the roof had all got their heads under their wings, he ventured to step across the threshold into the bay window and begin to open his pack and display all his fine things, taking care to set them out in the sunshine, which made them glitter like glowworms. Little Hulda had never seen anything half so splendid before. There were little glasses set round with diamonds and hung with small tinkling bells which made delightful music whenever they were shaken. ropes of pearls which had a more fragrant scent than bean fields or hyacinths, rings, the precious stones of which changed color as you frowned or smiled upon them, silver boxes that could play tunes, pictures of beautiful ladies and gentlemen set with emeralds, with devices in coral at the back, little golden snakes with brilliant eyes that would move about, and so many other rare and splendid jewels that Hulda was quite dazzled, and stood looking at them with blushing cheeks and a beating heart, so much she wished that she might have one of them. "Well, young lady," said the cunning peddler, "how do you find these jewels? Did I boast too much of their beauty?" "Oh, no," said Hulda. "I did not think there had been anything so beautiful in the world. I did not think even our queen had such fine jewels as these. Thank you, peddler, for the sight of them." "Will you buy something, then, of a poor man?" answered the peddler. "I've travelled a great distance, and not sold anything this many a day." "I should be very glad to buy," said little Hulda, "but I have scarcely any money, not half the price of one of these jewels, I am sure." Now there was lying on the table an ancient signet ring set with a large opal. "Maybe the young lady would not mind parting with this," said he, taking it up. "I could give her a new one for it of the latest fashion." "Oh, no, thank you," cried Hulda hastily. "I must not do so. This ring is my mother's, and was left her by my grandmother." The peddler looked disappointed. However, he put the ring down and said, "But if my young lady has no money, perhaps she has some old trinkets or toys that she would not mind parting with. A coral and bells, or a silver mug, or a necklace, or, in short, anything that she keeps put away and that is of no use to her." "No," said the little girl, "I don't think I have got anything of the kind. Oh yes, to be sure, I have got somewhere upstairs a little gold wand, which I was told not to give away. But I'm afraid she who gave it me must have been dead a long while, and it is of no use keeping it any longer." Now this peddler was the fairy's enemy. He had long suspected that the wand must be concealed somewhere in that region and near the sea, and he had disguised himself and gone out wandering among the farmhouses and huts and castles to try if he could hear some tidings of it, and get it, if possible, into his power. The moment he heard Hulda mention her gold wand, he became excessively anxious to see it. He was a gnome, and when his malicious eyes gleamed with delight, they shot out a burning ray, which scorched the hound who was lying asleep close at hand, and he sprang up and barked at him. "Peace, peace, Ran!" cried little Hulda. "Lie down, you unmannerly hound!" The dog shrank back again growling, and the peddler said in a careless tone to Hulda, "Well, lady, I have no objection just to look at the little gold wand and see if it is worth anything." "But I am not sure that I could part with it," said Hulda. "Very well," replied the peddler, "as you please. But I may as well look at it. I should hope these beautiful things need not go begging." As he spoke he began carefully to lock up some of his jewels in their little boxes, as if he meant to go away. "Oh, don't go," cried Hulda. "I am going upstairs to fetch my wand. I shall not be long, pray wait for me." Nothing was further from the peddler's thought than to go away, and while little Hulda was running up to look for the wand he panted so hard for fear that after all he might not be able to get it, that he woke the other hound, who came up to him and smelt his leg. "What sort of a creature is this?" said the old hound to his companion, speaking of course in the dog's language. "I'm sure I cannot say," answered the other. "I wonder what he is made of. He smells of mushrooms. Quite earthy, I declare, as if he had lived underground all his life. Let us stand one on each side of him and watch that he doesn't steal anything." So the two dogs stood staring at him, but the peddler was too cunning for them. He looked out of the window and said, "I think I see the master coming," upon which they both turned to look across the heath, and the peddler snatched up the opal ring and hid it in his vest. When they turned around he was folding up his trinkets again as calmly as possible. "One cannot be too careful to count one's goods," he said gravely. "Honest people often get cheated in houses like these, and honest as these two dogs look, I know where one of them hid that leg of mutton bone that he stole yesterday." Upon hearing this, the dogs sneaked under the table ashamed of themselves. "I would not have it on my conscience that I robbed my master for the best bone in the world," continued the peddler, and as he said this he took up a little silver horn belonging to the lord of the castle, and having tapped it with his knuckle to see whether the metal was pure, folded it up in cotton, and put it in his pack with the rest of his curiosities. Presently Hulda came down with a little box in her hand, out of which she took the fairy's wand. The peddler was so transported at the sight of it that he could scarcely conceal his joy. But he knew that unless he could get it by fair means it would be of no use to him. "How dim it looks," said little Hulda. "The stones used to be so very bright when first I had it." "Ah, that is a sign that the person who gave it you is dead," said the deceitful peddler. "I am sorry to hear she is dead," said Hulda with a sigh. "Well then, peddler, as that is the case, I will part with the wand if you can give me one of your fine bracelets instead of it." The peddler's hand trembled with anxiety as he held it out for the wand, but the moment he had got possession of it all his politeness vanished. "There," he said, "you have got a very handsome bracelet in your hand. It is worth a great deal more than the wand. You may keep it. I have no time to waste. I must be gone." So saying, he hastily snatched up the rest of his jewels, thrust them into his pack and slung it over his shoulder, leaving Hulda looking after him with the bracelet in her hand. She saw him walk rapidly along the heath till he came to a gravel pit, very deep and with overhanging sides. He swung himself over by the branches of the trees. "What can he be going to do there?" she said to herself. "But I will run after him, for I don't like this bracelet half so well as some of the others." So Hulda ran till she came to the edge of the gravel pit, but was so much surprised that she could not say a word. There were the great footmarks made by the peddler down the steep sides of the pit, and at the bottom she saw him sitting in the mud digging a hole with his hands. "Hi!" he said, putting his head down. "Some of you come up. I've got the wand at last. Come and help me down with my pack." "I'm coming," answered a voice, speaking under the ground, and presently up came a head all covered with earth, through the hole the peddler had made. It was shaggy with hair, and had two little bright eyes like those of a mole. Hulda thought she had never seen such a curious little man. He was dressed in brown clothes, and had a red peaked cap on his head, and he and the peddler soon laid the pack at the bottom of the hole and began to stamp upon it, dancing and singing with great vehemence. As they went on the pack sank lower and lower, till at last, as they still stood upon it, Hulda could see only their heads and shoulders. In a little time longer she could only see the top of the red cap, and then the two little men disappeared altogether, and the ground closed over them, and the white nettles and marsh marigolds waved their heads over the place as if nothing had happened. End of section 15. Recording by Jeffrey Wilson, Ames, Iowa. Section 16 of the Junior Classics, Volume 6, Old-Fashioned Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeffrey Wilson, Ames, Iowa. The Junior Classics, Volume 6, Old-Fashioned Tales. A Lost Wand, Part 2, by Jean Ingelow. Huldah walked away sadly and slowly. She looked at the beautiful bracelet and wished she had not parted with the wand for it, for she now began to fear that the peddler had deceived her. Nevertheless, who would not be delighted to have such a fine jewel? It consisted of a gold hoop set with turquoise, and on the clasp was a beautiful bird with open wings all made of gold, and which quivered as Huldah carried it. Huldah looked at its bright eyes, ruby eyes which sparkled in the sunshine, and at its crest, all powdered with pearls, and she forgot her regret. "My beautiful bird," she said, "I will not hide you in a dark box as the peddler did. I will wear you on my wrist, and let you see all my toys, and you shall be carried every day into the garden, that the flowers may see how elegant you are. But stop, I think I see a little dust on your wings. I must rub it off." So saying, Huldah took up her frock and began gently rubbing the bird's wings, when, to her utter astonishment, it opened its pretty beak and sang. "My master, oh my master, the brown hard-hearted gnome, he goes down faster, faster, to his dreary home. Little Huldah sold her golden wand for me, though the fairy told her that must never be. Never, she must never let the treasure go. Ah, lost forever, woe, woe, woe." The bird sang in such a sorrowful voice, and fluttered its golden wings so mournfully, that Huldah wept. "Alas, alas," she said, "I have done very wrong. I have lost the wand forever. Oh, what shall I do, dear little bird? Do tell me." But the bird did not sing again, and it was now time to go to bed. The old nurse came out to fetch Huldah. She had been looking all over the castle for her, and been wondering where she could have hidden herself. In Norway at midsummer the nights are so short that the sun only dips under the hills time enough to let 1 or 2 stars peep out before he appears again. The people therefore go to bed in the broad sunlight. "Child," said the old nurse, "look how late you are. It is nearly midnight. Come, it is full time for bed. This is Midsummer Day." "Midsummer Day," repeated Huldah. "Ah, how sorry I am. Then this is the day when I might have seen the fairy. How very, very foolish I have been." Huldah laid her beautiful bracelet upon a table in her room where she could see it, and kissed the little bird before she got into bed. She had been asleep a long time when a little sobbing voice suddenly awoke her, and she sat up to listen. The house was perfectly still. Her cat was curled up at the door fast asleep. Her bird's head was under its wing. A long sunbeam was slanting down through an opening in the green window curtain, and the motes danced merrily in it. "What could that noise have been?" said little Huldah, lying down again. She had no sooner laid her head on the pillow than she heard it again, and, turning round quickly to look at the bracelet, she saw the little bird fluttering its wings, and close to it, with her hands covering her face, the beautiful long-lost fairy. "Oh, fairy, fairy, what have I done?" said Huldah. You will never see your wand again. The gnome has got it, and he has carried it down under the ground, where he will hide it from us forever." The fairy could not look up nor answer. She remained weeping, with her hands before her, till the little golden bird began to chirp. "Sing to us again, I pray you, beautiful bird," said Hulda, "for you are not friendly to the gnome. I am sure you are sorry for the poor fairy." "Child," said the fairy, "be cautious what you say. That gnome is my enemy. He disguised himself as a peddler the better to deceive you. And now he has got my wand, he can discover where I am. He will be constantly pursuing me, and I shall have no peace. If once I fall into his hands, I shall be his slave forever. The bird is not his friend, for the race of gnomes have no friends. Speak to it again, and see if it will sing to you, for you are its mistress." "Sing to me, sweet bird," said Hulda in a caressing tone, and the little bird quivered its wings and bowed its head several times. Then it opened its beak and sang. "Where's the ring? Oh, the ring! My master stole the ring, and he holds it while I sing, in the middle of the world. Where's the ring? Where the long green lizard curled all its length, and made a spring 50 leagues along. There he stands, with his brown hands, and sings to the lizard a wonderful song, and he gives the white stone to that lizard fell, for he fears it, and loves it passing well." "What?" said Hulda. "Did the peddler steal my mother's ring? That old opal ring which I told him I could not let him have?" "Child," replied the fairy, "be not sorry for his treachery. This theft I look to for my last hope for recovering the wand." "How so?" asked Hulda. "It is a common thing among mortals," replied the fairy, "to say the thing which is not true, and do the thing which is not honest. But among the other races of beings who inhabit this world, the penalty of mocking and imitating the vices of you, the superior race, is that if ever one of us can be convicted of it, that one, be it gnome, sprite, or fairy, is never permitted to appear in the likeness of humanity again, nor to walk about on the face of the land which is your inheritance. Now the gnomes hate one another, and if it should be discovered by the brethren of this my enemy that he stole the opal ring, they will not fail to betray him. There is therefore no doubt, little Hulda, that he carries both the ring and the wand about with him wherever he goes. And if in all your walks and during your whole life you should see him again, and go boldly up to him and demand the stolen stone, he will be compelled instantly to burrow his way down again into the earth, and leave behind him all his ill-gotten gains." "There is then still some hope," said Hulda in a happier voice. "But where, dear fairy, have you hidden yourself so long?" "I have passed a dreary time," replied the fairy. "I have been compelled to leave Europe and fly across to Africa, for my enemy inhabits the great hollow dome which is the center of the earth, and he can only come up in Europe. But my poor little brown wings were often so weary in my flight across the sea that I wished, like the birds, I could drop into the waves and die. For what was to me the use of immortality when I could no longer soothe the sorrow of mortals? But I cannot die, and after I had fluttered across into Egypt, where the glaring light of the sun almost blinded me, I was thankful to find a ruined tomb or temple underground, where great marble sarcophagi were ranged around the walls, and where in the dusky light I could rest from my travels, in a place where I only knew the difference between night and day by the redness of the one sunbeam which stole in through a crevice, and the silvery blue of the moonbeam that succeeded it. In that temple there was no sound but the rustling of the bats' wings as they flew in before dawn, or sometimes the chirping of a swallow which had lost its way, and was frightened to see all the grim marble faces gazing at it. But the quietness did me good, and I waited, hoping that the young King of Sweden would marry and that an heir would be born to him. For I am a Swedish fairy, and then I should recover my liberty according to an ancient statute of the fairy realm, and my wand would also come again into my possession. But alas, he is dead, and the reason you see me today is, that like the rest of my race, I am come to strew leaves on his grave and recount his virtues. I must now return, for the birds are stirring. I hear the cows lowing to be milked, and the maids singing as they go out with their pails. Farewell, little Hulda. Guard well the bracelet. I must to my ruined temple again. Happy for me will be the day when you see my enemy, if that day ever comes. The bird will warn you of his neighbourhood by pecking your hand. One moment stay, dear fairy, said Hulda. Where am I most likely to see the gnome? In the south, replied the fairy, for they love hot sunshine. I can stay no longer. Farewell. So saying, the fairy again became a moth and fluttered to the window. Little Hulda opened it. The brown moth settled for a moment upon her lips as if it wished to kiss her, and then it flew out into the sunshine, away and away. Little Hulda watched her till her pretty wings were lost in the blue distance. Then she turned and took her bracelet and put it on her wrist, where from that day forward she always wore it night and day. Hulda now grew tall, and became a fair young maiden, and she often wished for the day when she might go down to the south, that she might have a better chance of seeing the cruel gnome, and as she sat at work in her room alone she often asked the bird to sing to her, but he never sang any other songs than the two she had heard at first. And now 2 full years had passed away, and it was again the height of the Norway summer, but the fairy had not made her appearance. As the days began to shorten, Hulda's cheeks lost their bright colour, and her steps their merry lightness. She became pale and wan. Her parents were grieved to see her change so fast, but they hoped, as the weary winter came on, that the cheerful fire and gay company would revive her. But she grew worse and worse, till she could scarcely walk alone through the rooms where she had played so happily, and all the physicians shook their heads and said, Alas, alas, the lord and lady of the castle may well look sad. Nothing can save their fair daughter, and before the spring comes she will sink into an early grave. The first yellow leaves now began to drop, and showed that winter was near at hand. My sweet Hulda, said her mother to her one day, as she was lying upon a couch looking out into the sunshine, is there anything you can think of that would do you good, or any place we can go to that you think might revive you? I had only one wish, replied Hulda, but that, dear mother, I cannot have. Why not, dear child? Said her father. Let us hear what your wish was. I wished that before I died I might be able to go into the south and see that wicked peddler, that if possible I might repair the mischief I had done to the fairy by restoring her the wand. Does she wish to go into the south? Said the physicians. Then it will be as well to indulge her, but nothing can save her life, and if she leaves her native country she will return to it no more. I am willing to go, said Hulda, for the fairy's sake. So they put her on a pillion and took her slowly on to the south by short distances, as she could bear it, and as she left the old castle the wind tossed some yellow leaves against her, and then whirled them away across the heath to the forest. Hulda said, yellow leaves, whither away? Through the long wood paths how fast do ye stray. The yellow leaves answered, "We go to lie down where the spring snowdrops grow, their young roots to cherish through frost and through snow." Then Huldah said again to the leaves, yellow leaves, faded and few, what will the spring flowers matter to you?" And the leaves said, "We shall not see them when gaily they bloom, but sure they will love us for guarding their tomb." Then Huldah said, "The yellow leaves are like me. I am going away from my place for the sake of the poor fairy who now lies hidden in the dark Egyptian ruin. But if I am so happy as to recover her wand by my care, she will come back glad and white, like the snowdrops when winter is over, and she will love my memory when I am laid asleep in my tomb." So they set out on their journey, and every day went a little distance toward the south, till at last, at Christmas Eve, they came to an ancient city at the foot of a range of mountains. "What a strange Christmas this is," said Huldah, when she looked out the next morning. "Let us stay here, mother, for we are far enough to the south. Look how the red berries hang on yonder tree, and these myrtles on the porch are fresh and green, and a few roses bloom still on the sunny side of the window." It was so fine and warm that the next day they carried Huldah to a green bank where she could sit down. It was close by some public gardens, and the people were coming and going. She fell into a doze as she sat with her mother watching her, and in her half-dream she heard the voices of the passers-by, and what they said about her, till suddenly a voice which she remembered made her wake with a start, and as she opened her frightened eyes, there, with his pack on his back, and his cunning eyes fixed upon her, stood the peddler. "Stop him!" cried Huldah, starting up. "Mother, help me to run after him." "After whom, my child?" asked her mother. "After the peddler," said Huldah. "He was here but now, but before I had time to speak to him, he stepped behind that thorn bush and disappeared." "So that is Huldah," said the peddler to himself, as he went down the steep path into the middle of the world. "She looks as if a few days more would be all she has to live. I will not come here any more till the spring, and then she will be dead, and I shall have nothing to fear." But Huldah did not die. See what a good thing it is to be kind. The soft, warm air of the south revived her by degrees, so much that by the end of the year she could walk in the public garden and delight in the warm sunshine. In another month she could ride with her father to see all the strange old castles in that neighborhood, and by the end of February she was as well as ever she had been in her life. And all this came from her desire to do good to the fairy by going to the south. "And now," thought the peddler, "there is no doubt that the daisies are growing on Huldah's grave by this time. So I will go up again to the outside of the world and sell my wares to the people who resort to those public places." So one day, when in that warm climate the spring flowers were already blooming on the hillsides, up he came close to the ruined walls of a castle, and set his pack down beside him to rest after the fatigues of his journey. "This is a cool, shady place," he said, looking around, "and these dark yew trees conceal it very well from the road. I shall come here always in the middle of the day, when the sun is too hot, and count over my gains. How hard my mistress, the lizard, makes me work! Who would have thought she would have wished to deck her green head with opals down there, where there are only a tribe of brown gnomes to see her? But I have not given her that one out of the ring which I stole, nor 3 others that I conjured out of the crosier of the priest as I knelt at the altar, and they thought I was rehearsing a prayer to the Virgin." After resting some time, the peddler took up his pack and went boldly on to the gardens, never doubting but that Huldah was dead. But it so happened that at that moment Hulda and her mother sat at work in a shady part of the garden under some elder trees. "What is the matter, my sweet bird?" said Hulda, for the bird pecked her wrist, and fluttered its wings, and opened its beak as if it were very much frightened. "Let us go, mother, and look about us," said Hulda. So they both got up and wandered all over the gardens, but the pedlar in the meantime had walked on toward the town, and they saw nothing of him. "Sing to me, my sweet bird," said Hulda that night as she lay down to sleep. "Tell me why you pecked my wrist." Then the bird sang to her. "Who came from the ruin, the ivy-clad ruin, with old shaking arches, all moss overgrown, where the flitter-bat hideth, the limber-snake glideth, and chill water drips from the slimy green stone?" "Who did?" asked Hulda. "Not the pedlar, surely. Tell me, my pretty bird." But the bird only chirped a little and fluttered its golden wings, so Hulda ceased to ask it, and presently fell asleep. But the bird woke her by pecking her wrist very early, almost before sunrise, and sang. "Who dips a brown hand in the chill shaded water, the water that drips from a slimy green stone? Who flings his red cap at the owlets that flap their white wings in his face as he sits there alone?" Hulda, upon hearing this, arose in great haste and dressed herself. Then she went to her father and mother, and entreated that they would come with her to the old ruin. It was now broad day, so they all three set out together. It was a very hot morning, the dust lay thick upon the road, and there was not air enough to stir the thick leaves of the trees which hung overhead. They had not gone far before they found themselves in a crowd of people, all going toward the castle ruin. For there, they told Hulda, the pedlar, the famous pedlar from the north, who sold such fine wares, was going to perform some feats of jugglery of most surprising cleverness. "Child," whispered Hulda's mother, "nothing could be more fortunate for us. Let us mingle with the crowd and get close to the pedlar." Hulda assented to her mother's wish, but the heat and dust, together with her own intense desire to rescue the lost wand, made her tremble so that she had great difficulty in walking. They went among gypsies, fruit women, peasant girls, children, traveling musicians, common soldiers, and laborers. The heat increased, and the dust and the noise, and at last Hulda and her parents were borne forward into the old ruin among a rush of people running and huzzahing, and heard the pedlar shout to them, "Keep back, good people! Leave a space before me! Leave a large space between me and you!" So they pressed back again, jostling and crowding each other, and left an open space before him from which he looked at them with his cunning black eyes, and with one hand dabbling in the cold water of the spring. The place was open to the sky, and the broken arches and walls were covered with thick ivy and wallflowers. The pedlar sat on a large grey stone, with his red cap on and his brown fingers adorned with splendid rings, and he spread them out and waved his hands to the people with ostentatious ceremony. "Now, good people," he said, without rising from his seat, "you are about to see the finest, rarest, and most wonderful exhibition of the conjuring art ever known." "Stop!" cried a woman's voice from the crowd, and a young girl rushed wildly forward from the people who had been trying to hold her back. "I impeach you before all these witnesses," she cried, seizing him by the hand, See justice done, good people. I impeach you, peddler. Where's the ring? My mother's ring, which you stole on Midsummer's Day in the castle. Good people, said the peddler, pulling his red cap over his face and speaking in a mild, fawning voice. I hope you'll protect me. I hope you won't see me insulted. My ring! My ring! cried Huldah. He wore it on his finger but now. Show your hand like a man, said the people. If the lady says falsely, can't you face her and tell her so? Never hold it down so cowardly. The peddler had tucked his feet under him, and when the people cried out to him to let the rings on his hand be seen, he had already burrowed with them up to his knees in the earth. Oh, he will go down into the earth, cried Huldah, but I will not let go. Peddler, peddler, it is useless. If I follow you before the lizard your mistress, I will not let go. The peddler turned his terrified, cowardly eyes upon Huldah and sank lower and lower. The people were too frightened to move. Stop, child, cried her mother. Oh, he will go down and drag thee with him. But Huldah would not and could not let go. The peddler had now sunk up to his waist. Her mother wrung her hands, and in an instant the earth closed upon them both, and after falling in the dark down a steep abyss, they found themselves, not at all the worse, standing in a dimly lighted cave with a large table in it piled with mouldy books. Behind the table was a smooth and perfectly round hole in the wall about the size of a cartwheel. Huldah looked that way, and saw how intensely dark it was through this hole, and she was wondering where it led to when an enormous green lizard put its head through into the cave, and gazed at her with its great brown eyes. "What is thy demand, fine child of the daylight?" said the lizard. "Princess," replied Huldah, "I demand that this thy servant should give up to me a ring which he stole in my father's castle when I was a child." The peddler no sooner heard Huldah boldly demand her rights than he fell on his knees and began to cry for mercy. "Mercy rests with this maiden," said the lizard. At the same time she darted out her tongue, which was several yards in length and like a scarlet thread, and with it stripped the ring from the gnome's finger and gave it to Huldah. "Speak, maiden, what reparation do you demand of this culprit, and what shall be his punishment?" "Great princess," replied Huldah, "let him restore to me a golden wand which I sold to him, for it belongs to a fairy whom he has long persecuted." "Here it is! Here it is!" cried the cowardly gnome, putting his hand into his bosom and pulling it out, shaking all the time, and crying out most piteously, "Oh, don't let me be banished from the sunshine!" "After this double crime, no mercy can be shown you," said the lizard, and she twined her scarlet tongue round him, and drew him through the hole to herself. At the same instant it closed, and a crack came in the roof of the cave, through which the sunshine stole, and as Huldah looked up, in flew a brown moth and settled on the magic bracelet. She touched the moth with the wand, and instantly it stood upon her wrist, a beautiful and joyous fairy. She took her wand from Huldah's hand, and stood for a moment looking gratefully in her face without speaking. Then she said to the wand, "Art thou my own again, and wilt thou serve me?" "Try me," said the wand. So she struck the wall with it and said, "Cleave, wall!" And a hole came in the wall large enough for Hulda to creep through, and she found herself at the foot of a staircase hewn in the rock. And, after walking up it for 3 hours, she came out in the old ruined castle, and was astonished to see that the sun had set. The moment she appeared, her father and mother, who had given her over for lost, clasped her in their arms and wept for joy as they embraced her. "My child," said her father, "how happy thou lookest! Not as if thou hadst been down in the dark earth." Hulda kissed her parents and smiled upon them. Then she turned to look for the fairy, but she was gone. So they all three walked home in the twilight, and the next day Hulda set out again with her parents to return to the old castle in Norway. As for the fairy, she was happy from that day in the possession of her wand, but the little golden bird folded its wings and never sang any songs again. End of section 16. Recording by Jeffrey Wilson, Ames, Iowa.
Section 17 of the Junior Classics, Volume 6, Old-Fashioned Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robert. The Junior Classics, Volume 6, Old-Fashioned Tales. Snapdragons, A Tale of Christmas Eve, by Juliana Horatio Ewing. Once upon a time, there lived a certain family of the name of Scratch. It has a Russian or Polish look, and yet they most certainly lived in England. They were remarkable for the following peculiarity. They seldom seriously quarreled, but they never agreed about anything. It is hard to say whether it were more painful for their friends to hear them constantly contradicting each other, or gratifying to discover that it meant nothing and was only their way. It began with the father and mother. They were a worthy couple, and really attached to each other. They had a habit of contradicting each other's statements and opposing each other's opinions, which, though mutually understood and allowed for in private, was most trying to the bystanders in public. If one related an anecdote, the other would break in with 6 corrections of trivial details of no interest or importance to anyone, the speakers included. For instance, suppose the two dining in a strange house, and Mrs. Scratch seated by the host, and contributing to the small talk of the dinner table, thus: "Oh yes, very changeable weather indeed. It looked quite promising yesterday morning in town, but it began to rain at noon." "11:15, my dear," Mr. Scratch's voice would be heard to say from several chairs down, in the corrective tones of a husband and father. "And really, my dear, so far from being a promising morning, I must say it looked about as threatening as it well could. Your memory is not always accurate in small matters, my love." But Mrs. Scratch had not been a wife and a mother for 15 years, to be snuffed out at one snap of the marital snuffers. As Mr. Scratch leaned forward in his chair, she leaned forward in hers, and defended herself across the intervening couples. "Why, my dear Mr. Scratch, you said so yourself the weather had not been so promising for a week." "What I said, my dear, pardon me, was that the barometer was higher than it had been for a week. But as you might have observed, if these details were in your line, my love, which they are not, the rise was extraordinarily rapid, and there is no sure sign of unsettled weather." But Mrs. Scratch is apt to forget these unimportant trifles, he added with a comprehensive smile around the dinner table. "Her thoughts are very properly absorbed by the more important domestic questions of the nursery." "Now I think that's rather unfair on Mr. Scratch's part," Mrs. Scratch would chirp with a smile quite as affable and as general as her husband's. "I'm sure he's quite as forgetful and inaccurate as I am. And I don't think my memory is at all a bad one." "You forgot the dinner hour when we were going out to dine last week, nevertheless," said Mr. Scratch. "And you couldn't help me when I asked you," was the sprightly retort. "And I'm sure it's not like you to forget anything about Dinah, my dear." "The letter was addressed to you," said Mr. Scratch. "I sent it to you by Jemima," said Mrs. Scratch. "I didn't read it," said Mr. Scratch. "Well, you burnt it," said Mrs. Scratch. "And as I always say, there's nothing more foolish than burning a letter of invitation before the day, for one is certain to forget." "I've no doubt you do always say it," Mr. Scratch remarked with a smile. "But I certainly never remember to have heard the observation from your lips, my love." "Whose memory is involved there?" asked Mrs. Scratch triumphantly. And as at this point the ladies rose, Mrs. Scratch had the last word. Indeed, as may be gathered from this conversation, Mrs. Scratch was quite able to defend herself. When she was yet a bride, and young and timid, she used to collapse when Mr. Scratch contradicted her statements, and set her story straight in public. Then she hardly ever opened her lips without disappearing under the domestic extinguisher. But in the course of 15 years, she had learned that Mr. Scratch's bark was a great deal worse than his bite, if indeed he had a bite at all. Thus snubs, that made other people's ears tingle, had no effect whatever on the lady to whom they were addressed, for she knew exactly what they were worth, and had by this time become fairly adept at snapping in return. In the days when she succumbed, she was occasionally unhappy. But now she and her husband understood each other, and, having agreed to differ, they, unfortunately, agreed also to differ in public. Indeed, it was the bystanders who had the worst of it on these occasions. To the worthy couple themselves, the habit had become second nature, and in no way affected the friendly tenor of their domestic relations. They would interfere with each other's conversation, contradicting assertions, and disputing conclusions for a whole evening. And then, when all the world and his wife thought that these ceaseless sparks of bickering must blaze up into a flaming quarrel as soon as they were alone, they would bowl amicably home in a cab, criticizing the friends who were commenting upon them, and as little agreed about the events of the evening as about the details of any other events whatsoever. Yes, the bystanders certainly had the worst of it. Those who were near wished themselves anywhere else, especially when appealed to. Those who were at a distance did not mind so much. A domestic squabble at a certain distance is interesting, like an engagement viewed from a point beyond the range of guns. In such a position, one may someday be placed oneself. Moreover, it gives a touch of excitement to a dull evening to be able to say sotto voce to one's neighbor, "Do listen, the Scratches are at it again." Their unmarried friends thought a terrible abyss of tyranny and aggravation must lie beneath it all, and bless their stars they were still single and able to tell a tale their own way. The married ones had more idea of how it really was, and wished in the name of common sense and good taste that Scratch and his wife would not make fools of themselves. So it went on, however, and so, I suppose, it goes on still, for not many bad habits are cured in middle age. On certain questions of comparative speaking, their views were never identical, such as the temperature being hot or cold, things being light or dark, the apple tarts being sweet or sour. So one day, Mr. Scratch came into the room, rubbing his hands and planting himself at the fire, with, "Bitterly cold it is today, to be sure." "Why, my dear William," said Mrs. Scratch, "I'm sure you must have got a cold. I feel fire quite oppressive myself." "You were wishing you'd a sealskin jacket yesterday, when it wasn't half as cold as it is today," said Mr. Scratch. "My dear William, why, the children were shivering the whole day, and the wind was due in the north." "Due east, Mrs. Scratch." "I know by the smoke," said Mrs. Scratch softly but decidedly. "I fancy I can tell an east wind when I feel it," said Mr. Scratch jocosely to the company. "I told Jemima to look at the weathercock," murmured Mrs. Scratch. "I don't care a fig for Jemima," said her husband. On another occasion, Mrs. Scratch and a lady friend were conversing. "We met him at the Smiths, a gentleman-like agreeable man, about 40, said Mrs. Scratch, in reference to some matter interesting to both ladies. "Not a day over 35, said Mr. Scratch from behind his newspaper. "Why, my dear William, his hair's grey," said Mrs. Scratch. "Plenty of men are grey at 30, said Mr. Scratch. "I knew a man who was grey at 25. "Well, 40 or 35, it doesn't matter much," said Mrs. Scratch, about to resume her narration. 5 years matters a good deal to most people at 35, said Mr. Scratch as he walked towards the door. "They would make a remarkable difference to me, I know." And with a jocular air, Mr. Scratch departed, and Mrs. Scratch had the rest of the anecdote her own way. The spirit of contradiction finds a place in most nurseries, though to a very varying degree in different ones. Children snap and snarl by nature, like young puppies, and most of us can remember taking part in some such spirited dialogues as the following: "I will," "You can't," "You shall," "I won't," "You daren't," "I dare," "I'll tell Mama," "I don't care if you do." It is the part of wise parents to repress these squibs and crackers of juvenile contention, and to enforce that slowly learned lesson that in this world one must often pass over and put up with things and other people, being oneself by no means perfect. Also, that it is a kindness and almost a duty to let people think and say and do things in their own way occasionally. But even if Mr. and Mrs. Scratch had ever thought of teaching all this to their children, it must be confessed that the lesson would not have come with a good grace from either of them, since they snapped and snarled between themselves as much or more than their children in the nursery. The two elders were the leaders in the nursery squabbles. Between these, a boy and a girl, a ceaseless war of words was waged from morning to night, and as neither of them lacked ready wit, and both were in constant practice, the art of snapping was cultivated by them to the highest pitch. It began at breakfast, if not sooner. "You've taken my chair. It's not your chair. You know it's the one I like, and it was in my place. How do you know it was in your place? Never mind, I do know." "No, you don't." "Yes, I do." "Suppose I say that it was in my place." "You can't, for it wasn't." "I can if I like." "Well, was it?" "I shan't tell you." "Ah, that shows it wasn't." "No, it doesn't." "Yes, it does." Etc., etc., etc. The direction of their daily walks was a fruitful subject of difference of opinion. "Let's go on to the common today, nurse." "Oh, don't let's go there. We're always going on the common." "I'm sure we're not. We've not been there for ever so long." "Oh, what a story. We were there on Wednesday. Let's go down Gypsy Lane. We never go down Gypsy Lane." "Why, we're always going down Gypsy Lane, and there's nothing to see there." "I don't care. I won't go on the common. And I should go and get Papa to say we're to go down Gypsy Lane. I can run faster than you." "That's very sneaking, but I don't care." "Papa, Papa, Polly's called me a sneak." "No, I didn't, Papa." "You did." "No, I didn't. I only say it was sneaking of you to say you'd run faster than me and get Papa to say we were going to go down Gypsy Lane." "Then you did call him sneaking," said Mr. Scratch. "And you're a very naughty, ill-mannered little girl. You're getting very troublesome, Polly, and I shall have to send you to school, where you'll be kept in order. Go where your brother wishes at once." For Polly and her brother had reached an age when it was convenient, if possible, to throw the blame of all nursery differences on Polly. In families where domestic discipline is rather fractious than firm, there comes a stage when the girls almost invariably go to the wall, because they will stand snubbing, and the boys will not. Domestic authority, like some other powers, is apt to be magnified on the weaker class. But Mr. Scratch would not always listen even to Harry. "If you don't give it me back directly, I'll tell about your eating the 2 magnum bottoms in the kitchen garden on Sunday," said Master Harry on one occasion. "Tell-tale tit, your tongue shall be slit, and every dog in the town shall have a little bit," quoted his sister. "Ah, you've called me a tell-tale. Now I'll go and tell Papa. You got into a fine scrape for calling me names the other day." "Go then. I don't care." "You wouldn't like me to go, I know." "You daren't. That's what it is." "I dare." "Then why don't you?" "Oh, I'm going, but you'll see what will be the end of it." Polly, however, had her own reasons for remaining stolid, and Harry started, but when he reached the landing he paused. Mr. Scratch had especially announced that morning that he did not wish to be disturbed, and though he was a favorite, Harry had no desire to invade the dining room at this crisis, so he returned to the nursery and said with a magnanimous air, "I don't want to get you into a scrape, Polly. If you'll beg my pardon, I won't go." "I'm sure I shan't," said Polly, who was equally well informed as to the position of affairs at headquarters. "Go if you dare." "I won't if you want me not," said Harry, discreetly waiving the question of apologies. "But I'd rather you went," said the obdurate Polly. "You're always telling tales. Go and tell now if you're not afraid." So Harry went, but at the bottom of the stairs he lingered again, and was meditating how to return with most credit to his dignity, when Polly's face appeared through the banisters, and Polly's sharp tongue goaded him on. "Ah, I see you. You're stopping. You daren't go." "I dare," said Harry, and at last he went. As he turned the handle of the door, Mr. Scratch turned round. "Please, Papa," Harry began. "Get away with you!" cried Mr. Scratch. "Didn't I tell you I was not to be disturbed this morning? What an extraordinary—" But Harry had shut the door and withdrawn precipitately. Once outside, he returned to the nursery with dignified steps and an air of apparent satisfaction, saying, "You're to give me the bricks, please." "Who says so?" "Why, who should say so? Where have I been, pray?" "I don't know, and I don't care." "I've been to Papa. There!" "Did he say I was to give up the bricks?" "I've told you." "No, you've not." "I shan't tell you any more." "Then I'll go to Papa and ask." "Go by all means." "I won't if you tell me truly." "I shan't tell you anything. Go and ask if you dare," said Harry, only too glad to have the tables turned. Polly's expedition met with the same fate, and she attempted to cover her retreat in a similar manner. "Ah, you didn't tell." "I don't believe you asked Papa." "Don't you? Very well." "Well, did you?" "Never mind." Etc., etc., etc. Meanwhile, Mr. Scratch scolded Mrs. Scratch for not keeping the children in better order, and Mrs. Scratch said it was quite impossible to do so when Mr. Scratch spoiled Harry as he did, and weakened her authority by constant interference. Difference of sex gave point to many of these nursery squabbles, as it so often does to domestic broils. "Boys will never do what they're asked," Polly would complain. "Girls ask such unreasonable things," was Harry's retort. "Not half so unreasonable as the things you ask." "Ah, that's a different thing. Women have got to do what men tell them, whether it's reasonable or not." "No, they've not. At least that's only husbands and wives." "All women are inferior animals," said Harry. "Try ordering Mama to do what you want and see," said Polly. "They've got to give orders, and women have to obey," said Harry, falling back on the general principle. "And when I get a wife, I'll take care I make her do what I tell her. But you'll have to obey your husband when you get one." "I won't have a husband, and then I can do as I like." "Oh, won't you? You'll try to get one. I know. Girls always want to be married." "I'm sure I don't know why," said Polly. "They must have had enough of men if they have brothers." And so they went on, ad infinitum, with ceaseless arguments that proved nothing and convinced nobody, and a continual stream of contradiction that just fell short of downright quarreling. Indeed, there was a kind of snapping even less near to a dispute than in cases just mentioned. The little Scratches, like some other children, were under the unfortunate delusion that it sounds clever to hear little boys and girls snap each other up with smart sayings, and old as rather vulgar play upon words such as, "I'll give you a Christmas box. Which ear will you have it on?" "I won't stand it." "Pray, take a chair." "You shall have it tomorrow." "Tomorrow never comes." And so if a visitor kindly began to talk to one of the children, another was sure to draw near and take up all the first child's answers, with smart comments and catches that sounded as silly as they were tiresome and impertinent. And as ill-mannered as this was, Mr. and Mrs. Scratch never put a stop to it. Indeed, it was only a caricature what they did themselves, but they often said, "We can't think how it is the children are always squabbling." It is wonderful how the state of mind of a whole household is influenced by the heads of it. Mr. Scratch was a very kind master, and Mrs. Scratch was a very kind mistress, and yet their servants lived in perpetual fear of irritability that fell just short of discontent. They jostled each other on the back stairs, said harsh things in the pantry, and kept up a perennial warfare on the subject of the duty of the sexes with the general manservant. They gave warning on the slightest provocation. The very dog was infected by the snapping mania. He was not a brave dog, he was not a vicious dog, and no high breeding sanctioned his pretensions to arrogance. But, like his owners, he had contracted a bad habit, a trick, which made him the pest of all timid visitors, and indeed of all visitors whatsoever. The moment anyone approached the house, on certain occasions, when he was spoken to, and often in no traceable connection with any cause at all, Snap, the mongrel, would rush out and bark in his little sharp voice. Yep! 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 If the visitor made a stand, he would bound away sideways on his 4 little legs, but the moment the visitor went on his way again, Snap was at his heels. Yep! 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 He barked at the milkman, the butcher's boy, and the baker, though he saw them every day. He never got used to the washerwoman, and she never got used to him. She said he put her in mind that their black dog in the Pilgrim's Progress. He sat at the gate in summer, and yapped at every vehicle and every pedestrian who ventured to pass on the high road. He never but once had the chance of barking at burglars, and then, though he barked long and loud, nobody got up, for they said, "It's only Snap's way." The Scratches lost a silver teapot, a Stilton cheese, and 2 electro-christening mugs on this occasion, and Mr. and Mrs. Scratch dispute who it was who discouraged reliance on Snap's warning to present day. One Christmas time, a certain hot-tempered gentleman came to visit the Scratches. A tall, sandy, energetic young man who carried his own bag from the railway. The bag had been crammed rather than packed, after the wont of bachelors, and you could see where the heel of a boot distended the leather, and where the bottle of shaving cream lay. As he came up to the house, out came Snap as usual. Yep, yep, yep. Now the gentleman was very fond of dogs, and had borne this greeting some dozen times from Snap, who for his part knew the visitor quite as well as the washerwoman, and rather better than the butcher's boy. The gentleman had good, sensible, well-behaved dogs of his own, and was greatly disgusted with Snap's conduct. Nevertheless, he spoke kindly to him, and Snap, who had had many a bit from his plate, could not help stopping for a minute to lick his hand. But no sooner did the gentleman proceed on his way, than Snap flew at his heels in the usual fashion. Yap! 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 On which the gentleman, being a hot-tempered, and one of those people with whom it is, as they say, a word and a blow, and the blow first, made a dash at Snap, and Snap taking to his heels, the gentleman flung his carpet-bag after him. The bottle of shaving cream hit upon a stone and was smashed. The heel of the boot caught Snap on the back, and sent him squealing to the kitchen, and he never barked at the gentleman again. If the gentleman disapproved of the Snap's conduct, he still less liked the continual snapping of the Scratch family themselves. He was an old friend of Mr. and Mrs. Scratch, however, and knew that they were really happy together, and that it was only a bad habit which made them constantly contradict each other. It was in allusion to their real affection for each other and their perpetual disputing that he called them the snapping turtles. When the war of words waxed hottest at the dinner table between his host and hostess, he would drive his hands through his shock of sandy hair and say with a comical glance out of his umber eyes, "Don't flirt, my friends, it makes a bachelor feel awkward." And neither Mr. nor Mrs. Scratch could help laughing. With the little Scratches, his measures were more vigorous. He was very fond of children, and a good friend to them. He grudged no time or trouble to help them in their games and projects, but he would not tolerate their snapping up each other's words in his presence. He was much more truly kind than many visitors, who think it polite to smile at the sauciness and forwardness which ignorant vanity leads children so often to show off before strangers. These civil acquaintances only abuse both children and parents behind their backs, for the very bad habits which they help to encourage. The hot-tempered gentleman's treatment of his young friends was very different. One day he was talking to Polly, and making some inquiries about her lessons, to which she was replying in a quiet and sensible fashion, when up came Master Harry, and began to display his wit by comments on the conversation. and by snapping at and contradicting his sister's remarks, to which she retorted, and the usual snap dialogue went on as usual. "Then you like the music?" said the hot-tempered gentleman. "Yes, I like it very much," said Polly. "Oh, do you?" Harry broke in. "Then what are you always crying over it for?" "I'm not always crying over it." "Yes, you are." "No, I'm not. I only cry sometimes when I stick fast." "Your music must be very sticky, for you're always stuck fast." "Hold your tongue," said the hot-tempered gentleman. With what he imagined to be a very waggish air, Harry put out his tongue and held it with his finger and thumb. It was unfortunate that he had not time to draw it in before the hot-tempered gentleman gave him a stinging box on the ear, which brought his teeth rather sharply together on the tip of his tongue, which was bitten in consequence. "It's no use speaking," said the hot-tempered gentleman, driving his hands through his hair. Children are like dogs. They are very good judges of their real friends. Harry did not like the hot-tempered gentleman a bit the less, because he was obliged to respect and obey him. And all the children welcomed him boisterously, when he arrived that Christmas which we have spoken of in connection with his attack on Snap. It was on the morning of Christmas Eve that the china punch bowl was broken. Mr. Scratch had a warm dispute with Mrs. Scratch as to whether it had been kept in a safe place, after which both had a brisk encounter with the housemaid, who did not know how it happened, and she, flouncing down the back passage, kicked Snap, who forthwith flew at the gardener as he was bringing in the horseradish for the beef, who, stepping backwards, trod upon the cat, who spit and swore, and went up the pump with her tail as big as a fox's brush. To avoid this domestic scene, the hot-tempered gentleman withdrew to the breakfast-room and took up a newspaper. By and by, Harry and Polly came in, and they were soon snapping comfortably over their own affairs in a corner. The hot-tempered gentleman's umber eyes had been looking over the top of his newspaper at them for some time before he called, "Harry, my boy!" And Harry came up to him. "Show me your tongue, Harry," said he. "What for?" said Harry. "You're not a doctor." "Do as I tell you," said the hot-tempered gentleman, and as Harry saw his hand moving, he put his tongue out with all possible haste. The hot-tempered gentleman sighed. "Ah," he said in depressed tones. "I thought so. Polly, come and let me look at yours." Polly, who had crept up during the process, now put out hers, but the hot-tempered gentleman looked gloomier still and shook his head. "What is it?" cried both the children. "What do you mean?" And they seized the tips of their tongues in their fingers to feel for themselves. But the hot-tempered gentleman went slowly out of the room without answering, passing his hands through his hair, saying, "Ah, and nodding with an air of grave foreboding. Just as he crossed the threshold, he turned back and put his head into the room. "Have you ever noticed that your tongues are going pointed?" he asked. "No!" cried the children with alarm. "Are they?" "If ever you find them becoming forked," said the gentleman in solemn tones, "let me know." With which he departed, gravely shaking his head. In the afternoon the children attacked him again. "Do tell us what's the matter with our tongues." "You were snapping and squabbling just as usual this morning," said the hot-tempered gentleman. "Well, we forgot," said Polly. "We don't mean anything, you know. But never mind that now, please. Tell us about our tongues. What is going to happen to them?" "I'm very much afraid," said the hot-tempered gentleman in solemn, measured tones, "that you are both of you fast going to the—" "Dogs?" suggested Harry, who was learned in cant expressions. "Dogs!" said the hot-tempered gentleman, driving his hand through his hair. "Bless your life, no. Nothing half so pleasant. That is, unless all dogs were like Snap, which mercifully they are not. No, my sad fear is that you are both of you rapidly going to the snapdragons." And not another word will the hot-tempered gentleman say on the subject. In the course of a few hours, Mr. and Mrs. Scratch recovered their equanimity. The punch was brewed in a jug, and tasted quite as good as usual. The evening was very lively. There were a Christmas tree, Yule cakes, log, and candles, furmity, and snapdragon after supper. When the company were tired of the tree, and had gained an appetite by the hard exercise of stretching to high branches, blowing out dangerous tapers, and cutting ribbon and packthreads in all directions, supper came, with its welcome cakes, and furmity and punch. And when furmity somewhat palled upon the taste, and it must be admitted to boast more sentiment than flavor as a Christmas dish, The Yule candles were blown out, and both the spirits and the palates of the party were stimulated by the mysterious and pungent pleasures of Snapdragon. Then, as the hot-tempered gentleman warmed his coat-tails at the Yule log, a grim smile stole over his features as he listened to the sounds in the room. In the darkness, the blue flames leaped and danced. The raisins were snapped and snatched from hand to hand, scattering fragments of flame hither and thither. The children shouted as the fiery sweetmeats burnt away the mawkish taste of the furmity. Mr. Scratch cried that they were spoiling the carpet. Mrs. Scratch complained that he had spilled some brandy on her dress. Mr. Scratch retorted that she should not wear dresses so susceptible of damage in the family circle. Mrs. Scratch recalled an old speech of Mr. Scratch on the subject of wearing one's nice things for the benefit of one's family and not reserving them for visitors. Mr. Scratch remembered that Mrs. Scratch's excuse for buying that particular dress when she did not need it was her intention of keeping it for the next year. The children disputed as to the credit for courage and the amount of raisins due to each. Snap barked furiously at the flames, and the maids hustled each other for good places in the doorway, and would not have allowed the manservants to see at all, but he looked over their heads. Sit, edit, chuckled the hot-tempered gentleman in undertones. And when he said this, it seemed as if the voices of Mr. and Mrs. Scratch rose higher in matrimonial repartee, and the children's squabbles became louder, and the dog yelped as if it were mad, and the maids' contest was sharper, whilst the snapdragon flames leaped up, and blue fire flew about the room like foam. At last the raisins were finished, the flames were all put out, and the company withdrew to the drawing-room. Only Harry lingered. "Come along, Harry," said the hot-tempered gentleman. "Wait a minute," said Harry. "You'd better come," said the gentleman. "Why?" said Harry. "There's nothing to stop for. The raisins are eaten, the brandy is burnt out." "No, it's not," said Harry. "Well, almost. It would be better if it were quite out. Now come. It's dangerous for a boy like you to be alone with the snapdragons tonight." "Fiddlesticks," said Harry. "Go your own way, then," said the hot-tempered gentleman, and he bounced out of the room, and Harry was left alone. He crept up to the table, where one little pale blue flame flickered in the snapdragon dish. "What a pity it should go out," said Harry. At this moment the brandy bottle on the sideboard caught his eye. "Just a little more," murmured Harry to himself, and he uncorked the bottle and poured a little brandy onto the flame. Now, of course, as soon as the brandy bottle touched the fire, all the brandy in the bottle blazed up at once, and the bottle split to pieces. And it was very fortunate for Harry that he did not get seriously hurt. A little of the hot brandy did get into his eyes, and made them smart, so that he had to shut them for a few seconds. But when he opened them again, what a sight he saw! All over the room the blue flames leaped and danced, as they had leaped and danced in the soup plate with the raisins. And Harry saw that each successive flame was the fold in the long body of a bright blue dragon, which moved like the body of a snake. And the room was full of these dragons. In the face they were like the dragons one sees made of very old blue and white china, and they had forked tongues like the tongues of serpents. They were most beautiful in color, being sky blue. Lobsters who have just changed their coats are very handsome, but the violet and indigo of a lobster's coat is nothing compared to the brilliant sky blue of a snapdragon. How they leaped about! They were forever leaping over each other like seals at play. But if it was play at all with them, it was of a very rough kind, for as they jumped, they snapped and barked at each other. And their barking was like that of the barking gnu in the zoological gardens. They tore the hair out of each other's heads with their claws, and scattered it about the floor. And as it dropped, it was like the flecks of flame people shake from their fingers when they are eating snapdragon raisins. Harry stood aghast. "What fun!" said a voice close by him, and he saw that one of the dragons was lying near, and not joining in the game. He had lost one of the forks of his tongue by accident, and could not bark for a while. "I'm glad you think it funny," said Harry. "I don't." "That's right, snap away," sneered the dragon. "You're a perfect treasure. They'll take you in with the third round." "Not those creatures!" cried Harry. "Yes, those creatures. If I hadn't lost my bark, I'd be the first to lead you off," said the dragon. "Oh, the game will exactly suit you." "What is it, please?" Harry asked. "You'd better not say please to the others," said the dragon, "if you don't want to have all your hair pulled out. The game is this. You have always to be jumping over somebody else, and you must either talk or bark. If anybody speaks to you, you must snap in return. I need not explain what snapping is. You know. If anyone by accident gives a civil answer, a clawful of his hair is torn out of his head to stimulate his brain. Nothing can be funnier." "I dare say it suits you capitally," said Harry, "but I'm sure we shouldn't like it. I mean, men, women, and children. It wouldn't do for us at all." "Wouldn't it?" said the dragon. "You don't know how many human beings dance with dragons on Christmas Eve. If we are kept in a house till after midnight, we can pull people out of their beds and take them to dance in Vesuvius." "Vesuvius?" cried Harry. "Yes, Vesuvius. We come from Italy originally, you know. Our skins are the color of the Bay of Naples. We live on dry grapes and ardent spirits. We have glorious fun in the mountains sometimes. Oh, what snapping and scratching and tearing! Delicious! There are times when the squabbling becomes too great, and Mother Mountain won't stand it, and spits us all out and throws cinders after us. But this is only at times. We had a charming meeting last year. So many human beings and how they can snap. We always have plenty of saucy children and servants. Husbands and wives, too, and quite as many of the former as the latter, if not more. But besides these, we had 2 vestrymen, a country postmaster who devoted his talents to insulting the public instead of learning the postal regulations, 3 cabmen and 2 fares, 2 young shopgirls from a Berlin wool shop in a town where there was no competition, 4 commercial travelers, 6 landladies, 6 old Bailey lawyers, several widows from almhouses, 7 single gentlemen, and 9 cats who swore at everything, a dozen sulphur-colored screaming cockatoos, a lot of street children from a town, a pack of mongrel curs from the colonies who snapped the human beings' heels, and 5 elderly ladies in their Sunday bonnets with prayer books who had been fighting for good seats in church. "Dear me," said Harry. "If you can find nothing sharper to say than 'dear me,'" said the dragon, "you will fare badly, I can tell you. Why, I thought you'd a sharp tongue, but it's not forked yet, I see. Here they are, however. Off with you, and if you value your curls, snap." And before Harry could reply, the snapdragons came on their 3rd round, and as they passed, they swept Harry with them. He shuddered as he looked at his companions. They were as transparent as shrimps, but of this lovely cerulean blue, and as they leaped, they barked, "Hoof! Hoof!" like barking news. And when they leaped, Harry had to leap with them. Besides barking, they snapped and wrangled with each other, and in this Harry must join also. "Pleasant, isn't it?" said one of the blue dragons. "Not at all," snapped Harry. "That's your bad taste," snapped the blue dragon. "No, it's not," snapped Harry. "Then it's pride and perverseness. You want your hair combing." "Oh, please don't," shrieked Harry, forgetting himself, on which the dragon clawed a handful of hair out of his head, and Harry screamed, and the blue dragons barked and danced. "That made your hair curl, didn't it?" asked another dragon, leaping over Harry. "That's no business of yours," Harry snapped, as well as he could for crying. "It's more my pleasure than business," retorted the dragon. "Keep it to yourself, then," snapped Harry. "I mean to share it with you when I get a hold of your hair," snapped the dragon. "Wait till you get the chance," Harry snapped with desperate presence of mind. "Do you know whom you're talking to?" roared the dragon, and he opened his mouth from ear to ear and shot out his forked tongue in Harry's face. And the boy was so frightened that he forgot to snap and cried piteously, "Oh, I beg your pardon, please don't," on which the blue dragon clawed another handful of hair out of his head, and all the dragons barked as before. How long the dreadful game went on, Harry never exactly knew. Well practiced as he was in snapping in the nursery, he often failed to think of a retort, and paid for his unreadiness by the loss of his hair. Oh, how foolish and wearisome all this rudeness and snapping now seemed to him. But on he had to go, wondering all the time how near it was to 12 o'clock, and whether the snapdragons would stay till midnight, and take him with them to Vesuvius. At last, to his joy, it became evident that the brandy was coming to an end. The dragons moved slower, They could not leap so high, and at last, one after another, they began to go out. "Oh, if they only all of them get away before 12, thought poor Harry. At last, there was only one. He and Harry jumped about and snapped and barked, and Harry was thinking with joy that he was the last, when the clock in the hall gave that whirring sound which clocks do before they strike, as if it were clearing its throat. "Oh, please go!" screamed Harry in despair. The blue dragon leaped up and took such a clawful of hair out of the boy's head that it seemed as if part of the skin went too. But that leap was his last. He went out at once, vanishing before the first stroke of 12, and Harry was left on his face in the darkness. When his friends found him, there was blood on his forehead. Harry thought it was where the dragon had clawed him, but they said it was a cut from a fragment of the broken brandy bottle. The dragons had disappeared as completely as the brandy. Harry was cured of snapping. He had had quite enough of it for a lifetime, and the catch contradictions of the household now made him shudder. Polly had not the benefit of his experiences, and yet she improved also. In the first place, snapping, like other kinds of quarreling, requires 2 parties to it, and Harry would never be a party to snapping any more. And when he gave civil and kind answers to Polly's smart speeches, she felt ashamed of herself, and did not repeat them. In the second place, she learned about the snapdragons. Harry told her all about it, and to the hot-tempered gentleman. "Now do you think it's true?" Polly asked the hot-tempered gentleman. "Humph, said he, driving his hand through his hair. "You know I warned you were going to the snapdragons." Harry and Polly snubbed the little ones when they snapped, and utterly discountenanced snapping in the nursery. The example and admonitions of elder children are a powerful instrument of nursery discipline, and before long there was not a sharp tongue among all the little scratches. But I doubt if the parents were ever cured. I don't know if they heard the story. Besides, bad habits are not easily cured when one is old. I fear Mr. and Mrs. Scratch have yet got to dance with the dragons. End of section 17.
Section 18 of the Junior Classics, Volume 6, Old-Fashioned Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Junior Classics, Volume 6, Old-Fashioned Tales. Uncle Jack's Story by Mrs. E. M. Field. "Once upon a time," began Uncle Jack, since we know no fairy stories are worth hearing unless they begin with once upon a time, "once upon a time there was a country ruled over by a king and queen who had no children. Having no children of their own, these sovereigns thought other people's children a nuisance. I am afraid they were like the fox who said the grapes were sour because he could not reach them, for it was well known that they wanted some of these torments very badly themselves." "Don't call us torments, Uncle Jack," interrupted his little niece. "Well, you see, madam, historians must be truthful. I am bound to say that the king and queen passed a law in which the children were described as pickles, torments, plagues, bothers, nuisances, worries, and by 24 other titles of respect which I have forgotten. This law enacted, first, that the children were to be seen and not heard, wherefore all children under the age of 16 were to speak in a whisper and laugh in a whisper." "They couldn't, Uncle Jack," broke in Bryder. "They could only smile." "Or grin," said Uncle Jack. "So you think that a cruel law, Bryder? Secondly, as the sight of a child set the royal teeth on edge, no child was to be allowed to set foot out of doors unless between the hours of 12 and 1 on any night when there was neither moon or stars." "At that rate, they would never go out," said Bryder. "Well, you see, this was a law for the abolition of children, so they were to be suppressed as much as possible, of course. Then, thirdly, the law declared that, as little pitchers have long ears, no child should ever hear the conversation of grown-up people. Therefore, children were never to be admitted into any sitting room used by the elders of the family, nor into any kitchen or room occupied by servants. Oh, said Bryder, did they keep them in the coal cellar? In some houses, perhaps. Fourthly, forasmuch as play was not a profitable occupation and led to noise and laughter, all playtime and holidays should at once be abolished. That was a very bad law, said Bryder warmly. Well, the law was passed and was soon carried out, and anyone coming to the city would have thought there were no children, so carefully were they kept out of sight. All the toy shops were closed, and confectioners were ordered, under pain of death, neither to make nor sell goodies. But one thing the king had forgotten, and that was that, after all, there were more children than grown people in the country. One family had 9 children, another 6, and so on. So that, counting the boarding schools, there were just 3 times as many children as grown people in the capital. Well, after about a week of this treatment, for the parents were compelled under threat of instant execution to carry it out, it happened that there came a night when at 12 o'clock, though it was not raining, there was neither moon nor star to be seen. So all the children in the city rushed forth into the park with Chinese lanterns in their hands, making quite a fairy gathering under the trees. Oh, how delicious it was! They ran and shouted and played games and laughed, till suddenly 1 o'clock struck, and all the king's horses and all the king's men came to drive them to their homes again. But there were hundreds and hundreds of children, and only a few soldiers with wooden swords, for this was a very peaceable nation, and armed even its police with only birch rods. So one of the biggest boys blew a tin trumpet and called all the children to him. "I vote we rebel," he said. "We will not stand this any more. Let us drive away all the grown-ups and have the town altogether to ourselves." Now, it so happened that a fairy had been watching all that went on in the town, and was not at all pleased. So when she heard this bold boy speak, she thought it would be a good thing to let this rebellion be carried out. "Serve 'em right," she said. "Young and old shall all learn a lesson." So she collected a few thousand fairies, and they flew to all the king's men, and whispered in their left ears dreadful things which frightened them terribly, and made them believe an immense army, instead of the troops of children, was coming to crush them all. Then the fairies whispered in their right ears that it would be wise to fly to a neighbouring mountain where there was a large old fort, and there take refuge. So they galloped off as fast as the king's horses would carry them. Then the fairies flew all over the town and whispered the same things to all the grown-up people, fathers and mothers, old maids and old bachelors, till they too tumbled out of bed, dressed in a terrible hurry, and fled to the mountain. Even the king jumped out of bed, tied up his crown in his pocket-handkerchief, and ran for his life in his dressing-gown, while 2 lords-in-waiting, or gentlemen of the bedchamber, rushed after him with the royal mantle of ermine and the sceptre and golden ball. The Lord Chancellor filled his pockets with new sovereigns from the mint, for he slept there to look after the money, and then he too ran, but rather slowly, for he had the woolsack on his back, and it was pretty heavy. When they asked him why he took the trouble, he answered that he thought the ground might be damp, and he already had a cold in his head. Well, all the elders being gone, the children were left in possession of the city, at which you may well suppose they were greatly astonished. But then the lanterns began to go out, and one after another they grew very sleepy. So the boy with the tin trumpet blew it again and commanded that everyone should now go to bed, and that a meeting should be held at 12 o'clock next day in the park, at which every child should appear. Appear they did, in their Sunday clothes, those of them at least who cared for finery. There were no mothers or nurses to object. All were in great delight at having no one to rule them. "I shall never go to bed at 8, said one. I shall never eat rice pudding. Horrid stuff. I shall never take any more doses. I shall never do any more lessons. Nor I, nor I, nor I, shouted one after another. We shall all do only what we like. How happy we shall be. Only one little maid whispered, with a tear trembling on the long lashes of her blue eyes, Dotty wants mother. But Dotty was soon comforted and ran about as merrily as ever. Meantime, the elder boys and girls held a very noisy parliament in which there were never less than 5 speaking at once. After a great deal of chatter, they determined to set up a queen, and a very pretty little girl called May was chosen and crowned with a crown of flowers. Next, Queen May and her council of 6, 3 boys and 3 girls, ordered that a big bonfire should be made of all lesson books and pinafores, for they thought pinafores were signs of an inferior state, of being under command, as servants sometimes think their caps are. The next law was that all the raspberry jam in the city should be set aside for the use of the Queen and her court, and for those who were invited to the royal tea parties. There was a little grumbling about this, but finally the grumblers gave in. All this time troops of children came pouring in from the neighbouring villages, with pinafores on the end of broomsticks as flags of rebellion. Being pretty hungry, they dispersed for dinner, which in most of the houses was a very curious meal, as of course no one could cook, so they had to forage in the kitchens and storerooms, while bands of hungry young folks stormed the confectioners' shops and dined off ices and wedding cakes. Then they opened the toy shops and put them in charge of parties of children, and gradually the other shops were treated in the same way, for buying and selling is always a game children like, and it was such a treat to have real things to sell. Only money was such a trouble. They were always forgetting to bring any, and the young shopkeepers never were sure if a shilling or a sovereign was the right price for a thing. Therefore, they concluded to do without it, and costly things were bought for kisses, while cheap ones were to be had for saying, "If you please," or, if they were very small, as a penny bun, for instance, then "please" was enough. "How nice," said Bryder. Well, for a whole week there never was such happiness as the children enjoyed. Games from morning to night, bread and jam 3 times a day, no lessons, no forbidden things, and a queen of their own age in place of the tyrant king. But when a week was over, some little murmurs began to arise. Every morning, I ought to say, the queen sat on her throne in the royal palace, to receive any of her subjects who liked playing at being courtiers, and she and her council then settled any difficulty that arose about rules of games, about the way to make the best toffee, and any other important question. On this particular morning, then, rather more than a week after the establishment of the children's kingdom, a very large throng entered the Queen's presence. Foremost came a troop of boys and girls, who led in a pale, serious-looking boy as a prisoner, and brought him to Queen May's feet. "What is the charge against this prisoner?" asked the Queen with dignity. "Don't all speak at once," she added, so hastily that several courtiers giggled. "Please, your Majesty," said a boy, stepping forward, "we caught him in the very act of learning lessons." "Lessons!" cried the whole court, in every tone of disgust, anger, grief, and dismay. "Lessons!" screamed the Queen, and at once fainted away. "She didn't," said Bryder indignantly. "Don't you think the shock was great enough?" asked Uncle Jack. "Besides, she felt it part of her royal duty, perhaps. Anyhow, they tickled her with feathers and put burned cork to her nose till she had a black moustache, and one boy brought a red-hot poker, which he said he had heard was a good thing, though he did not quite know how it was applied. It was the best remedy, certainly, for on its appearance the Queen jumped up shrieking and declared she was perfectly well. Then the Queen proceeded to try the prisoner, and requested the whole court to act as jury. It was a very sad case of youthful depravity. The criminal had carefully kept this one book, Somebody's Arithmetic, or Magnall's Questions, to gloat over in secret, and even now was not at all penitent, but declared, when asked what he had to say for himself, that it was stupid and a bore to play games all day long, and he was sick of them. The jury could not agree as to what was to be done with such an offender, and so he was allowed to go, and bidden not to do it again. And the Queen went on to the next difficulty. Here the throne room became quite full of children, all in great perplexity. For the matter was this, that the food supply was running short. The confectioners' shops were nearly empty. There was plenty of jam, but very little bread. And one or two boys who had breakfasted on jam out of a pot, eaten with a spoon, said they didn't know how it could be, but somehow they thought it did not quite agree with them. This was really very serious. Could no one cook? Well, several had tried to make puddings, but somehow, though they ought to have been quite right, something was wrong, and no one would eat them. One girl had bravely made some apple dumplings, and baked them quite brown, but then she could not find out how to get the apple in, so they were no more than hard balls, and not real apple dumplings at all. "What are we going to do?" said Queen May sorrowfully. A dead silence reigned. "I know," said a boy called Eric, starting forward suddenly, and all eyes turned to this owner of a bright idea. "I know," he said, brandishing a many-bladed knife. "I'll kill a pig." A murmur of horror arose from the girls. "Oh no," said Queen May politely. "My faithful subject, we will not let you make yourself so miserable." "Oh, I don't mind," cried Eric. "Really, you know, I should like it." "I'll hold him for you," cried several boys at once. "Quite as if they liked it," whispered the girls. But Queen May interposed and said the court should break up and go to Blind Man's Buff. At the same hour next day, anyone who had a bright idea should come and tell it. For the rest of the day she, at least, did not mean to bother her head. If a pig were killed, it would have to be cooked. And shaking her curls, which were like a crown of gold, Queen May jumped off her throne and ran out into the park. Presently the fairy SilentKnight came flying over the town, and saw all the children running about and shrieking with laughter. "Bless my broomstick," she said, for she had borrowed one from a witch to fly upon, saying she had rheumatism in her left wing. "Bless my broomstick, this won't do at all." She did not notice that a great many children were standing about in groups whispering, what they dared not say aloud, that they were getting tired of games all day and of nothing to eat but sweet cakes and jam at meals. "I should really and truly like some boiled mutton," said Master Archie, who was known to have had a special dislike to that dish. "I know what I shall do," said the fairy. "I shall make these children feel like grown-ups, and then I shall fly off to the mountains and make the grown-ups feel like children. And if that doesn't bring them to their senses, I am sure I don't know what will." So the fairy SilentKnight waved her hand over the troop of children. "You shall all feel like grown-up people," she said. In a few minutes a strange change began to come over them all. A great game of Blind Man's Buff was going on, when suddenly several of the girls put themselves into very stiff, solemn attitudes, just like old maids, and said, really, they thought they were almost afraid they could not play any more. Such games, especially at their time of life, were hardly quite proper, so they would not go on. Others, again, declared that there was nothing they so thoroughly enjoyed as watching people playing at these kinds of amusements, but for themselves, well, if the others did not mind, they would like just to sit quietly and watch. So they did, and presently some of the boys began stroking that part of their faces where a moustache might some day grow, and remarking that, don't know, you know, this sort of thing was all very well for schoolboys, but really, we could not, you know. This sentence Uncle Jack brought out with a very funny drawl, the boys being turned into dreadfully fashionable fellows. The crowning point, continued Uncle Jack, was reached when the blind man, pushing down his bandage, stood still and addressed this altered crowd very seriously indeed. "What miserable folly is this?" he asked. "Shall we mortals waste our precious flying moments in what, my brethren?" You see, he had turned into a preacher, explained Uncle Jack. "In what a miserable, frivolous occupation! Catching each other! Nay, only trying to catch each other. Poor fools and blind! Let us cease, I say." But he had no one to say it to, for the whole audience had gone off in different directions, and the preacher had only his little brother of 5 left to listen to his wise words. "Come along, Tommy," said he. "I will try and find someone for you to play with, little man." "Play with?" answered the little brother in a tone of utter surprise. "My dear sir, I have no time to play. Letters, telegrams, appointments by scores fill my time. Let me tell you, sir, there is no busier man than your humble servant in the whole country." With which he turned about and strode off with the longest strides his little legs in their blue sailor trousers could take, for he had become a man of business. "This is too absurd," muttered the elder, and went off to look for the church of which he was vicar. The same remarkable change came over all the children. One little brat, who was busy teasing an unfortunate kitten, stopped suddenly and rushed off in search of pen and paper, with which he returned and began at once to compose an ode to Tabitha. "Fairest pussy ever seen, with thine eyes of clearest green, fly me not." That was how it began, for he had become a poet. "I thought poets wrote about knights and ladies, and green fields and the moon," remonstrated Bryder. "So they do, but sometimes they want a new subject, and this young genius thought he had found one." Well, all the children, without losing their child faces and figures, turned into the sort of people they would be when they were grown up. So, of course, their games seemed very dull, and they wanted grown-up occupations. But not knowing quite how to set to work, they were all lounging vaguely about when the clear notes of a bugle sounded through the city. This was the well-known signal for the assembling of the whole population in the park, and off went all those queer grown-up children to the place of meeting. Here they were met by Queen May, who sat on a garden chair with her court around her, all looking very solemn. "My faithful subjects," said the Queen, "I have sent for you to consider a very grave question. I regret to state that the affairs of this kingdom are in a condition which will, perhaps, be best described as unsatisfactory." "Hear, hear," said a gentleman of 4, bowing gravely. "Hear, hear," echoed many voices. "Perhaps the most unsatisfactory point is," went on Queen May, who, you see, talked in very grown-up language, "is, I say, the banishment of a large portion of the population. That portion, in fact, which we were formerly accustomed to call our elders and betters." Cries of "No, no!" Queen May went on to explain that after all they got on badly without these elders. With all their efforts, the young folks had not strength or skill to do a variety of things, without which the round of life seemed likely soon to come to a standstill. So she proposed that she and all who would go should start at once for the mountain and fetch home the exiles. There was some murmuring at this. The old law might be carried out, and the children made wretched again. "And, why, bless me," said an elderly person of 9, as he fixed on a double eyeglass with gold rims, "they might actually want to send me, to bed at 8 o'clock. Proper conditions would be made," the Queen said. One after another, all the objections were overcome, and a long procession started, with Queen May, mounted on a white pony, at its head. On arriving at the mountain, they were greatly surprised to meet the king, that stern tyrant who wanted to stop all fun, running as hard as his legs could carry his fat body, with his crown on the back of his head, and a green net bag tied on the end of his sceptre, chasing a white butterfly. "Please, your Majesty," began Queen May shyly, but the king only looked round for a moment and ran on, then tumbled over a furze bush, so that his crown rolled far away and the butterfly escaped, while he lay there kicking. The children were very much surprised at this, and thought the king must have gone mad, and in fact they felt very penitent, for they supposed his hurried flight must have been too much for the brain, so they were to blame for this terrible alteration. A little further on, however, they were still more surprised to see a circle of the most serious old maids in the whole capital, ladies whose time was mostly spent in making flannel garments for the poor, or sitting at neat tea-tables with neat curls on each side of their faces, and a neat cat curled on a neat cushion in a neat chair close at hand. And these old ladies were all screaming and laughing like children. These very respectable old ladies now looked anything but neat. Their curls were flying in all directions, and they were screaming with laughter, pinching each other, and making all sorts of silly jokes over a furious game of Hunt the Slipper. For, you see, they had gone back to what they used to like when they were children. Queen May looked at them gravely. "Dear friends," she said, "at your age, is this decorous? Is it proper? Is it even ladylike?" "There it is! Catch it! Catch it!" cried one of the old ladies. "Come and play with us!" cried another. None of the rest paid any attention to the serious looks of the grown-up children, who went sadly on toward the fort, hoping to find someone more reasonable. The next person they saw was the Lord Chancellor, a bald, stout old gentleman who was sitting on the woolsack, which, you remember, he had carried away on his back. He was very busy with a pipe, and the children thought he was smoking and grew more hopeful. He might have some trace of good sense left, they thought, if he could care for such a grown-up pursuit. Here Uncle Jack offered his cigar to Bryder politely, but she made a face and turned her head away. "I don't want to be so grown-up as that," she said. "Oh," said Uncle Jack, with his funny face that he always put on to tease Bryder. "Oh, I thought you wanted to grow up all of a sudden." "Well, only for some things," answered she, feeling that Uncle Jack was taking a mean advantage in remembering her sayings and bringing them up again. "Please go on," she added hastily. Uncle Jack winked at her very slowly and solemnly, then took a good puff at his cigar and went on. When they came up, he was found to be blowing soap bubbles. "Ah!" he spluttered, trying to talk with the pipe in his mouth. "Don't break it, please. Oh, there," as the bubble burst and vanished. "It's too bad, I declare. directly I got a really good one, big and bright. That always happens. Have a try, he added, offering Queen May the pipe. I say, my lord, said the Major General commanding the Royal Army, coming up at the moment, can you tell me how to mend lead soldiers? I've tried gum and glue, and one of the maids of honour tried to sew one, but somehow they don't join properly. It's a horrid bore, and that fellow, the Speaker, won't let me have a ride on his rocking horse. I'd punch him, only he's 6'3" and as broad as he's long. So I don't know what to play at. It is slow, answered the Lord Chancellor pityingly. Never mind, old chap. Come up to the fort and we'll make some toffee. So the elderly gentleman went off arm in arm, and Queen May shook her head sadly. They are all mad, poor things. What are we to do? Hi, hi, cried a voice, and looking round they saw that tall, handsome nobleman, the master of the horse, running towards them as fast as he could. At last, perhaps, they had found someone to speak sensibly to. Hi, you fellas, he cried breathlessly. Stop a minute, will you? Is that a circus pony? And can he do tricks? Sit up with a hat on and drink out of teacups, I mean? Certainly not, replied Queen May, with her utmost dignity. I hardly understand, Lord Moyers, how you can ask such a strange question. Did you ever see a lady, especially if she were a crowned queen, riding a circus pony? Lord Moyers giggled and turned head over heels on the spot, after which he rushed off again to join the rest of the House of Lords, who were playing high cockalorum close by. The procession went on very sorrowfully towards the fort. It grieved them to see this frivolity in those to whom they had been taught to look up. Alas, my country, sighed Eric, the boy who, you remember, had proposed to kill the pig before he was touched with the fairy wand. Perhaps it was on arriving at the gates of the fort that the very strangest sight was seen. The Queen was a very stout and middle-aged person, of rather stern countenance, and here she was, busy with a skipping rope, her hair loose, her royal robes tucked up and her crown on one side. It's the best fun and the finest exercise in the world, she gasped. If I could only skip twice to one turn of the rope. And on she went, while the children watched. But there was something so utterly ridiculous about the sight that Queen May and her followers, after various vain efforts to suppress their mirth, burst into one peal of laughter, which rang merrily through the old fort and over the hillside. It broke the charm, and in a moment the children became children again, and the grown people became as they were before. There was a large flat field on the mountain top, in front of the gates of the old fort, and here all the exiles were in a few minutes assembled. The king was about to address them, when in a moment, no one knowing how she came there, the fairy Set-'em-right stood among them, close beside his majesty. You have all learned a lesson, and I will put it into words for you, she said. Oh dear, interrupted Bryder. Here comes the moral. Don't make a very hard one, Uncle Jack, please. He laughed. I must finish this truthful story truthfully, miss. She said, turning to the king and queen, your fault was that you forgot you once were young yourselves. Bryder nodded her head very wisely. And you, children, forgot that you could not do without old people. That wicked law is at once repealed. Certainly, ma'am, said the king, bowing. Children are to be children, and behave as such, and be treated as such. Parents are parents. The children are not to forget that. Now, go home, all of you, and don't forget this one caution. I've got my eye on you. With these awful words the fairy vanished. And that's the end of the story. And a very nice ending too, said Bryder. End of section 18. Recording by Jane Bennett.